Okay, good morning, everybody. Happy New Year, happy 2022. We are happy that you're here with us today. This is the first meeting of our new structure, starting our meetings a little bit earlier. So I'm going to first walk through some of the changes and what you can do to participate. First of all, there will be 3 opportunities for early public comment. So let me explain what early public comment means. It means that you want to speak to one of the items on our agenda. It could be this morning, this afternoon, or this evening, anytime on our agenda. And you want to speak to that item at this point. And really what we do is give you an opportunity to do that so you can go on about your day and you don't have to wait around for the item, which could come up soon, or it could be much, much later. And we just want to respect your time and allow you to share your thoughts with us without having to wait around for the actual item to come up. So if you want to speak to an item on the agenda during early public comment, you will fill out one of the cards that Ms. Bryant, I think, was helping share with you and describe to you. They're at both of the tables as you came in the chamber today. You have an opportunity to do that in just a few moments. There'll also be a second opportunity for early public comment at 1 o'clock, and then another one when we reconvene this evening around 5:30. That reconvene time is not set in stone. Then there will also be an opportunity for general public comment later on in the meeting. That is for anything that is not on our agenda. So if you just want to share some thoughts or some concerns with us, that falls under general public comment. That opportunity is not this morning. It'll be later on this afternoon. Again, you'll fill out a card, and you don't have to really speak, tell us exactly what you're speaking about, but fill out a card, say you want to speak to general public comment, something that's not on our agenda, and then we'll call you up in the order that those are received. Let's see, what else is sort of new or different? We will be adopting our entire agenda at once, and so if you did want to speak to any items on our consent agenda, then you will have an opportunity to do so when we make the motion to approve the agenda. So you can just look through those and see if there's anything that was of interest to you. One more thing about early public comment. If you just want to speak to one item, you'll get the standard 3 minutes. If you want to speak to multiple items, you'll get up to 5 minutes total. So just let us know which items you want to speak to, and then if it's more than one, we'll make sure that the clerk sets the clock for 5 minutes, and you'll get your full 5 minutes. And then also let us know which items those are, so we can keep track of those. I think that's it. And so in lieu of an invocation today, I do want to recognize that this is the 1-year anniversary of an armed insurrection against the federal government of this United States. It was a traumatic moment for many of us, most of us, especially our frontline defenders and our public servants who tried to defend that Capitol. We have still not reached closure on the events of that day, but I know that I am proud to sit here in defense of our democracy here in Gainesville and continue conducting the business that the neighbors in Gainesville have elected us to do in a peaceful, civil, and respectful manner. So if we could please observe a moment of silence for those that fell, who later lost their lives, and who defended our nation and our democracy 1 year ago today. All right, thank you very much. We did receive word that Commissioner Duncan Walker is likely not going to join us today. She may arrive significantly late, but I think the word is that she's not going to be with us today. She did have interest in both the grocery store item and the ARPA item. what I would say about that is that we've been working hard on the ARPA item for quite some time, and our neighbors very much need some direction so we can start providing relief to them. We did make the grocery item a time certain for 1 o'clock, and so I think we can see, if she's able to get to us by 1 o'clock. But again, we let a lot of people know we'd be hearing that at 1 o'clock because there's interest in it. So with that, I'll turn it over to the commission and see if there is a motion. Oh, actually, Madam Clerk, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, our first item is the adoption of the agenda.
Okay. Any
And
questions,
we do
or is
have
there a motion?
3
The whole thing.
updates.
Yeah, go ahead.
210133 request to release lien at 2325 Southeast 9th Place. That's an added item to the consent agenda. File 210751, general government budget calendar change text file. File 170500, approval and ratification of the Southeast 4th Street reconstruction takeover agreement, revised the backup.
Okay, and then the regular agenda.
Yep, that's right. We're reading them all in together.
Yep.
File 210759, consultant for distribution of nonprofit American Rescue Plan Act funds, added item.
Okay, thanks. And just a little explanation of those. At agenda review, it was stated that the additional request to release lien would be placed. It just wasn't quite ready at time of publication. It was added shortly after that. The budget calendar was adjusted to accommodate those 2 additional dates, and then the executed agreement, there was the tentative agreement for the Southeast 4th project. The executed agreement was added as well to hopefully finally get some closure to that project. And then finally, the completion of the recommendations was finalized after publication of the agenda. So the committee met and then made a recommendation, which has been added. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adopt the regular agenda and consent agenda as modified.
Okay, motion and second that we adopt our agendas as modified. So any members of the public wish to speak to any items on the consent agenda or adoption agenda? Mr. Scott.
Yes. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Happy New Year. Nathan Scott. So with respect to the agenda's changed multiple times. I saw most recently getting the printed copy that they actually corrected the typographical error on the BD items because there were 2 or more BD1, BD2, and BD3 and BD4 items. Appears like this was modified at 8:35 a.m. this morning. With respect to the consent agenda items, again, I continue to be concerned, as other citizens have expressed the same concern about the volume of items on the consent agenda with their fiscal impact. There doesn't seem to be any discussion about fiscal matters with the city. It's more about virtue signaling. We heard lengthy speeches from the mayor this morning, but there's items of substantial financial impact that just don't get the attention they deserve from the city commission on the consent agenda. Likewise, too, with respect to the collective bargaining unit agreements that are on the consent agenda, I want to recognize the FOP, Gator Lodge 67, and the telecommunication workers. They're not even getting the consideration and respect from the commission. It's just rubber stamp the agreement. You think that you would find it in your heart to recognize their service and dedication that they provide to the city of Gainesville, but again, that's buried in the consent agenda. Not even a mention of the ratification of the agreements. With respect to the restaurant, I think that item, I'm struggling to understand why it's still on the agenda. If the developer hasn't submitted the required documentation, it just seems interesting that we would waste additional city time on that. I read the backup information. It was very, very enlightening, to say the least. The city's hired a financial consultant to provide an analysis of the due diligence. And it just seems, despite the ever expansion of city government, there's no one capable on city staff of doing an independent financial analysis and basic due diligence. We have to pay yet another consultant. I just don't get that, commissioners. I mean, that's rudimentary. Either they provided the documents, they have the backup to support their business case, or they don't. I mean, but you guys have to go hire third-party consultants. Don't you have anyone in this building, risk management or financial analysis or finance department that's capable of doing rudimentary financial analysis? So I'm questioning why that item's still on there, but primarily I'm concerned about the consent agenda items, and I do want to recognize our dedicated collective bargaining unit members that this commission's ignored. Thank you.
Anybody else for consent? Okay,
Mr. Mayor, I do have a caller out here.
Go ahead, Adam. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy New Year to you too, sir, and all the other commissioners. The first caller tonight is Tana Silva. Ms. Silva, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, and a good new year to everyone. Let's make it a good year. I have on the agenda, I have one little question, one request, and one big heartfelt ask. The question is about consent items CA6 and CA8 landscaping contracts. Those look fine, but my question is whether the city hired landscaping crews in 2019 to replace the prison labor contract. At the time, the city planned to hire 29 workers rather than look to local companies for those services. So I would just like a little clarification about that. And that's just a small question that I had. A request is in your 2 commission comment periods that you not make motions and not take votes. I think that's unfair to the public, as it's not announced, and often they just come kind of out of nowhere. So that would be one request. Right now, most importantly, I ask you to drop BD3 of the morning rather, the consultant report on housing from the agenda altogether today. The consultant presents pros, cons, and conditions that need more than a quick overview to get an ordinance written. The summary of glossy recommendations might tempt you to say, okay, we're done, but the report repeats lots of concerns the Commission's Housing Summit identified years ago, mainly that these policies don't help lower-income renters or home buyers. A 2019 state law now requires compensation to builders, and a 2020 city ordinance allows 3-story triplexes citywide already. What you're being asked today needs full, thoughtful public airing and input. I try to keep up as best I can and barely had time to skim the 20-page presentation, much less the 99-page report. The Commission gives lots more time than this to comparatively trivial matters. It's not even time certain. Please show right now that you're serious about housing by removing this item from the agenda and setting up a housing forum or series of forums for full Commission and public participation, including the Housing Action Plan, which you've already agreed to have a special meeting about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silva.
Okay, thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, that was our last caller.
Mr. Shepherd, this is about adoption of our agenda? Okay. Just let us know which items you're
Mayor
speaking
Paul?
towards.
Okay, about adopting an agenda, and the item that you mentioned about hiring an audit person to take and do finances. We have financial advisors and finance people within our city should be doing that job. We shouldn't have to hire outside individuals to do the jobs that we have people in-house to do. I back what the former caller said, everything that they said needs to be addressed. And also our sidewalks, even here around the city hall, have gone unsafe for years and no one's done anything. We got a new Philip Manning in for our public works, and so I ask that that takes and gets addressed. Also that I have other items that are not on the agenda that I'd like to bring up further today that I don't see where the agenda items that are documented are items that are going to be addressed later on, and so therefore address to pass the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, as to, let me work backwards, the housing item. This is merely a presentation of the findings of the report. This is by no means a final step. We will be taking this as well as significant other input and work towards a housing action plan. In fact, a little bit later, I'll ask the city manager to discuss some ideas she has about better coordinating that through her office. But it's important to, now that this information is public, to get it out there, get it presented so people can, start thinking about it and understanding how it might impact our city and affordable housing. For the hiring, I can't answer that on the spot. We can ask the city manager to get back. She'll have to talk to some of her staff since she wasn't here as well. We did end the use of prison labor a few years ago and brought a significant amount of full-time employees on staff when we did that. How these particular landscaping contracts relate to that, what would have been done by prison labor versus not, is going to take a little bit more analysis, so we can get back to you on that, Madam Manager, if you don't mind. And then I just appreciate if folks would not denigrate our city staff. They work incredibly hard every day, all the time. When we go outside to hire folks to do things, it's because either we don't have the internal staff capacity, because they're already working and have full assignments and full slates of responsibilities, or we don't have the specific expertise required for that project. And so we have an incredible group of over 2,200 employees, all who have special talents and skills. They're showing up to work every day to keep our city running and work incredibly hard to do so under very difficult circumstances. And to denigrate them or to say that they're not capable of doing something is simply not acceptable. So I'd appreciate if we could keep the derogatory or pejorative comments about our city staff out of these meetings. If you feel the need to criticize, you can criticize one of the six of us. With that, Commissioner Ariola, did you have any questions before we move to adoption?
No, here, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the bargaining units who did come here today. It's always great to see these agreed to so that we can get our votes out and have all the discussions between the city staff and the bargaining units to come to agreement on just compensation and all the other labor issues that get brought up. So I did want to thank you and wish you all a Happy New Year. I know we're starting a little bit earlier than usual, but I think that's going to be a good thing over the long run. So thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, thank you. With the agreements, we, no muss, no fuss. If we had a good, a bargaining session and collective bargaining process and everyone's in agreement, what we want is to approve them, move forward, get everyone paid, get their raises, get their benefits activated and move forward. I understand, and thank you, Madam Clerk, for bringing it to my attention. We do have some neighbors here that would like to speak to one of the items on consent. It's one of the liens. And so let's go ahead and allow them an opportunity to do so, Madam Clerk, before we move to the adoption of the agenda.
Okay, Ms. Darity?
Yes, ma'am. So what you'll do is you'll just come up to the microphone here. When you start, a little green light will come on. That'll give you your 3 minutes. When you have 1 minute left, a yellow light will come on. And then when the red light comes on, that means your time has expired. But please just share which item, or you can give us the address that you're referring to and let us know what your concerns are.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Betty Doherty. I'm here to speak on the reduction of some hearing of reduction on the fines on a piece of property that I own here in Monterey County. And the last time I was here on August 12th, the magistrates, he recommended that the fines be reduced to 0. So that's why I'm here this morning concerning the fines.
Yeah, would you give us the address? The address of the property? The address of the property?
Yes. The property,
What's the address?
826 Northeast 18th Terrace.
Very good, okay, thank you. Okay, so, Mr. Persons, did you want to comment on that? Or, ma'am, are you're just questioning the decision for the reduction of the fines?
Right.
Okay. We can try to get Mr. Persons, he's in charge of our planning department here, to comment on that.
What?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the recommendation both from the magistrate and from staff is to reduce the lien to 0. So that's why it's on the consent. So they'll be
Okay.
reducing it with this vote to 0.
So, ma'am, if we approve this, then it will be 0. That's what we're about to vote on.
Right.
So what I had to do now?
So
You're good.
Yeah, you're good. So you can have a seat.
Oh,
and then-
Yeah, once we vote, then you'll be good to go. Okay, Madam Clerk, did we have any other speakers for this item? No? Okay. Okay, so motion to approve our agendas with a couple modifications. Thank you, Ms. Malden, in advance. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your break. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is early public comment.
Okay, if anybody would like to comment on any items that are on our agenda later today, this is the time to do so. Just let us know what the item is. Do you have any cards filled out, Madam Clerk, for early public comment? No? Okay, anybody here for early public comment? No, not early, right? Yeah, general is later today. Adam, do you have anybody? Thanks, y'all. Happy New Year.
Mr. Mayor, there's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, very good. Then, Madam Clerk, nobody for early public comment at this time. Next item.
Our next item is BD1, University of Florida Campus Development Agreement, with a recommendation that the commission adopt the 2020 to 2030 UF Campus Development Agreement.
Okay, thank you. So the commission asked for this item to be placed on this agenda the last time we discussed it. I think there have been some conversations that have taken place between then and now. And so, Mr. Persons, if you want to give us an update, I also know that we have representing the university, Ms. Linda Dixon, and so she can be available to answer questions as well. Mr. Persons, welcome.
Thank you. The only update I have is that the last month, the county commission did take final action on approving the UF-CDA. So at this point, I think it's just the city and this vote today, which would then move it on to the final process. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Dixon, I'd love to recognize you if you have any thing to add or any updates between last time we discussed this and today, and Happy New Year to you as well.
Good morning. I really don't have anything additional to add. I believe the commission was provided with some information from our December Board of Trustees meeting where the family graduate housing issue was discussed, and also some information from the county commission meeting where that item was discussed. So we are hopeful that has satisfied your inquiries. We did have an opportunity to meet individually with Commissioner Sacco. We appreciate her time to discuss that, but I think at this time we don't have anything additional unless you have any further questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commission, any questions? Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Dixon. I might have to call you back up if you don't mind. Sorry. And thank you again for meeting with us. That was actually very valuable, informative time for me. I remember that during our conversation, some things were, I don't want to say half-baked, they were 80% baked. Have we been able to move forward or have any further meetings with the graduate assistant union?
Yes, I believe those meetings have occurred. I have not been involved in that, but that is an ongoing discussion, yes.
Okay. But we haven't, nothing final after that.
Not that I'm aware of, but I have not really been involved in that directly.
Okay. So my concern remains that last 20% that we needed to just kind of get over the finish line. As we said in our conversation, that in the contract side, things were still a little up in the air, and we needed, or UF needed, to be able to finalize those. But there was, I forget if it was an issue with a mortgage or a loan. There was money complications, and that's what was holding it back, and it needed more time. To your knowledge, is there any, like, a little more time? Like another 2-3 weeks fix that? Or is it a, like, 6 months down the line problem?
Mr. Mayor, I think what is being referred to is our negotiations for the acquisition of additional property and through a partnership that we have with a private third party. And those negotiations are going forward. Our intent is to have some additional units available by the fall of this year. And so that is still moving forward, yes.
But not finalized.
Excuse me?
But not finalized. Like, the conversations are still happening, it's going forward, but it's not final.
They're still, again, I have not been directly involved in that, but we're talking about real estate transactions, and those are happening, but they do take time.
Yeah.
But there is every intent on all parties that we are going forward, we are doing this.
Did you have, thank you, Ms. Dixon, did you have any further conversations with the graduate students after our meeting? I know it was the holidays and then half a week, but.
I did not personally. I believe Mr. Chris Cohen, our CFO, was going to be conducting those meetings.
And no, he's not available today, right?
Yeah,
No,
and look,
sorry,
I want to
he
jump
was out of
in.
town.
There was a scheduling miscommunication. The indication was that it would be first on the agenda, but we also changed when
To
first
10
on our
a.m.
agenda was, and
Okay.
so Dr. Lane very much wanted to be here, but he had a scheduling conflict that could not be changed. Same with the CFO, and that's they both regret that deeply. They really wanted to be here to, I think, answer some of those questions in more detail. But that was really on
On us?
us,
Yeah.
not
I
them.
was just wondering, I was like, instead of asking you, we could ask them if they're here. But no, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate that you've at least made those efforts to continue that conversation with the students. I spoke with some of them after our meeting, and they did seem hopeful and appreciative of the measures being taken. So thank you, Ms. Dixon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Ariola?
Thank you. I just want to echo Commissioner Sacco's comments. Thank you for following up on all of this. I know this has been on the agenda for a couple of times, so my hope is that this motion will be the one that pushes it forward so that you all can continue your work. There's a lot in this agreement to be proud of between the city and the university, and looking forward to continuing that work. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Okay, motion and a second that we approve the campus development agreement with the University of Florida for the 2020 to 2030 period. Any members of the public wish to speak to the item? Start with you, Madam Clerk. Anybody filled out a card?
Yes, we'll have Mr. Nathan Scott
Okay.
first.
The chair is going to run the meeting. We're going to take the people that sign the cards first, and then folks that don't after that. Mr. Scott, welcome.
Good morning, Mayor Poe, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. That was tremendously rude. I tried to defer to someone that was already standing, and you have to assert
Well,
your-
look, man, I got to run the meeting. If a bunch of people try to run the meeting, then we don't have a meeting. So I'm going to go ahead and keep doing that until I'm not mayor anymore.
I think there's 3 citizens in here that are signed up to speak. It's really
Excellent.
Mentally, it shouldn't be that hard to keep track of us.
No, but I run the meeting, and we do it this way, and it's the same every way, and so then it's consistent.
Yes, sir. We never had these problems when I was on the Public Service Commission. We treated people with respect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So with respect to the agenda item, before you scold me for not speaking on the item, I think it's a travesty that this commission has held the campus development plan hostage for numerous meetings now, still commenting on it. I know there were some issues. It shouldn't take 4 or more iterations to address concerns. You guys constantly want to micromanage every aspect of everything, no matter how simplistic it may be. And that's the problem with you guys. You guys can't keep your nose out of things that you really, it's just you think that you're omnipotent and you should manage every aspect of everyone's life, every aspect of UF. You raise our taxes, you raise our GRU rates, which are unaffordable. But what's interesting here is the manner in which you've held this campus development plan hostage, and then you whine and cry and wonder why you didn't get shortlisted for the UF Central Plant project. You know, these are intangible factors that factor into this. And, you know, you guys act like petulant little children at times. And that's the problem. It's because no one wants to deal with you because you don't act in a professional manner. You don't treat people with dignity and respect. You don't listen to citizens. You don't listen to stakeholders. You just do what you want to do and claim you're elected by some mandate, which is, in the case of a district, 2 to 3% of registered voters, and on a citywide basis, it's 6 to 7%. But somehow, in your minds, in your feeble minds, that is a mandate and a direction to do whatever you want to do because only you guys can be right. Because it's almost like I don't know, like in history, these leaders, and they think that they descended from God and they're deities. That's what you guys act like. So in 2022, I think there's a great op-ed that was just published, the need for a course correction of the city commission. I think it's well overdue. And I think it'll hopefully start with the election of Cynthia Chestnut for the at-large seat. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm just going to point out one thing real quick. We're not choosing to do this. We're required by the state to be involved in this to improve this. It's a requirement. And second, I think that the accusation that UF would somehow sully an objective procurement process because of some completely unrelated local issue is a significant charge and should not be made lightly. Because if that is the case, you can sit down. You can sit down. You can sit down. No, you said exactly that. And that is a very serious accusation. And if that ends up being the case, we will take it very seriously. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
We don't have any more speakers for this item, sorry.
Okay. Mr. Blount, is it on this topic? Yes. CDA? Okay, go ahead.
I know the state requires your participation. It does not require you to say yes and salute it. It requires you to have a discussion and say where you stand on it. And the university is going to go ahead and do what it wants to do regardless of your outcome. So I think it should be acknowledged that even if you say approval, to acknowledge that it's sleeping with the enemy. Their shutdown of multiple housing units is going to put terrible pressures on our community. They're already our fiscal issue since forever because of the land off the tax rolls. And they are flying in the face of environmental responsibility with their plans to do a large new fossil fuel facility. So the university is objectionable in so many ways. And I want to say on the cards, I thought these cards were all about speaking in general public comment and early public comment, especially if you pull something from consent. How can attendees know ahead of time to do a card about it? And I forgot the other point I was going to make, but.
Okay, anybody else? Adam, do you have anybody?
I do, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to call to the floor Tana Silva. Ms. Silva, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. The backup for this item has no further documents beyond those that were posted at your last discussion. Although the commission delayed a vote then to see what changes Linda Dixon mentioned that day coming from the Board of Trustees, but the public still has no information on that. I agree totally with Mr. Blount that, you know, the charge here is you don't have to say yes to this. And the county commission passed the CDA despite UF saying that it would buy off-campus replacement housing at higher rents, presumably taking those units, like so much else, off their local tax rolls. That is an impact not accounted for, excuse me, in the 24 years that are covered by the proposed extension of this CDA. UF ran up enrollment quickly in the 1990s and 2000s without providing commensurate housing. Now it plans to demolish 44 brick apartment buildings that could well be renovated and maintained, adding to the local C&D landfills, and destroy the surrounding trees and disperse those longtime valued grad student communities. The most ethically, environmentally, and economically appropriate action would be for UF to reverse that decision, perform adequate maintenance and upgrades, and incrementally raise rents for incoming tenants. And UF plans, 1,000 more parking spaces in addition to those already in the plan, implying more traffic impacts. The city's 2017 partnership with UF so far hasn't produced any tangible benefits that I can see to the city taxpayers and residents. And in fact, I don't think the city should be a partner with UF at all. It should hold it at arm's length and represent best interests of the city, not of UF. The commission could use whatever leverage it should have from that so-called partnership now to stand up and say no to another move by UF that disadvantages the city, even if it means taking the agreement to Tallahassee to update for fairness and compensation for the properties UF removes from the tax rolls here. Mr. Person said last time that the agreement itself is in need of updating or it's outdated. I don't want to misquote him, but there's no reason to keep pushing this for UF's benefit. As I said, it's 24 years that this covers with no further compensation through 2030. So you don't have to say yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller.
Okay, thank you very much. The commissioner there. Go ahead, Mr. Shepherd, if you wanted to speak on this item.
Yes, my name is Donald Shepherd. I'm a people's representative. And I've thought throughout the years that the UF should be part of the city, not an individual claim or financial revenue collector. And I'm still learning, so I think that this needs to be all UF identities as far as financial gains or goals need to be addressed by the mayor and the commission before them acting accordingly. I think that there's been many proposed items that have gone, as it's been said, kicked down the road and not taken addressed. Our sidewalks here around the city hall are, I could spend 6 hours speaking about things that need to be addressed, but what's being addressed here is about UF. I'd like to bring up the ideal of what I call roundabouts, or not roundabouts, walkovers, bridges that need to be addressed within the year of 2022 that should take in help the death of our citizens. These speed bumps and mediums are not working. Therefore, they need to be removed. We need to put the bridges in so that we can take and save lives of our students. This drawing of this bridge has been handed to several people of the city enactments, and I would ask that this be addressed. Also, our bus route items that need to be addressed as far as the buses being able to pick up people safely. We need a bus turnaround at the Grace Marketplace. We need them at several places within our city. I have not heard or from anyone how this is going to take place in the future, and I'd like that to be addressed. Our utility bills need to be cut down to $89 a month, and that there is something we can take and do within the next 2 years. This here is an item that is going to help the citizens, and therefore the money that they're saying that they need to take and make a family business grow, or a family grow, be able to provide for their children. This is something that severely needs to be addressed. And
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd.
that's
Thanks for
all.
sharing your
So,
thoughts with us.
Thank you. Yep.
Madam Clerk, do we have anybody else? Okay. Then there's a motion to approve the recommendation. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker absent. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next clerk, you're trying to get rid of no, kidding.
No, ma'am.
BD2, and discussion on vaccine incentive and other COVID measures.
Okay, thank you. Want to thank Commissioner Ward for asking for this to be put on the agenda. I was of a similar minded agenda review and saw that you were proactive in getting it there. Obviously, we've seen a huge spike in the much more infectious Omicron variant. It was predictable. We saw it happen other places first. We saw, the county having significant struggles with staffing just in the last week. And so it's very present. But also wanted to go back to, the discussion that sort of didn't happen at the General Policy Committee meeting. And I think that's, hopefully where we start. I'm certainly of a persuasion now that we made a commitment to our employees, and we need to follow through with that commitment. I think it can be done in a way that respects what the governor and legislature have laid out. I think the governor's spokesperson has made that clear for us. But I'm also happy to discuss some other measures that we may take to encourage all of our workforce to get vaccinated and get their booster, because it really is critical at where we are. So love to hear your thoughts and where you're going with this, and I think that you'll have my support in trying to do as much as we possibly can. Go ahead, Commissioner Warren.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Mayor. I've, in discussions with staff over the last few weeks here, what I'm going to offer as a motion is as broad as possible, while still being specific about what we're trying to achieve. What I'm trying to achieve is to incentivize city workers to be vaccinated. Simple as that. That really don't read anything else into it. All the science indicates that vaccinated people are less likely to be hospitalized and die with COVID. I want our city workers healthy. So I'm going to make a three-part motion, because there are a couple other things that I want to work on here. There is, and every time there's a spike, there will be a dearth of available home test kits for COVID. So I would like us to be a source for our workers to be able to access home test kits. That's good for us as an organization, it's good for our workers, and it's good for their families, and therefore for all our neighbors. That'll be part of the motion as well. Additionally, I would like us to encourage the University of Florida to reinstate their Screen, Test, and Protect program, including the COVID dashboard. Many faculty have asked me about that, and staff at the University of Florida, and I want to honor their request as neighbors. And while we're making a request of the University of Florida, we should also probably, this has nothing to do with COVID, but we should probably also recognize President Fox's tenure in the same communication. So with that, I move, and the clerk has a copy of this already, I move that staff pay, as promised, $250 to every city worker who has been previously or will become fully vaccinated against COVID, and that this program continue until the commission directs otherwise. Number two, that staff source sufficient supply of COVID home test kits for every city worker to have 2 kits, and for there to be what staff deems an adequate in-house supply, and that 2 kits be mailed to the home address on file for every city worker. Number 3, that the mayor send a letter on our behalf to UF President Kent Fox recognizing his time as UF President and requesting that he officially reinstate UF's Screen, Test, and Protect program, including the COVID dashboard. The reason I want to mail test kits to city workers' homes is that I don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable having to ask for a kit at their workplace. I want it to just be at their home where they or their family can use it. And I want 2 test kits for every city worker's home. That is my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second for discussion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I support the first portion, especially with the governor's office making the statement they did. I guess the question on will become, I mean, are you saying, what do you mean by that?
I mean, leave it open-ended.
Okay,
What we
okay.
want is to encourage people.
But not if someone says they have to be vaccinated to get it.
I want to leave detail to staff. I don't want us to try to nail down every piece of it, because if we do, we're going to miss something.
More, I just want to be able to get the payment, they have to be vaccinated. It's not that they say
Yes.
they will be vaccinated in the future. Okay. I support the home test. I don't think we need to dictate how they get out. Mailing thousands of kits is a major operation and something that we don't have the capabilities right now to do. And if there's ways to reduce that cost, I think, and hand them out when places, I think we can leave that up to staff to figure out what's the best way to get that to employees. I think by saying we have to mail it, we're creating a massive bureaucracy and massive operations for I think there may be easier solutions that we could do it. We could just hand them out to we know where all employees are. They all have to interact with us at some points. So I support the home kits. I don't support forcing that we mail it out to everyone. I think leave that up to staff how we get there. And I support third as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Commissioner Ward, for bringing this forward. My comments are not dissimilar to Commissioner Hayes Santos. I was confused about the will become part, but now that it's clarified. I agree with the mailing, if only because, not so much the bureaucracy of the timing. So if by the time I notify whomever that I need one, and it gets into the mail, and then it gets processed, and even if it ships to Jacksonville and then back here, it's already been several days. I think it'd be best to leave it to staff on what the most efficient form is. But while we're here, I will suggest GFR, since they were, if only for the delivery portion or through the CRP program. We have vehicles, we have employees. Not most of our employees do live within the city. They can figure out a way. It's a suggestion, not an ask, but we have a way to reach our employees that don't require the USPS or overnight mailing, which then becomes a huge bureaucratic expense. So I'd rather leave that to them, the same way we left how to pay out our employees, our community builders who do get vaccinated. Leave that to staff to figure out the mechanics of it. And I fully support the third one. A good chunk of our population is the student body and the faculty body. I would like them to be healthy in their environment as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're getting close here to a final vote on the motion. I have no problem with this board wanting to make good on its promise. I think the best incentive for vaccination is, of course, medical advice from professionals rather than dollar signs, but to each their own. When we say fully vaccinated, are we talking about 2 shots or 3 shots?
I wanted to leave that open-ended for staff as well. We can pick a guideline, but I don't want that guideline. I don't want that to change 6 months from now and us have to fix it. I fully vaccinated right now, as I understand it, the guideline is 2 shots.
Okay. we will probably have to answer that question, or rather, staff will have to answer that question. So I'm okay with not giving specific direction on that. Secondly, I think what could get the commission to a unanimous vote is to simply say that at the very end, where it says after the comma, in-house supply comma, and that 2 kits will be mailed, we leave that as an option for staff to consider, that if employees want to receive it through the mail, they can request it. But the main element of that part of the motion is that we are going to be an at-home test kit supplier for our employees, because I too have heard about people's difficulty getting timely COVID tests during this surge. And then, of course, in the last element, I absolutely believe this is the wrong time for UF to be shutting down their Screen, Test, and Protect program. The surge is imminent in terms of its growth, and so I think it would be worthwhile for us to do that. Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to clarify because I think I heard a potential misunderstanding. With the home test kits, I want people to have them available, not to call in if they feel sick and get them. The friction I want to avoid, and the reason I went with mailing them to home addresses rather than handing them out at work, and I'm open to this. Whatever we need to get a vote on, I'm willing to adjust. But the reason I chose that was that we know there is friction in every workplace, nearly every workplace, about COVID in general. I don't want someone to feel that they will be judged by asking for a test kit to take home. I want them to just have it. And I don't know the best way to do that other than just sending it to their house, or 2 of them to their house. I would like to think that nobody's going to be judged for asking for a health kit to take home, or for grabbing it out of the stack at the doorway on the way out of the office, but I don't think that's accurate. That's a sad state of affairs, but I think it's true. So I'm open to other ideas. I will drop that, the mail portion, if that will get us where we need to go. But I do have that concern going forward, so I would count on staff to be able to solve that.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I think that's the simple and elegant solution, is that if people prefer to request it to be mailed to their house, they can just let their supervisor know that. I really would rather the charters kind of figure this out. My instinct tells me that the vast majority of our community builders would like to just walk up to their supervisor, get their 2 kits, get checked off a list, and take it home. But if they're not, I think they can very easily have a private conversation with their supervisor and just say, hey, would you mind mailing it to me? And they can take care of it like that. I don't think we need to overly complicate this. I think a lot of folks would like to have it in their hands as soon as possible and just have it there. Yeah. Okay, Madam Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Just wanted to bring up a couple of things relative to funding. We do have $300,000 that was allocated previously by the commission for, equipment. I wanted to make sure that that would be the source that we use for the kits, and relative to kits. Also, just in terms of the availability and being able to get enough of them in terms of inventory is a question mark that we would work through, but,
Yeah, I think we recognize that there are some short-term supply challenges, so we'll just have to, do the best we can within those. And yeah, certainly these are ARPA eligible and exactly the kind of thing that ARPA was designed to do. So I think that's the appropriate funding source. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor in 3 parts. If any commissioner wants me to separate any of those out when we get to a vote, just let me know. Otherwise, we'll do this once. Madam Clerk?
First speaker is Mr. Nathan Scott.
Okay, Mr. Scott, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, Madam Clerk, Nathan Scott. So generally with respect to the motion, my concern or point of clarification is on item 1. I know fully vaccinated means 2 shots, but if you talk to the CDC, it's 3 shots. But the way that's written, it's pretty ambiguous. And I know you're going to punt to staff, but a logical interpretation that doesn't seem to be considered or doesn't seem to be a concern is that, Israel's already talking about the 4th shot because the the booster really didn't protect against Omicron and different variants. So arguably, that could be construed as every city worker gets $250 every time they get an additional shot, whether it be booster shot, fully vaccinated, or whatever. So I think that needs to be clarified. I think if the intent is for people to get fully vaccinated with 2 doses, it's real easy to say that, so there's no ambiguity going forward. But if I were a city employee and you put this into effect until the commission directs otherwise, every time there's a booster shot and I opted to get that shot for my personal health, I'd be looking to the city for the incentive payment over and above, because that's the ambiguity that's inherent in that first part of the motion. And I think that does need to be clarified before you give it to staff, because, you know, it's the commission that sets policy, not staff. And so that is ambiguous. It may be well-intended, but it's ambiguous not only on face, but legally, and it has financial ramifications to the city and city employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have anything else?
Yes, our next speaker is Ms. Jen Powell.
Okay. Welcome.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Jen Powell. I'm a resident, and then now also I'm an organizer for CWA 3170, which is the union that represents city employees and also GRU, some city employees. The city offered an incentive for vaccinations, and many employees who had not been vaccinated did so. The city bypassed bargaining and created a mandate, which then wreaked havoc on everyone on all sides. I understand many people are still upset about it and how it was handled, both on the dais and also from leadership and employees. I'm here today because employee morale is at an all-time low. I know this because it's my job to get to know the employees. Many employees could not speak today, although some wanted to because they are at work. Some of them even mentioned fear of retaliation of coming up and possibly speaking against the commission, afraid that they could lose their jobs. I do have a letter written by an employee. She asked to remain anonymous, but she just wanted to give you, her, kind of 2 cents on the whole matter. Let's see, okay. The last 2 years of the pandemic has been tough on everyone, but it has been really tough as an employee of the city of Gainesville. Employees adapted very quickly to the pandemic and were able to still provide stellar services to our community. I initially, and again, I reiterate, I am reading a letter from an employee. I do not work for the city of Gainesville. Okay. I initially thought the city had our safety front and center when making decisions. However, many employees were asked to come back to work before there was even a vaccine available, and they were working from home just fine. The feeling of not being safe and being unnecessarily forced to have butts in seats brought morale to an all-time low. When the 250 vaccine incentive was approved, a lot of people who were not planning on getting vaccinated did get vaccinated, making a safer workplace. Then the incentive was taken back, which resulted in people being angry that they got the vaccine under false promises and the overall feeling of lack of trust in leadership of the city. When comparing the city's response to COVID to that of the county's response, it feels as if they really wanted to keep their employees safe and are doing best to incentivize people to get vaccinated. For me, I was in the front of the line to get vaccinated when the chance came up, but I did not feel comfortable working alongside employees refusing to get vaccinated. But I also recognize that vaccine mandates didn't work and apparently are not legal. Therefore, I urge you to vote to monetarily incentivize people to get their vaccine and honor your original promise. With new leadership in general government, now is the time to show the employees that you stand with us and are turning this ship in a different direction to make us proud to work for the city again.
Appreciate you being here. I'm afraid your time has expired, Ms. Powell. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Madam Clerk, do you have any other speakers?
Yes, our next speaker is Ms. Kristen McManus.
Okay. One moment, Ms. McManus. Just clean that up for you. Welcome.
Kristen McManus. I live in the city in District 3 in Springtree. So I thank Harvey Ward for putting this on the agenda. And I'm also a GRU employee. I've worked for the city since the 90s. And I work in the control center at GRU where I keep the lights on. And it's been about a year now since that Christmas storm started when we were all working close together. And 2 of the 5 of us got COVID. And I had to work 6 weeks pretty much straight. I had like 5 hours of overtime by July in a 1-year period. And I was getting letters from my 4 kids from the teachers saying, you know, your kids they're missing you. And I'm like, I know, but somebody's got to keep the lights on. So I was only one of the 5 people that got the vaccine of the 5 of us that worked there. And I had to use my own leave. I had to use 12 hours of PTO when I got sick from getting that second shot. When the 2 people that did get COVID, they got paid the whole 4 to 6 weeks. So I think a lot of my coworkers saw that and they're thinking, you know, I got sick for getting the vaccine and I had to use my own leave. And I like the idea of the at-home test kits. I had 2 family members sick over Christmas holidays. I was online on CVS. It was, you could go to Interlochen or you could go to Chiefland, and it's 5 days. I really like that idea. And like Ariola said, I didn't get the vaccine for $250, but the $250 does help because I had to pay $100 2 times for rapid tests. And I had to use 12 hours of my own leave, and I make $45 an hour. So $250 didn't touch that, but a lot of people make a lot less money than me, and it does go a long way of helping them. So I just thank you for considering it.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Donald Shepard.
Okay. Mr. Shepard?
Yes, my name's Donald Shepard, People's Representative. I, as a People's Representative, think that this is a political scenario, and it's been proven on TV. Donald Trump is going to put a stop to this. So I think that the $250 to the people that work for the city, and there's a lot of people that work for our city through different branches. This will help, but it's still just like a Band-Aid. It's going to come and go. This is something that needs to be addressed at the start of this scenario that the Democrats have brought to be. This is just a tool that the Democrats thought of to take and hurt the public like every other thing they've done throughout Biden's year of office. As a Trump supporter, I think that this is something that needs to be squashed. We don't need to bring it into our city, make it part of our city, and that the November election is going to be very volumed. And I pray to the Lord that the Democratic office gets taken out of power because they haven't proven that they know enough to take and run the public offices, and so they should be removed. I think that this has been a asset deflection of our city, and as our city representative and choosing to run for mayor, I think that this is something that kicking down the can down the road is not needed in our city, and we need new representation. And I tend to do that within my time. And I ask that the city is very alert to this. Your former mayor, what's his name, I can't think of his name, but the former mayor, Ed Bradley, is a Republican representative, and I think that we are needed to take and do this in behalf of our Republican office to change the city of Gainesville into a Republican represented city, and we'll make the changes that are needed in the future so that we can take and have better lives and better things for our businesses. And that's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Adam, do you have anybody?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. We have several callers in the queue, the first of which is Tana Silva. Ms. Silva, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Although I disagree with mandates or bribes to get people to take the injections of any kind, it's only right that the commission would honor a commitment. Would you also compensate people who've tested positive for COVID and have immunity? Tuesday's New York Times newsletter has a heart-wrenching brief on the irrecoverable tragedy that the restrictions have inflicted on children and teenagers. The measures have been grossly disproportionate to the statistically zero risk to their health. The reporter goes through records of some of the consequences that could stay with the children and adolescents throughout their lives. And I would say an extension of that is the ungodly gun violence that we're seeing among children. It also said that the deaths are less for elders than the flu. Speaking of Omicron, the top African Health Organization chief yesterday reported that Omicron came and went in a few weeks without major harm, although only 10% of Africans are vaccinated. For everyone, the destruction to institutions and values that hold societies together is immense and needs to end. The fear-mongering needs to end. The restrictions need to end. Home DIY test of infectiousness, not whether someone was exposed in the previous 3 months. Those tests could have and should have been available for free a year and a half ago. Dr. Michael Mena of Harvard promoted that in mid-2020 as a game changer that would put people back in charge of their decisions. The focus, as the young woman said, who spoke earlier, definitely should be on more generous sick leave so people can take care of themselves and not have to go to work, not unending shots and restrictions. There's a lot more to public health than avoiding a virus. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. The next speaker is unknown. If you would please introduce yourself, we'd be grateful. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning. This is Joe Beatty, and I would suggest that rather than just these off-the-cuff decisions and the Commission's wishes and that this be looked at holistically, including views like what Ms. Tana Silver just spoke of, the possibility of sick leave changes, as she suggested, or looking at rather than a cash payout for this reduction in healthcare premiums, is your health insurance is affected by this too, and I really hope that there is thoughtful, holistic, overall consideration, and not just what we think, hope, wish, and really look at facts on all sides and information from all sources, all reliable sources, and that the city manager would take all these things thoughtfully into consideration, not just jump to what seems to be something that appears to maybe it'll be good. That's all I think about. Just talk about today. Just really, the commission makes lots of rash decisions on what they think, hope, wish, dream, desire, expect, and I'd like to see all sides of an issue in thoughtful consideration for a recommendation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Next speaker is Mr. Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, we're speaking on the COVID issue. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Telford Cartwright. Good afternoon, or good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, Madam Clerk. Yes. Now, this COVID issue or Omicron issue, as far as I'm concerned, is the continuation of this luxury, expensive roller coaster ride that many people, are sick and tired of. This pandemic, and once again, this pandemic, people like myself, we see what's going on here. Say, for example, someone mentioned gun violence or violence involving guns. Last time I checked, here in Gainesville, Florida, in Lottery County, the amount of deaths resulting in the unlawful, illegal use of firearms is more than what people. The deaths involved are more than I think the deaths of COVID.
Mr. Cartwright, we're speaking to the mission.
Yes, I am. In regards to the African American population, or quote unquote African American population, well, I often refer to many as we as the shadow people. This is a luxury ride, or this is a roller coaster ride that many of us can never afford. Seeing an uptick in violence, possibly because of the COVID vaccinations, or could it be that these are the results of? This is the result of when the people have been systematically, diabolically reduced and socioeconomic and politically unempowered or oppressed, and these are the results of those things or of that. But I think that this whole, once again, COVID Omicron is just another attempt to control we the people. Is a power zealot tactic, totalitarian, authoritarian tactic. It needs to stop. Let's focus on other things like a math and science STEM center.
All righty, Mr. Cartwright, we're at 3 minutes.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Thank
Is that my 3 minutes?
It is, sir. All righty, Mr. Mayor. That was our last caller.
Okay, thank you. We have definitely had more deaths from COVID than we have from the use of illegal firearms in our community. There was so much disinformation in that set of comments, but that one cannot go unaddressed. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to clarify with the maker of the motion, Commissioner Scott's point, this is just the one-time payment. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think if we put in the motion, actually, we'll receive a one-time $250 payment. That, because I've got out of the business of predicting the future, but I just like flu shots. It's probably like we're gonna have to get boosters, and we'll have to just see how to figure out how to incentivize that as that becomes the sort of leading question before us. Okay, so 3-part motion. Anybody need me to split anything out? Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Thank you all. Thank you, Commissioner Ward, for bringing this forward and for you all for being here to speak to this today. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk, next item.
Our next item is BD3, final report, inclusionary housing program development and an exclusionary zoning study, with the recommendation that the commission review the report and recommendations and provide direction as appropriate, including which exclusionary zoning controls Should the city amend, reduce, or eliminate, provide an expected timeline for final commission consideration of exclusionary zoning code amendments, and provide direction on the inclusionary housing program recommendations, and if appropriate, direct the city manager to develop a program implementation plan and schedule the city manager and city attorney's office to draft an inclusionary housing ordinance for commission action at a future meeting and provide additional direction as needed.
Okay, thank you. So just real quick, as way of intro, we asked HRNA, who is also assisting us with our comprehensive plan update, to take on this additional task. It has been something that the commission has been, and many members of the public who are quite focused on housing and especially affordable housing, have been discussing as possible ways to address the housing shortage that we have. I know you've heard me say it a bunch of times. I'm going to say it again. Over the last 10 years, our population grew 30% faster than our housing supply. That's an unsustainable trajectory, and we're seeing the impacts of that right now with exorbitantly high rents, exorbitantly high home sales prices, and it's not looking like it's leveling off anytime soon. So, in an effort to look at some more impactful ways to address those situations, we asked HRNA to help us with an exclusionary and inclusionary zoning study. I think it's embedded in the presentation, but I just want to be very explicit to help folks following along that might not be so familiar with those terms there, because I hear folks out there using them interchangeably, and they mean very different things, and they're very different ways to address a housing affordability issue. They are sort of presented and addressed separately here. But Mr. Persons, if you could, I think just be very explicit when you get to that point of explaining what we mean by exclusionary zoning, which is more of a historical consequence, and then inclusionary zoning, which is more a prospective tool that can be used in communities like ours to address housing. So with that, I am excited that we're to this point today. I want to thank HRNA for all the work that they did on this. It's been fantastic discussing this with them over the months, and really hoping this sort of kickstarts a concerted effort to get some of these things moving forward so we can really help the housing situation in our community. Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew Persons, Director of Sustainable Development. I don't have much to add. I did want to point the commission to the third page of the final report, which is the acknowledgement page. I did want to acknowledge and thank the commission for helping get this work to this point. I also wanted to recognize the contributions from the steering committee. They were really great. We had a lot of housing providers as well as different departments in the city that really helped pull in the same direction to get the report here today. We do have a long report and as well as a presentation, so I don't want to sort of belabor the introduction. I am going to turn it over to Christiana and Mary with HRNA to lead us through the presentation, and then we'll be here at the end to answer any questions. I think our plan is to potentially stop at the middle of after we do the exclusionary zoning part and take any questions before we move into the inclusionary housing section as well. So, and we will make that distinction between the two because, as you said, they are not interchangeable.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christiana, Mary, thank you. It's good to see you, and we'll turn it over to you.
Hi all, thanks so much. Can you see my screen?
We can, thank you.
Great. So, Board of Commissioners, Mayor, members of the public, thank you for having us today. It's been a pleasure working with you over the past 10 months or so. We're here to talk to you all about the findings and the recommendations from our exclusionary zoning and inclusionary zoning study, and we'll do our best to tease those apart, as you mentioned. And I would just like to echo Andrew's thanks of the steering committee, the Board of Commissioners, the members of the public who have guided this study. They've had invaluable insight and sort of on-the-ground experience in Gainesville. So thank you again. So we were engaged by the city of Gainesville about 10 or so months ago to analyze the causes of and potential strategies to address housing instability and racial inequities in Gainesville, particularly by looking at exclusionary land use controls and at a potential inclusionary zoning program. So we had a few guiding questions here that we stayed focused on throughout our study. First, we wanted to understand through data analysis what was actually driving housing instability and inequities in Gainesville. We then looked at how exclusionary land use controls are impacting local housing market trends. We thought through how changes to exclusionary land use controls could make housing in Gainesville more equitable. And then we considered if an inclusionary zoning policy would be a feasible and effective tool for producing new affordable housing in Gainesville. And then we thought through how do those two strategies fit into the broader housing policy landscape, and are they sort of the best way or part of a strategy to go forward to address housing instability and unequal housing outcomes in Gainesville. So the city of Gainesville has been committed to creating a path toward an equitable housing landscape. This study is additive to those efforts. So we're building on the work that's already been done. Some of the recent housing efforts are that, Gainesville put out a housing action plan in 2020 that took a comprehensive look at housing in Gainesville and called for diversifying funding sources, increased zoning flexibility, and permanent affordability in Gainesville. There has also been, a substantial housing effort within the comprehensive planning process. It's been ongoing in Gainesville. There's a Gainesville community reinvestment area that's pursued urban infill housing, affordable housing, and been working to attract investment. The Gainesville Housing Authority has partnered with private developers to subsidize permanently affordable housing. And then there's the Gainesville Housing and Community Development Department, which continues to administer funding and programs through federal funding sources. And so there are many things going on with housing in Gainesville, and we're building on this commitment to find a path forward to create a more equitable housing landscape through this specific study. So we started with an analysis of existing conditions, and we were building on the work that was done in the Housing Action Plan and the substantial analysis done there, and also work done by the Schimberg Center out of the University of Florida, and other studies that have looked at housing market trends and demographic trends in Gainesville. We found several distinct but related issues that are driving instability and unequal housing outcomes. The first is racial segregation. We found that race is a key determinant of where you live, of your access to diverse housing options and home ownership, and also the value of your home. We found that housing cost burden and extreme housing cost burden are a primary driver of housing instability in Gainesville, and that's driven primarily by low incomes. And then we found that there's unequal housing access and quality in Gainesville. That new rental housing in Gainesville has really benefited student renters, and that non-student renters have been less able to access new high quality rental housing in Gainesville. So speaking to the first driver, race is a key determinant of where you live, your access to diverse housing options and home ownership, and the value of your home. The map on the right shows the share of white households in each census tract in Gainesville. Darkest blue is the highest share, lightest blue is the lowest share. Gainesville has remained, as you can see here, extremely racially segregated. And that actually, determines some housing outcomes. White households are more likely to live in single family homes, which are typically owned rather than rented. Gainesville's Black population occupies missing middle housing, and we'll talk about this later, but those are generally buildings with 2 to 4 units at a very high rate relative to the population. This more diverse housing type has really been the typology that's supported a more racially and economically diverse population in Gainesville because they tend to be more affordable. We've also found that homes in predominantly white neighborhoods are assessed at higher values, which means that it's increasing the wealth that accrues to white households in addition to the fact that white households are already more likely to be homeowners. The second driving factor is around cost burden, and cost burden is your monthly housing costs, so either your rent or your mortgage, relative to your income. And generally, the federal government defines cost burden as paying 30% or more of your income in your housing costs. So extreme housing cost burden in Gainesville is a primary driver of housing instability. This graph on the right shows the income at which the average rental unit is affordable by race. That orange line is the household income needed to afford the average rent per unit. And you can see that on average, only white households historically have been able to afford the average rental unit. But we also found that renters across all racial groups earning less than $35,000 a year are experiencing extremely high rates of housing cost burden. Almost all of those households are housing cost burden. But we also found that race is a predictor of household income and poverty in Gainesville. So only white and Asian households earn above Gainesville's median household income. Black households make about 73% of the median, meaning that housing costs are going to be particularly expensive. And that, as mentioned, the average rental unit is currently only affordable to the typical white or homeowner household in Gainesville. So race is a key determinant of your ability to access housing in Gainesville. And finally, we're seeing unequal outcomes in terms of access to new rental housing. The student housing market, as you all know, is the strongest rental market in Gainesville. Non-student renters are not benefiting from new housing at the same rate. Student renters make up about 36% of the total renter population, but comprise 50% of the population that lives in new housing, or new rental housing, or housing that was built after 2000. The map on the right here, the red star is the University of Florida. It shows the concentration. It may be hard to see at this scale. It shows the concentration of new development in Gainesville. You can see that it's almost all concentrated around that University of Florida area and serving primarily student renters, although in recent years we've seen some more diverse typologies that are not primarily serving student renters. So this is an overview of the key drivers of unequal housing outcomes in Gainesville, and we have a detailed analysis in the report that goes through this, each of these points in more detail. So I want to talk about what we studied, which is really two specific tools within the category of land use. So there are many housing tools and programs and mechanisms that can improve housing equity and affordability in Gainesville. The Housing Action Plan looks at a lot of them. In this study, we are specifically looking at land use tools. Some other types of tools include subsidy tools. So those are things like loans, grants, and public resources to finance housing, tenants' rights tools, things like just cause eviction policies, which help preserve existing housing by helping to keep tenants in place. So those are two other large categories of housing tools that are part of a broader strategy to address housing affordability. In this study, we were really looking at some specific land use tools. Those are municipal regulations and zoning authority that indirectly impacts affordability in Gainesville because it impacts the supply of housing. And land use tools can also directly require the production of affordable units, such as through an inclusionary zoning policy, which we'll talk about. So really our study was focused on the land use category, and we want to recognize that there's a broad range of housing tools that the city can be considering. So specifically, we looked at two land use tools. The first is redressing or reducing exclusionary land use policies. And the second is implementing an inclusionary zoning program. In general, land use tools are effective at addressing the housing needs of moderate income residents. They are generally not effective at addressing the housing needs of low and very low income residents. So we want to make that clear as we're talking about this study. So redressing or reducing exclusionary policies is a strategy to try to expand housing options throughout the city and create housing opportunities for residents of all racial and economic statuses in places that households want and can afford to live in by changing land use controls. Inclusionary zoning, despite the name, is not necessarily the antidote to exclusionary zoning, but it's a strategy to produce regulated affordable housing for moderate income households in the private market by incentivizing, requiring, or subsidizing private housing developers to deliver new affordable housing when they build new market rate housing. And that can be either be on site or it can be by paying a fee in lieu payment that leads to the production of affordable housing units offsite. So these two strategies can, but don't necessarily need to work hand in hand. They're not necessarily related to each other. So while we focus on these two specific land use strategies, we want to reiterate that future housing plans should consider the full landscape of housing tools to increase housing stability. So we make recommendations in our study, and we want to present them here now on land use strategies that can help drive an equitable housing landscape in Gainesville. The first recommendation is that the city should redress or reduce existing exclusionary land use controls, with a focus on those that have the highest exclusionary impact in Gainesville, which is detailed in the report. And that includes strict lot utilization and parcel constraints, strict design and compatibility requirements, and occupancy and mobile home limitations. Our second recommendation is that the city should implement a mandatory inclusionary zoning policy that requires rental developments with at least 10 residential units to provide a 10% set aside of units that are affordable to households earning up to 80% of area median income, with a density bonus incentive of up to 30%. But based on our feasibility analysis, we also think it's important the city explores additional incentives to make sure that this policy doesn't negatively impact development, such as a synthetic tax increment financing policy that can deepen affordability and potentially create units that are affordable to a lower AMI level. So as I said, both of these strategies should be used in combination with a set of housing tools, in particular with other housing tools that are going to be better suited to address the housing needs of low and very low income Gainesville residents who have the highest housing need. And part of that recommendation is that we think that the city of Gainesville should work to identify revenue sources for an affordable housing trust fund, and also assess the possibility of deploying local subsidy for affordable housing and for lower income levels through a housing trust fund. Speaking specifically to our exclusionary land use controls findings and recommendations, we defined exclusionary land use controls as local regulations that both directly limit the types of housing that can be built and indirectly limit housing access because they contribute to prohibitive housing costs. So zoning is the most recognizable land use control, but it's also one of many tools that local government uses to control how, where, and what kind of development occurs. County and state land use regulations also matter. We're focused here on the regulations that the city of Gainesville can control. We created 3 criteria through a literature review and a review of Gainesville's Code of Ordinances for exclusionary land use controls. They directly decrease or limit housing supply in residential areas. They increase the cost to build new housing, and they limit the use of existing housing. And each of these dynamics drives disparate outcomes by race. It's important to note that changing exclusionary land use controls is an important tool for reducing racial and economic exclusion across a housing market, regardless of what other tools the city of Gainesville uses to address affordable housing. It's a baseline for creating affordability in a housing market. And it's extremely important because without reducing exclusionary land use controls, all other housing strategies and tools that the city uses are going to, and especially those that require subsidy, are going to be less effective and more costly for the city. Some additional benefits of changing exclusionary land use controls is that they don't require public funding. They increase the overall supply of housing and increase the options available to different households. They can directly help address legacies of racial segregation by driving new housing supply more evenly across the city rather than concentrating development pressures in neighborhoods where multifamily development is permitted. It reduces the ability of a limited constituency to prevent their creation of housing to meet the growing population in Gainesville. And importantly, it supports economic growth and expands the city's tax base by allowing housing supply to catch up with demand. Our recommendation is that the city of Gainesville should give the Department of Sustainable Development permission to complete an in-depth analysis for changes to the following land use controls. And I have them organized here by different outcomes. So reducing setbacks in low and moderate density residential areas, permitting lot splits in minor subdivisions, reducing minimum lot dimensions, and allowing housing typologies beyond single family, so 2 to 4 unit housing in residential districts that currently don't allow it, will help to increase the amount and type of housing in residential areas to meet a wider range of housing needs and drive down costs. Second, eliminating compatibility requirements between multifamily and single family uses and reducing expensive design standards in historic preservation districts will decrease the cost to build and maintain housing and help create a baseline of affordability. Finally, identifying additional areas to permit mobile home uses, eliminating single family occupancy limitations in low density districts, and increasing the bedroom limit in the University of Florida context area when a structure includes more than one dwelling will increase options for the use of existing housing. I'd like to stop here to take questions before we move on to our inclusionary zoning recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll start with Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for this very detailed study and report. I very much enjoyed looking over it prior to the meeting. I did have one question as to a term that you used. It was synthetic TIF. If you could perhaps go into a little bit more detail as to what that concept entails. I'd appreciate
Yeah, I'm actually going to ask if we can address that in the inclusionary zoning section, since it's part of that piece of analysis. We'll have a chance to talk about it a little bit more.
It's fine with me. Thank you.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
Okay, no other questions at this time, so please continue.
Great. I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Mary Jang.
Thank you, Christiana, and thank you for the commissioners and mayor. So I'll dive right into explaining our inclusionary zoning study. Just to get everyone on the same page, inclusionary zoning is a land use tool that requires or encourages developers to create affordable units within new market rate residential or commercial developments. And oftentimes additional incentives are provided to kind of offset the cost of providing those below market rate units. So seeing in the diagram to the right, as an example, without an inclusionary zoning policy, you might have developments that provide only market rate units, but then with an inclusionary zoning policy, here one with a density bonus incentive, you would have a larger development where those additional units help generate additional revenue for the developer, but then there's also a set aside of affordable units that are distributed across the property and are affordable to some kind of set area median income level, such as 80%. IZ policies are widely used across the nation. There are currently over 1,000 jurisdictions across 30 states that have IZ policies, and they all vary widely, whether they're voluntary or mandatory, the amount and depth of affordability that's required, whether it applies to rental or for sale development, whether there are alternative compliance pathways available, and then they all vary widely in the types of incentives that are offered. And all of these factors are kind of adjusted based on local policy priorities, housing market strength, and the specific affordability needs of different communities. Next slide. So just to kind of summarize, what the benefits and limitations of IZ are, since inclusionary zoning does not, serve every purpose, but it does have, specific benefits that are relevant to different communities. The benefits are really that IZ captures the value of land in areas where the housing market is strong. And in Gainesville, there has been steady market rate development in many areas, which suggests that there is a potential to support development of some affordable housing, making use of that existing market rate development. IZ serves households earning typically up to 80% of area median income. Sometimes IZ policy are adjusted to serve up to 120% of area median income or AMI. Sometimes it might serve as low as 50%, but typically they serve 80% across the country. And another benefit of IZ is that it does not require public subsidy, although public subsidy is sometimes provided as an incentive. But this kind of reduces the burden of local jurisdictions in using scarce public dollars. The limitations of IZ are that it does not work in weaker housing markets and submarkets because there is the risk that implementing an IZ policy would chill development activity where it's currently not really active. And so we have to kind of adjust IZ policies so that they're not overly restrictive and reduce housing supply, but instead kind of make use of existing market strength to provide additional units where it is possible. And IZ also typically does not serve the deepest levels of affordability, such as for households earning up to 30% AMI, simply because, it's very costly to provide increasingly low rent units. And, to serve those lower AMI levels would require really reducing the number of units being required within an IZ policy. But it is possible to layer an IZ policy with serving deeper affordability levels by combining the use of vouchers with properties that require affordable units through an IZ policy. And finally, there's just this need to kind of triangulate and optimize between these different competing priorities to make sure that we're designing an IZ policy that's feasible within the local market context and kind of maximizes the benefits in terms of providing affordable units. And that was really what our analysis served to do, is to test the types of IZ policies that would be feasible within Gainesville and generate the most affordable units. Next slide. So HRNA kind of focused on the first two pieces of designing an IZ policy, which is first to analyze the feasibility of different IZ policies, first by proposing different IZ scenarios to test, then to actually test those policy impacts on development profitability. We built out, different pro formas of the financial impacts of IZ on hypothetical test developments. And then we kind of identified and evaluated the different incentives that would be required to narrow the economic gap that arose from implementing an IZ policy. We also provided a set of policy recommendations on how to design a potential policy, looking at things from the depth and duration of affordability to how units would be priced, to the option for an in lieu fee. So all of these different policy considerations are detailed in our report. And then finally, to really implement an IZ policy, there are also a set of administrative recommendations that we did not get into, but those would entail, process guidelines, development approvals, and really how to administrate an IZ policy in practice, if that's the direction that Gainesville decides to pursue. Next slide. Our analysis of the financial impacts of an IZ policy finds that a 10% or 8% IZ requirement would bring project profitability below threshold return requirements for all 5 typologies that we looked at. So within Gainesville, we identified these 5 different typologies of development that have been seen in the local market in the past several years. These include large garden and mid-rise, and infill mid-rise and high-rise properties, as well as single-family rental developments. And so you can see that in the first kind of blue bar, that's where return yield on cost metrics are today. And we see that they're above that red line, which shows that return requirement. That just kind of emphasizes that these developments are being built today because they are profitable. But we see that after we introduce a 10% or 8% IZ policy requirement, the return metrics kind of fall below that threshold. And this is just to say that when you do introduce a IZ policy, you're now kind of providing those affordable units, and that brings project profitability typically below what a developer might expect to see on a new development. And that profitability gap is measured at between $16,000 to $140,000 per affordable unit, depending on the type of development.
Hey, Mary, would you please pause for a question from Commissioner Sacco?
Sure.
Hi, Mary. Quick question. This modeling that that there's a profit margin, that's not considering additional density as compensation. That's if someone wants to make 100 units and we say 10% have to be affordable, that's where you get that gap without adding density.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So this first page I'm showing is showing just purely the impact of an IZ policy without any additional incentives, just to kind of show that there likely would be a need for incentives across each of these IZ scenarios. We did then, in our later rounds of modeling, measure this profitability with the addition of a range of different incentives to see how those incentives could then fill that gap that we see here.
Thank you. Just
from a
wanted to
VCM
clarify
level.
for us and the public that this is the what's the word in science? The control. Like this is what it looks like without anything. Thank you.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you for that clarification. Great. All right. So once we found that there is that gap within that control set where we don't provide incentives, we then considered a range of potential incentives that could overcome that gap in financial expectations and returns. The ones that we ended up landing on were really additional density, which is a really powerful tool because it provides additional, revenue for developers who can then build more units on site. And it also doesn't require any public subsidy from the local jurisdiction. And our proposal is to offer up to 30% additional density, which we find covers that small return or financial gap within that 10% IZ scenario. The trade-off here is that the impact of additional density can be limited if developers are already building below existing land use regulations and density requirements. You can't necessarily simply ramp up additional density just to get more affordability because there's a limit to how useful density can be. But we think that this proposal is a reasonable level of density to provide. Another potential incentive would be to provide public land. And essentially for where there is public land to provide that is suitable for residential development, the city could issue a competitive RFP and require that developments on public land have a strict kind of set aside for affordable units. And two additional incentives that do not require public incentives and that we didn't necessarily model because they kind of are kind of softer incentives that change that are beneficial but don't necessarily provide kind of tangible measures of returns would be expedited review for IZ properties and then by right development approvals for IZ projects. So both of these are more kind of procedural incentives that come at little to no cost to the city, but they're not necessarily a but-for incentive that would shift a developer's decision to build. Some additional incentives to consider would be more kind of direct incentive dollars, so either direct subsidy or some kind of synthetic tax increment financing, essentially recognizing that tax abatement is not something that local jurisdictions can control in Florida. A synthetic TIF is basically a way to set aside local funds to kind of match the tax dollars that are being generated by a new development and using that to offset some of the costs of providing IZ units. So both the synthetic TIF and the direct subsidy come at some cost to the city and so would require kind of closer examination in terms of whether the city is willing to provide those incentive dollars to match the IZ requirements. And then a final incentive that we considered but ultimately did not recommend was a parking incentive or parking requirement reduction, given that the city is already has very progressive parking requirements that are very low, and developers are already building more than those parking minimums just to meet market demand. This would not be a meaningful incentive to simply lower parking requirements.
Okay, Mary, if you'd please pause for another question from Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is a clarifying question. So the state has a preemption or law where we have to give equal value if we do mandate affordable housing. Is that why we have to offer something in return?
That is definitely one of the motivations for looking at these incentives. There's also just kind of a recognition that you don't want to really harm the affordable housing supply that you are bringing onto the market by implementing like an overly restrictive IZ policy. And so given that we see that introducing an IZ policy does lower return expectations, these are some potential incentives to just kind of match some of that economic impact.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions on this slide?
Oh, no, please continue.
Great. Right, so running through some of those additional policy design considerations that we had, our recommendation here on the set aside and affordability is that we implement a 10% requirement for units affordable to 80% MIL levels. We do recommend that there is an option for an in lieu fee set at $120,000 to $160,000 per affordable unit, and that fee would be adjusted every 2 years. We recommend that an IZ policy applies to multifamily residential developments with 10 or more. Applied to all residential areas where multifamily development is currently being built, with an optionary voluntary opt-in for geographies outside of that, and then not making this requirement applicable to existing development. We recommend that the affordability term for these affordable units is set at 99 years, which is pretty standard across the US, that the unit pricing follows existing HUD guidelines, that the unit characteristics are set to be identical to all market rate units. Delivery of affordable units should be concurrent with the delivery of other units on site to kind of make sure that they're all delivered at the same time. And then for instances where when you apply the 10% requirement and there's kind of a fraction of a unit, when we calculate those fractional units, rounding up for over 0.5, so kind of normal rounding rules. It's kind of the range of additional policy design recommendations that we have for implementing an IC policy. Questions on this slide?
No, you're good.
Great. Sorry. Slide. So in sum, on the next steps for our inclusionary land use controls and IC policy, on the exclusionary side, the recommendation is to provide guidance to the Department of Sustainable Development on key land use code elements for revision, and then to ultimately implement those land use control changes through the land use code as needed. And on the side, there's a need to explore the priorities for affordable housing preservation and production and determine whether an inclusionary zoning policy is a high priority next step and whether Gainesville ultimately wants to implement such a policy. If not, the city should pursue alternatives to generate affordable housing units that are affordable to at least 80% AMI levels. And then if it is a high priority policy, to then kind of begin the process to implement this policy and establish an owner for its design and development. That's it. So any questions at this point?
There are not any at this point. I want to thank you both for all the work you helped coordinate. I know it was a big team and a lot of different folks offered their perspective and input to this, but we appreciate you coordinating it all and getting it to this point. Are you good with the presentation for now? Can we turn to the commission for any further questions or deliberation?
Yes.
Okay, so stick around. There may be some follow-up questions with Christiana and Mary, but we will first recognize Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the consultant report and staff and all the stakeholders that help with this. I think these are some very good tools that we need to implement to take action on our housing issues. The housing issues are getting worse. They're not getting better. Tampa, Jacksonville, Orlando were recently just ranked as the top 10 cities for rising housing prices in the country. Florida's seeing tremendous growth. And with the 3 largest cities surrounding us seeing crazy growth, there are people who aren't going to be able to afford to live there that will move here, and we'll see that effect from those cities. We're also seeing record-breaking population growth in our county. The most recent estimates from UF Beaver, which is the state population estimation kind of group that makes official estimations, they are saying that close to 6,000 people moved here since the census in the year. That will probably break the most people ever to move to our county. Close to half of those moved inside the city limits. So we are seeing, and that growth that we saw, I mean, before that was 4,500, before that it was 4,000. The population growth that we saw in the last census happened mostly in the last like 5 years. So we are seeing that's a lot of people moving here. That's a lot of homes that have to get built, and decisions on where do we allow people to live in the city? Do we not? I want to make sure that we do not become a city of just the wealthy. You can't buy a detached home in Gainesville if you make the median wage. There's not available. That's around $150,000 home. You can find homes that need a lot of work for that price, but you can't find one that's move-in ready. So it's a problem all throughout our income ranges. I think the new houses or no, houses that are getting bought have a contract on them in 5 days. It's hard to buy houses in our community, even if you are wealthy. So it's across the board, and we have to take action. There is no magic solution, but there are a lot of tools that we can use, and we need to be all hands on deck and use every tool that we can. If we don't do this, our city will become a city for just the rich. People who work here won't be able to live here, and we need to take action. I hope that we move forward with the recommendations for both the exclusionary zoning and inclusionary zoning that's been put forward, that are known steps to help alleviate the issues. I hope that the exclusionary zoning can go to the planning board and come back to the commission by April. I think that's a reasonable time. Those are just changing kind of small numbers in their code. They're not larger ones. The inclusionary zoning is a harder ordinance to write. I also think we're bringing this to the commission later this month or early next month, but I think we should also consider a general obligation backed bond that would be backed by the property taxes that would go to the voters, that would allow us to have funds for affordable housing and allow us to provide this housing for the under 80% AMI, so 60-30. I think we need to have a separate funding source for that. And I think the voters of our community would support that. But I think that's allowing us to tackle each and every one. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am really pleased to see a lot of the recommendations coming back in detail, but also the honesty that some of these things still need to be designed in terms of administrative policy and how they would go about. I definitely want to see this come back before the commission, this year. I think that we definitely have plenty of time in 2020 to both have the public discussions about what this would mean for the housing market in Gainesville, but more importantly for us to figure out the appropriate thresholds for AMI, because we do need to make sure that we're casting as wide a net as possible, because it is easier to find housing when you have lots of liquid cash, as opposed to a lot of folks in our community who don't have that liquid cash. And so, for me, I would like to see us go forward with the inclusionary zoning recommendations. There were several that were included, including the requirement for the 10% set aside for 80% AMI, that we establish the in lieu fee option, and that be reconsidered every 2 years. I didn't see anything in the recommendations for inclusionary zoning that I felt that we should not include. I was really happy to see the recommendation for a 99-year requirement for these units. The whole point of building affordable housing is that it stays affordable, and not allowing for it to return to market rate within a month or 2 months or a year, because as we know that would occur in some cases. The exclusionary zoning, I am open to. I want to see some more data in terms of, I want to see that go before the plan board, go before the development review board, and have it come back before us. Because ultimately, that policy will have a huge impact on the inclusionary zoning policy. So I want to make sure that while they're separate, that both are being worked on in concert, because they're going to complement each other at the end of the day. So I want to make sure that we give due diligence for both of them. But I would be happy to support motions that go forward with the recommendations that we've seen. I want us to pursue both tracks, the exclusionary zoning and the inclusionary zoning tracks. And it seems like there's still some data that needs to be worked out in terms of the administrative application. I want to give our staff the time to produce that information and get it back to us before we have further discussions on making that policy final. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you everyone who worked on this. There was a lot of people, it was like 20 people who put time and effort into this, but it's good work, so I appreciate that you all did that. So I think, at least on the exclusionary side, we could probably give direction to sustainable development to just already start digging into those. We know what, based on the areas that we were told to look at, we can pick which ones we definitely want to follow up on and say, go ahead, figure out options for us, bring us back options, we'll pick from the list. I know Mr. Person likes to be like, here are 3 options, here are the consequences of each option, pick one. And that's my favorite format, so thank you. I think we could definitely do that with several of these. I personally do want to look at reducing the setbacks in low and moderate density, permitting to split lots and reduce minimum lot dimensions, and to allow housing beyond single family, so that 2 to 4 unit. It's something that I think, especially that one, I think gives a lot of good. 1, it produces more housing. 2, it actually helps preserve historic housing. And it's done in a lot of older towns and cities that are university focused even. I know Ann Arbor, I would look at these gorgeous houses that were 150 years old, but they were actually an apartment for 6 units. And they were studios or 1-bedroom apartments, but it worked. And everybody had their own facilities inside their unit. That's a way to preserve historic property, make sure it stays there for our community to appreciate, but it also serves housing for more than one old lighthouse keeper who wants to keep everyone away. It makes it available for the whole community. So I definitely want to look at how we can eliminate or reduce those conditions especially. Sorry. How are you making noise? Okay, sorry. I definitely also want to look at the compatibility elements that we can take away, but not all of them. I feel that one's a very fine line to toe, if only because I think of no compatibility requirements, and I think of Soviet Russia, where everything's just like a cement block. It's like, there you go, it's housing, but it's hideous. I don't want that. I think we deserve better, our neighbors deserve better. So that's one that I would like staff's opinion on, because they are experts on this, not us. And they would know, I guess, what the more viable, tolerable extent of those options would be. As for mobile homes, I don't think anyone in the States hates Chapter 723 more than I do, but mobile homes do provide a missing middle. It does offer housing in an area to a population that cannot afford a traditional single-family home. I think what's been proposed, at least in the presentation and from conversations with Mr. Person, is not so much that we set aside this land, this acreage can only be used for mobile parks, so much as we just allow it as another allowable use on other land uses, and I'm fine with that. That's a simple correction. In addition, if somebody wants to make a mobile park, they can make a mobile park. But it doesn't demand that it be a mobile park, because then we just get back to exclusionary housing anyway. So I do really want us to give staff direction today about exploring those and coming back with options. I think that is one, I think that's the quicker of the two. The inclusionary zoning part requires analysis about funding and different policy types. That one's a little harder to figure out. And I know Ms. Curry has to be far more involved in that side. But I think Mr. Person's department could definitely do most of the work on the exclusionary part after today, if we give that direction. As for the inclusionary, I'm 100% for looking at density increases. We've tried it before. We've had developers who come to us without any requirement to do so. They come willing to do this, and we find a way to kind of close that price gap for them and giving them some density. They give us units. Up till now, they've been willing to work with partners like the Gainesville Housing Authority, so we know it is going to those most in need and giving access to a diversity of neighborhood opportunities is what I'm going to call it, rather than focusing or concentrating all affordable housing in one area or in one building. You don't know in this building who makes what amount of money, who does what. You just know that everyone lives in that building. And I think that model has worked really well for us. And it's one that we can try to put down on paper. As for the other inclusionary options, I don't hate the idea of putting a bond out on the ballot. I understand that 80% doesn't meet 80% of the population's needs. Or people who make less than 80. That's a large chunk of people. But it's a lot more expensive to make that one happen. And I think we had an example with the Lot 10 situation where we said this amount of money to subsidize units. And if we subsidized units for folks at 40% AMI, we can produce 2 units. If we subsidize for folks at 80 to 120, we can produce 12, 15 units. And it comes down to that calculation. I think the solution in that case is really to put that out on the ballot for a bond, to have our city, our neighbors say, yes, that is the direction we want to go to with irrefutable evidence. Like, that is what we are going to do. And it's not really us choosing for them at that point. As for the other policies, sorry, I'm trying to look at the other ones. I don't want to necessarily, beyond that one, I don't necessarily want to look at the subsidizing aspects of it. I don't think that is a very sustainable in the long-term option because it will require continuous funding. Even if we put a bond out, it has limits. But otherwise, I do really appreciate the work that's been done here. One of my colleagues will put out a motion. Otherwise, I will after. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate everything everyone has had to say to this point. Very much appreciate the effort that staff has gone into and that our consultants have brought to us. It is a big lift. It has been a big lift. It will not slow down. There's an enormous amount of work still to be done. And we've been talking about this since before I came on the commission. So it's not new. I don't think there are any surprise ideas in here. There are things that anybody who's been reading about housing policy has encountered. There are communities doing these things already. I'm supportive of everything that my colleagues have had to say. I support the idea of putting a bond before the people, and the people can then choose whether we want to do this or not. That gives us a pretty clear direction on what our community is looking for if we do that. I think that's a great way to start, because the reality is there used to be lots of money available from the federal government for housing. Lots and lots and lots of money. That started to tail off decades ago, and it's pretty well gone at this point. So while I have hope for better funding to come down over the next few years from the federal government, it has slowed to a trickle over the last few years. Without money, which we don't really have, we don't have a dedicated funding source for this without that bond issue, it's hard to promise that we're going to go get a lot of stuff done. So I want to kind of set some realities out there. Even if we had a big pot of money to work with right now, it's hard to get anything built. It seems like a lot is being built, but it's not really going up all that fast because it's hard to get supplies and it's hard to get people to do the work. So even if we could write a check right now to do this, it would take us years to meet the gap that exists right now in available housing, available good, affordable housing. Even market rate housing is not moving, as the mayor mentioned earlier, as fast as people are moving here. I'm not a big market guy, but supply and demand is a real thing. And as long as there are more people who want to live here than there are places to live here, it's going to be expensive to live here. So we are playing catch up, and we're going to be playing catch up for a good long while. We are not the only city in this situation. As Commissioner Santos pointed out, Jacksonville, Orlando, and Tampa are getting more expensive faster than nearly any cities, and that has overflow effect to the city of Gainesville, to the people of Gainesville. There are inexpensive places to live, but they are not near education and services and jobs, which is, I'm not saying anything bad about living in rural areas. It's a fine way to live if you can afford what that brings with it. The price tag of housing in many rural areas is much lower than it is in cities, but that's primarily because it's hard to get to work, school, medicine, etc. So there are trade-offs there. We have a responsibility to try to play this catch-up game better than we have in the past. For those who are watching or who are going to read about this and are terrified at the idea of the changes that might come into effect, I will tell you, I really don't think that those of us who are living pretty comfortable lives right now are going to see our lives be upended by anything in this proposal. It is really hard to see that would happen. Please, if you're watching and you're curious, or you're reading about this and you're curious, don't let someone come in and tell you that we're going to upend your way of life to make it easier for somebody else to live here. That isn't the plan. We can make it better and easier for people to live in our community, to welcome our neighbors without upending any of us who are comfortable right now. And I think we have the obligation to do exactly that. So I do look forward to sustainable development bringing us choices. As Commissioner Sacco pointed out, that I really like it when you bring us back, here are 3 boxes, pick one. I think that is a very useful way for us to proceed. I think it is something that gives the community an opportunity to understand what we're doing. And I would also say that it's not like we're making change today. We're asking for, or I think we're going to ask for staff to bring us back things that the community can then have a discussion about. But I want everyone to understand that the entire point of this is to make this a better place to live for all of us, not to upend anyone's comfortable way of life right now. And I don't think that is going to happen here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thanks all for your thoughts. Let me start the most simply way I can, the simple way I can. I want to legalize housing. I want to make it easier for more people to afford housing throughout our city, regardless of their income, regardless of how long they've been here, and regardless of where they want to live. Excuse me. The by far most important part of this is addressing the exclusionary zoning legacy that we have created. These are the sins of our past. When we speak about truth and reconciliation, it's fine to put markers out, important, I would say. It's fine to hold ceremonies and acknowledge the folks who have suffered. It's equally, if not more important, to change those policies that were created through those discriminatory policies and governments and attitudes that people have. So that, to me, is the biggest change we can make in our community to eliminate those exclusionary and discriminatory policies that have gotten us to this point. Now, the inclusionary part is the hopeful part. It's what can come next. What can we do to accelerate a more diverse and inclusive set of housing options for our neighbors? But they are not the same thing. And so I am enthusiastic about moving forward with getting some solid recommendations in place to address our exclusionary policies that we have had embedded in our code for a half century or more. And there's a lot of other things that we can do. I want to talk more as we move forward about the idea of floating an affordable housing bond. I do think you're correct that our neighbors will support that, but we need to help our neighbors understand how all of this will positively impact their quality of life. That they're going to have more neighbors, that their schools will be better, that they'll live in a more diverse community. There'll be better access to greater diversity of jobs, that their neighborhoods are going to be more walkable and more bikeable. They're going to be safer. More neighbors means safer neighborhoods. All of these things will drastically improve the quality of life for all of us. And we need to be able to help our neighbors understand that and see that for themselves. The affordable housing bond, what I can envision is the city creating a fund for housing vouchers that could then be administered. And I'm not trying to sort of write the thing right now, but for the city to create a fund that could be administered by the Gainesville Housing Authority. The Housing Authority administers vouchers. They know what they're doing. They just don't have enough money coming down from the federal government. I mean, it's gotten less and less and less every year. So if they had increased funding sources, they could start moving down that waiting list, that 2,000 plus family waiting list. But there also has to be the housing there for people to use. And so we've got to legalize housing. We've got to facilitate more diversity of housing to be built. From highly dense housing to the missing middle housing to housing preservation by becoming less restrictive there. And this is different. I think some folks say, well, you've got home funds or SHIP funds. Those are so highly restricted of how you can use them and where you can use them that they're just not an effective mechanism at addressing a widespread housing crisis. And so these existing programs we can keep using and looking for opportunities there, but to have a funding source that doesn't have all of those federal restrictions on them, and we can really sort of free up to address housing affordability gaps for families in a more creative way, in a sort of more less restrictive way, I think is ultimately important. And this is, I think, part of what the county's looking at too. They created their housing trust fund that has no money in it. They've looked at the infrastructure tax, which has a lot of restrictions on how you can use that money towards affordable housing. I think based on my conversations, only for the purchase of land and nothing else. And so we've got to have a more flexible funding source in there. I think the in lieu payments that folks might make should be pretty flexible. So I think you start putting these pieces together, and as we start getting more robust housing development, then you're going to have a lot more options. So anyway, this is imperative that we start moving this forward. I'm excited about the public discussion. I'm excited to share with our neighbors what a tremendous benefit this will be to our community, not just in their quality of life, but because it's the morally and ethically responsible thing to do. It is not ethically okay to continue with the same policies that have gotten us to this place in the first place. if we're going to address this challenge, we're going to have to implement different policies that are going to be more inclusive and are going to comprehensively address the problem. And that means addressing housing at all ends of the spectrum, as I think this report really started to show us. So I'm excited, and hopefully we can get this moving forward today. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor, and I agree with all of the statements by my colleagues. I'd like to put forward a three-part motion. The first part of the motion is that we direct staff to move forward on the exclusionary zoning recommendations and go to the plan board and then have that come back to the commission in April. The second portion would be to move forward on the inclusionary zoning recommendations. I'm a little worried about putting an exact timeline on that because I know that might take a little more, it's a little more work, but to come back whenever that is possible. And then third, that we have staff come back with some information on affordable housing bond and have that information come back in February.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Commissioner, would you mind adding one thing to the first part of the motion? I would also like for us to host a public workshop that's sort of more of a educational opportunity to sort of explain these things outside the plan board meeting. I'll get you 1 sec.
Yeah, I'm fine with hosting a public workshop.
Okay. Madam Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say, within the context of housing in general, you commented about the internal capacity, actually, the Housing and Community Development Office that we currently have really focuses on the administration of grants, and those grants as it relates to covering the issues that we have, they're limited. In the beginning of the presentation, the consultant identified different organizations locally, obviously, that have a stake in how a housing plan might come together for the city, but there's not necessarily right now that integration of resources and think tanking to actually have a plan before the city that would incorporate the tools that obviously have been discussed today. These are tools. They belong in a general, more comprehensive plan, which we don't have. And I'd like to actually, put on the table that kind of plan actually should be put in place, and workshops, different, forums and opportunities for not only the public, but for those organizations, excuse me for the mask and my voice going in and out. But we need to have that kind of a comprehensive planning process. Doesn't necessarily have to take a year, but we do need to have that integration of thought, not only from the public, but from those organizations that are out there that would come together in the form of a plan for the city of Gainesville relative to housing. One of the things that we will be talking about in the very short term is a senior housing strategist, an individual that would be a part of my staff that would lead the kind of planning process that I'm talking about. And again, I know process is something that, is good, and then sometimes it's bad only in the context that process does take time. But I think as we start to talk about, inclusionary and exclusionary zoning, both important tools. The exclusionary is probably a lot easier for Andrew and his staff to address, as you've mentioned, for obvious reasons. The inclusionary piece is that piece that allows for the process that I've talked about to actually include the community and those individual organizations that are already out there doing what they can in this space. We do need to bring that together. And even though we may move the process forward a little faster by Andrew's shop addressing that exclusionary piece, I would like for us to slow down just a bit to allow that plan to come together. So as we talk about this, we're not talking about it, in a fashion that is not comprehensive in nature.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, did you want to, you still have the floor, so if you wanted to respond to anything.
Yeah, I think these are these are steps. We have a housing action plan that we approved. I think this allows for, we've been talking about these things for 4 years. So I think these are all coming together from different sides. So I think that is I think it is part of our plan. Our housing action plan called for these actions. So I think this is coming together. I think having the the outside, or having a workshops to kind of explain to the public, definitely like the report and why these things are there. So I think they can all come in together.
That's fine. I'm new again, and I know that there are a lot of advisory committees that are already out there, that have already been doing work. I've heard many of them Friday even coming, into this position. So I know the conversations have occurred. I've just not seen that comprehensive plan, if you will, that represents, all of the thought that goes into doing that. I haven't seen a plan.
And I think, Madam Manager, the dedicated staff person to help guide and oversee this is important, and that's what I referenced earlier. And so, whether you have the internal capacity to sort of reclassify positions to make that happen, or you need to come back to the commission. Yeah, and so I think that's, from an administrative point of view, what's really important is that you have that person that can then start sort of leading the management side of bringing the folks together and collecting the information and hosting the sort of public outreach
Right.
that'll be necessary. So I think we're rowing in the same direction.
Right. I'm not trying to slow anything down. I'm just trying to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am in support of the motion. I want us to take what the manager has said very seriously because I just want to share a little bit of experience that I have. We talked a little bit about how we're trying to both correct systemic ailments and to create hope for the future. That's a tall order, obviously. And so I think that we have to consider the word capacity because we're not just passing these policies and then calling it a day. These are going to be policies that are administered. The types of relationships and conversations that are going to happen are going to require more staffing time and commitment, whether that means reclassifying or adding new staff. The experience I want to mention, I had a really, one of the most memorable conversations I had with an elected official was actually not in this country. It was with the mayor of Cambridge, England, who, comparable city when you're about 800 years younger, but similar situation, large university, military footprint just outside of the area, and similar populations. And of course, the government in England is very different from the government in Florida, whereas the government in Florida has an affordable housing trust that it frequently uses for everything except affordable housing, whereas the government in England gives affordable housing money to each shire, as they call them, not cities. And then they are supposed to meet quotas. Every year, every 5 years, they're supposed to meet quotas of affordable housing that gets built with that money. So anyway, to bring it back to the conversation about capacity, there was a massive office with a massive budget to the tune of about 38 million pounds, which converting to dollars is somewhere in the neighborhood of 70 million. Obviously, we're not talking about that kind of a size of a budget because most of that money, as I said, came from the government of England, not from the state government that we serve under here. So the point being said, we are going to have to address our own capacity to scale up a lot of these programs. They're going to have to happen in a manner that I think, if we're being honest as commissioners, we're going to have to lean on the expertise of our professionals to sort of guide us through that and what that capacity scaling looks like. Because as important as it is to pass both of these, and I want to make sure that even though, from what I've heard from commissioners, there seems to be some eagerness to pass the exclusionary zoning element first because it requires, I think, less new work, and that's fine. But I want to make sure that we're committed to passing both. I think both absolutely need to be passed in the context of a larger housing plan. I think that's the capacity conversation. We can't pass these two items without having a conversation about the capacity to implement our full housing action plan, which I think is what the manager was referring to, that we haven't had that conversation yet. It's very important for us to do that. I think we can give the direction today to go forward with these items, so long as the commission is cognizant that our staff are telling us and our manager is telling us that we're going to need to have that conversation, and right now is not the appropriate time to do that because we've got a separate report dealing with two separate policies. That's an internal capacity discussion, and it will be necessary because as I mentioned, my conversation with the late mayor, he emphasized the importance of that office in terms of the relationships that are formed with folks who are building housing, folks who need housing, and then folks who are just trying to get some help to figure it all out, who are moving here to the city. So I just wanted to make that comment, and I appreciate the maker of the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I would just want to say, just finally, I'm sorry, I don't want to prolong it. Thank you, Commissioner Ariola, for saying that. And I just, again, want to tie this back to a conversation that was had at another meeting where Commissioner Ward brought to the fore the Public Housing Agency and the opportunity for us to partner and help to build on our capacity. And I just put that into play because, again, that's what I'm talking about, making sure that we're pulling everything together.
Absolutely. Thank you. Commissioner Suckling.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Madam Manager. It's a great segue to what I want to add as a seconder. Could we add, as we ask for information on bonds, could we also ask on city-sponsored voucher programs, since we're already exploring how to help that under 80% AMI?
Yeah, I'm open to that conversation. And I guess
I just
when it brings back that
about
bond, yeah. I think it would be the housing vouchers, building new housing. What are the partners? What are there regulations that what can we use those funds for or not? I know that it's under state laws. There's some restrictions. So yeah, so I think that having that on there would be great, and then other options as well.
Also, to the point about a comprehensive plan, I agree. I want there to be like one overarching policy for every item we do, like how do we do things, and leave a blueprint for the future, because we all eventually leave and or die. It's true. We won't be here like 60 years from now. The city will be. So I do want to have plans in place and a method to go do this. That's the exclusionary one can be done quickly. It's more about small policy and rewriting our city code. So that falls to Mr. Nee. I'm sorry. But the inclusionary takes a lot more creativity and thinking. So we are doing them at the same time. It's just one's on a shorter race. One's running a 5K and one's running a marathon. So we're gonna start at the same time. Just inevitably, one's gonna be faster to finish. But that's it. I do want us to explore that how do we get a final plan? But I don't want perfect to be the enemy of good. I don't want us to wait until we have that plan to say now you may go do the exclusionary part when that can be done in a couple of months. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few hopefully quick things. I gotta say, I always feel about twice a year like we're at the beginning of this process. Over and over and over again. And part of that is because we don't have a unified plan. I don't want the plan to be the enemy of getting things done. But a plan really, it would be nice to have a document where we could say, we've done this piece. We still have these 18 pieces to go, because I'm going to remind everyone that getting ahead of the catch-up game that we're playing is not going to be one thing. It's not going to be two or three things. It's a whole long list of things, some of which we frankly have done over the last 4 or 5 years, many of which remain to be done, and it will take many more years to get caught up if we ever do. I think we talked about last year, and I'm pretty sure we funded the idea of a housing czar, for lack of a better term. Somebody whose job it is to be the housing person at the city of Gainesville, not the grants administration piece that we have that works very well. Right. And I want to say I was approached by, and some of you probably were too, by a member of our housing, I forget the name of the advisory board, but it's essentially the one that works with our, it's an affordable housing advisory board. The official name escapes me. She resigned because she didn't feel like She was doing anything except rubber stamping acceptance of grants, which is very important work and is mandated work, but is not the same thing as housing policy. She has great ideas and things she would like to help with, but we don't have a venue for that. We literally do not have an advisory board that our neighbors can say, hey, I'm really interested, I've done a lot of work on this, I want to be a part of that. So I'd like to see us consider, I'm not making any kind of recommendation today on it, but I want us to consider an opportunity, a place where we can get good advice from citizens, from neighbors on housing other than this mandated advisory board, which doesn't meet that at all. But, and I want to thank our staff who works in our housing department currently, as well as folks who work in our sustainable development departments. You're doing these jobs that are in addition to your actual job. And I appreciate that, but we've got to build out an infrastructure that gets the job of housing done, so that they can work with you on your actual jobs, and we can actually move this stuff forward. So, all right, I'll stop talking. Thank you.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I know Ms. Curry came in kind of just a month ago, almost. Hasn't even been a month yet, or? It's been 2 going on 3. Oh, okay, really? 2? Okay, all right. But we do have the Gainesville Housing Action Plan was a multi-year effort plan that we have adopted recently, and it does call for kind of all the different tools, and this is one of the tools in that plan. So I feel like we have a plan, and we're implementing that plan by moving these things forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Got a motion on the floor. Let's go out for public comment. I just want to remind everybody, we have a time certain at 1, so if commissioners need to sneak away and do whatever, I'm expecting public comment to probably take us up till 1, so we might not get a break. Madam Clerk?
Our first speaker is Mr. Nathan Scott.
Hey, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Poe, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So for those that are watching, Commissioner Ward asserted that there isn't a dedicated funding source for affordable housing without bonding. That's yet another false narrative from Commissioner Ward and the Gainesville City Commission. If you're watching, you need to know the truth, not misinformation. The truth is that the city of Gainesville had $32 million of federal American Rescue Plan funds as a dedicated funding source that could have been used for affordable housing, but you chose to squander the majority of that money. How many affordable housing units could have been built with $32 million, Mayor Poe? The city could have built its own self-supporting affordable housing complex with this amount of money, but the City Commission squandered this funding source on everything other than affordable housing, and now you claim you need a taxpayer-funded housing bond. The $32 million of ARP funds represented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to address critical problems facing the city of Gainesville. Again, how many affordable housing units could have been built with $32 million of federal money? Unfortunately, the Gainesville City Commission squandered the ARP money. 50% of it went to nonprofits and has been earmarked for broadband. That's not affordable housing. 50% of $32 million, poof, gone. Where's the fiscal responsibility? Beyond the ARP funds, the city also has unspent SHIP funds from FY17, 18, and 19. You're not putting every penny you have towards affordable housing. So again, it's a false narrative. In summary, the city has squandered $32 million, the majority of $32 million that could have been used to address affordable housing, and now they want a taxpayer-funded bond to offset their failure to optimize the use of federal funding. That's another example of poor governance from the mayor and the Gainesville City Commission. With respect to inclusionary zoning, you seem to be recommending a policy that brings profit level below the threshold that would lead to the units being built. Having a developer pay $1 million in lieu of for building housing in Gainesville, that sounds like a great plan to increase housing. And to really understand this problem, you need to commission studies that separate the student population and housing desires and income from the permanent population, but you always lump these two together. Again, one political faction has run city government for over 20 years. How did you fail to address the affordable housing problem that's now become a crisis of your own making? You had $32 million of federal money and you squandered it. But now you want another taxpayer-funded bailout. I'm not saying the voters wouldn't approve it because it's a worthwhile source. But before digging into the pockets of taxpayers and asking for another bonding issue, you had $32 million that you could have been used to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, we spent $25,000 so far out of ARP money. $25,000 is what we've expended. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. Donald Shepard.
Shepard, welcome.
Hi, my name is Donald Shepard. I'm the people's representative, and I thank Mr. Scott for bringing this issue to the light. We had a realtor, and she should have been here. I appreciate if she'd come. I'm thinking of her name, but it's not coming out. But she's well known. Peggy is one of them. Tehi, and the other realtor I known for over the time I've been here in Gainesville, but I can't think of her name for the life of me. But what is going on here is exactly what has been stated. We need to get realtors in here to work with our manager and with the commission to take and address the real problems. And homeowners also that own houses in the city of Gainesville. When we're seeing bluntness within our city, why? It's a question should have been asked. We're seeing people parking old cars and stuff in their yards, and then the coast department issuing them sums. This needs to stop. We need to take and address items that are taken and important for our city. And this has been kicking the can down the road. We need to stop this. We need to address the issues of homes and the slumness of these people that live here. Why are we allowing this kind of character in our city? This needs to be addressed. I mean, you blame it on the east side for years. No, it's on individuals in the east side and within our city that have done this. And right over here on 2nd Street is a big item of it. When a person's items are getting moved out on the street, 3rd Street is another area that is one of the items that are not addressed. They blame the realtors. No, it's not the realtors. It is a homeowner, and it is the people of our city that is causing this blatantness and this, and also our tree department. The person on the tree department cutting down 9 trees and not even having a permit. There's so much going on here that needs to be addressed, and I hope we're able to do that within the upcoming year. I appreciate the city manager's comments. I think they're very delightful, and we need to use her education to help us move forward. And I thank Mr. Santos for bringing that up, and Mrs. Sacco. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. Madam Clerk, who's our next speaker?
Our next speaker is Mr. Colley Blount.
Okay. Welcome.
Mr. Ward is correct. I can tell you from my work with the Alachua County Housing Authority, every year the federal government asks us, what will it take to maintain your programs and properties? And then they tell us what percentage of that we're going to get. They don't say they're going to support it, but tell us what percentage, and that percentage is headed into the 70s. So that source is not reliable. You already talked about the Sadowski Fund, so the state source is not reliable. And your local budget, if the city and the county spent their entire annual budgets, they couldn't build enough affordable housing. So we do not change this historic bad legacy without the involvement of the private sector. That's why inclusionary zoning is so essential. But I have, because of that housing authority connection, I've seen a lot of research by NARO, the National Association of Housing and Redevelopment Officials, NLIHC, the National Low Income Housing Coalition, that deal with the practice and theory of inclusionary zoning from dozens of places all around the country. And some things in this study need to be changed according to those areas of study. For instance, talking about dealing with 80%, the people below 80% of area median income, the amount of people under housing pressure, that is spending way over 30% of their income for housing issues. The amount between 80 and 100% is important, but there are vastly more people between 50 and 80%. And in the typical language of inclusionary zoning and many other public subsidy programs, the cutoffs they usually talk about are 30, 50, and 80%. I don't know where they came up with 60% on this this work when they said if you go below 80. It should be down to 50. And it was interesting that they talked about the obstacles presented by a limited constituency. That was a very clever reference to the voices of NIMBY. And in lieu payments are actually another manifestation of NIMBY, because you pile up some money, but you're having developers pay to keep a particular area an elite income profile, or not a mixed income profile. But in fact, vast areas of single family zoning is itself exclusionary. Now, I salute Gainesville Housing Authority for putting forth a mixed income project, but I was worried at the outset that they're setting the bar low. This proposal talks about 10%. It should be 20% inclusionary zoning. I'm not going to get enough time to cover all the topics, but the set of incentives that they're talking about, our people in planning should have a deja vu, because you've been offering those for decades, but they were in a drawer like mushrooms spoiling in the dark until that guy came along.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. John Wise.
Okay. Welcome.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. I'm John Wise. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm from Community Spring. First off, I'd like to say thank the HRNA and the city staff that worked on this report. It's absolutely fabulous. The conversation is to this point, especially with respect to the inclusionary zoning. I'm up here today to encourage the commission to include some language in the motion that would possibly encourage city staff to investigate going below the 80% AMI. I understand that some tools were presented, specifically in the third point about bonding and local vouchers. That's absolutely fabulous as well. I do want to point out that it is important that we encourage city staff explicitly to investigate going under 80% AMI. 80% AMI will help a lot of people, but as the report itself pointed out, AMI for black families is 73%. So at 80% AMI, you have the potential of your inclusionary zoning policy, if you don't dip to at least 73%, can still be exclusionary for a vast proportion of our population. So I'm just hoping that you'll include that and look at going lower than 80. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for your information, there's no hard line at 80. We're not saying only 80 and up or below. It's going to be much more broad than that. So we can have that discussion for sure as we move it forward. Madam Clerk, anybody else signed up?
Yes, we did have Ms. Sheila Payne. I don't see her in the room. I don't know if she's down in room 16 or she may be on our phone lines.
Yeah. Adam, do you have Ms. Payne calling in to us?
I do, and in fact, she's the first caller.
All right. Very good.
You want to turn to her right now?
Sure.
All righty. Ms. Payne, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, so the Alachua County, thank you. The Alachua County Labor Coalition supports the inclusionary-exclusionary policy as drafted. The mandatory regulated subsidized housing units in new construction. As many people have said, we are seeing a lot of families become homeless. The raise in rent
in this community at the start of the year was $200 a month for all units. So we would suggest that you go below 80% to the 30 to 50% AMI. There are not enough vouchers. I have met in the 83 units in Pine Ridge, the families we helped, only 2 had vouchers. They all wanted vouchers. I also agree that it should be more than 10% affordable housing in the units. I mean, we've already allowed so much building in the UF corridor where I don't know what they got for all those density bonuses, but I didn't see any affordable housing. I think that we need to partner with nonprofit developers to build some affordable housing. It's happening all over the country. And those units do need to be kept affordable for the life of the building. 99 years is a great amount. Tax breaks. Many of the affordable housing developments that were built in Alachua County at one time are now being bought by for-profit corporate developers and landlords. Those units are also being jacked up in rent. They're being renovated for hopeful student occupancy. The ACLC, we have charts showing evictions and non-renewals during COVID. All the people they were getting rid of were families. We also support the 1/2 cent tax increase to be put on the ballot for dedicated housing. I don't know about the bond, but I know there's been talk for a year about a 1/2 cent increase, and we would support that. And we're also asking the city to seek out distressed housing, like the 83 units at Pine Ridge, to try to buy and renovate. They're in terrible condition. These could be renovated and provided for affordable housing. The ACLC supports the 15 goals of the City Affordable Housing Initiative. We also support the goals of the Neighborhood Preservation Initiative.
Thank you, Ms.
We
Payne.
support Community Land Trust.
Ms. Payne?
Thank you, Ms. Payne.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks for calling in. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody else signed up? Okay. Adam, we've gone through the speakers who have signed up here. Do you have anybody else on the line?
I do have at least 3 and at least 2 more who are calling in. The next in the queue is Mr. Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright on housing, please go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Madam Clerk, City Manager. My name is Telford Cartwright. Now, all of this, the first speaker, there was, I think the first speaker mentioned the word race about 30 or 40 times. Is race relevant or an issue in regards to the constant, it's like keeping it alive, or the word, or I thought the focus is affordable housing. Can you all address these issues without implementing, injecting the word race? You know, this is sickening. And Mr. Poe, Mayor Poe, in the past you've mentioned a word called intelligentsia. Let me read the meaning of the word intelligentsia. It's intellectuals who form an artistic, social, and political vanguard or elite. As far as I'm concerned, this is another big government, liberal Democrat scheme to increase taxation, and also an attempt on behalf of GRU as well to pocket watch and then poverty pimp. Say, for example, my utility bill, or my inflated utility bill last month, was $425. So how could there ever be affordability? So what you all are doing, especially you, Mr. Poe, is building a environment to appease, to appeal to a higher tax base. Say, for example, those who are running from California, Washington, Minnesota, Connecticut, New York City, Boston, Massachusetts. So, once again, all this lip talk, I want those who are in attendance and those who are watching and listening wherever they may be to know that all of this is just an attempt to increase taxation and the size and scope of the city government at the cost of the hardworking taxpayer. It's going to be subsidizing. And also, you're given the fact that
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright.
Mr. Cartwright, that's about time, sir.
Adam, if you have
Mr.
our next
Cartwright, we're
caller.
done. Yep, gotcha. Tana Silva is up next. Miss Silva, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm sorry we all get just 3 minutes to try to talk to the city commission about such an important subject. In July 2017, the mayor is quoted in the Sun as saying, Gainesville has an overabundance of affordable housing, but it's just in the wrong place. That's the contention behind this 30-year-old theory from the Clinton administration. The same month, form-based code was passed and Seminary Lane was put on the market at high-density zoning, and the mayor said housing between UF and downtown needed to be for UF faculty, staff, and other people. Displacement from high-opportunity Black neighborhoods has only accelerated to the point they are no longer majority Black or affordable for less than middle-income residents. Zoning was not and is not the problem, and more new apartments aren't the solution in a city with critically low homeownership. The city has enough zoning to last for decades, and now it has form-based code as well. It did away with single-family zoning in 2020 by allowing 3-story triplexes citywide. State law requires compensation for affordable units, making this proposal ridiculously expensive and onerous on the city. Don't have an educational opportunity to teach the ignorant public. Educate yourselves by listening to the many dedicated people in the city who have every reason and right to participate in making these important decisions. The commission hasn't done anything close to that since the One Real Commission Summit in July 2018, then leaped to GNV Rise, which is all this is about. And the commission did not approve the Housing Action Plan. Look at the consent agenda item in November and see that you approved setting up a meeting on the Housing Action Plan. The housing department is understaffed and underfunded. The city just gave $1 million for maybe someday possible condos on Lot 10. This $250,000 report from New York doesn't say anything new, and neither do the preachy commission remarks about it being based on faulty analysis, blaming racist NIMBYs, and overstating the growth rate. The main points were in Gainesville Rise, and it doesn't have the fine-grained mapping and information that Florida Housing Coalition and especially Schimberg Center produced for the city in 2018 and 2019, such as the lack of 50% AMI, not 80% housing. And the most urgent need is preserving existing housing, including mobile and manufactured homes. This report relies, and the theory relies on construction of new apartments that concentrate ownership and further skew the already low homeownership rate. The recommendations all point to huge expenditures by the city to begin to make a dent in
Thank you, Ms.
housing
Silva.
people making 50% of area median
Silva?
income.
I think we're finished.
Thank you. Goodbye.
I know I'm going to mispronounce the name of this next individual, but Momfosa is next in the queue. Momfosa?
This item is very urgent, should not be delayed because the bad model is rolling forward. Your first reading items 1, 2, and 3 today are going to be more of the
Mr.
bad
Blount,
model
Mr. Blount, you
accept-
can't get two bites at the apple. I'm sorry. You can't do one in person and one on the phone. But we'd be happy to talk with you more about this. I know that you have a lot of interest in this topic. Adam, do you have anybody else?
This time, it does not look like we have anybody on the line. The floor is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you. Back to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I would like for it to explore 60% AMI and really kind of anywhere the AMIs that can make it feasible and make it work. So, Secretary's okay with that, yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, I think that part is the harder part, and it's going to take more time to look at the sort of different trade-offs with, you know, how you move that lever and what the subsidy takes. All right, so all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. To be continued for sure. And Madam Clerk, that puts us right on the post for our 1 o'clock time certain.
It sure does. BD4.
What's that? We will do general public comment, but we have a time certain item for 1 o'clock. So that takes precedence, and then once we finish that, we'll go to general public comment. Thank you.
Our next item is BD4, Eastside Grocery Store Development Project Update and Discussion with a recommendation from city staff. City staff and outside consultants have reviewed the project and supporting documents. It is not the staff's recommendation to the commission to pursue this agreement. It is the staff's recommendation to the commission to not pursue this agreement. During the review process, city staff were informed that the proposed grocery store anchor tenant withdrew from the project. Further, there is limited evidence to provide confidence that this project would be successful. More details are provided to the commission in the update on due diligence.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager, is there anything you would like to share at the beginning of this conversation?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. On the meeting of December 6th, staff was directed to go back, working with Mr. Washington, the developer for the East Side Grocery Store, to pull together whatever due diligence had been pending. The project had been paused for, I believe, 90 days. That 90-day time frame ended around 12/1. We were looking to receive the additional feedback. I believe the chamber was to be working with Mr. Washington on that. We did not receive any additional feedback relative to that pause period for the community engagement piece. But as we moved forward with the questionnaire and the other elements around due diligence, we did conclude that it was not in the best interest of the city to move forward with the proposal that had been provided by Mr. Washington. We notified him of such. Staff took a look at all of the documents that had been submitted along with any of the other documents that they had gathered in that due diligence process, contacting references and the project in the Ocala area. It is important to note that as much work as we did over the break in order to prepare for today's meeting, we just really did not have the information, the documentation necessary to make the recommendation for the board to actually approve the funding. And so hence, the recommendation today is not to go forward. I'd also like to add that yes, we did utilize PFM. They are on retainer already by the city of Gainesville for instances like this for staff to be able to utilize and access. So we did not spend additional monies reaching out to a financial consultant to review this project. We reviewed it, we reached our own conclusions, and we simply wanted to have another wraparound just to make sure that we had not left anything out, since the city does not have a process to review unsolicited proposals. And we actually were able in that reach out to PFM, who were very helpful, to just give us some information to start that process off, because I know that the board has asked for that. And it is our intention to be able to provide that item to the board for approval, hopefully a couple of meetings from now, as it relates to the unsolicited proposal process. Back to the recommendation. It is our recommendation that this project is not ready for staff review to say yes And so therefore, yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, this is not a project that we are recommending that the board approve at this time. It is not ready.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from the commission at this time? I was going to invite Mr. Washington to come up and address this if he would like to. Would you all like to wait for his comments? Okay, Mr. Washington, you're welcome to address the commission at this time. And actually, I'm sorry to interrupt, but before you get going, there's some new faces in here. If you would like to speak to any item on our agenda, or if you'd like to speak at early public comment, which is to future items on the agenda, so you can speak now and not later when the item comes up, or if you want to speak for general public comment, which is for anything you want that's not on our agenda, there's some comment cards as you walk in on the tables here. Just fill it out, tell us what you want to speak to, and then the clerk will call you up in order of when you fill that card out. So just take that card, let us know what you want to talk about, and hand it to the clerk, and she'll get you going. Sorry to interrupt you. I didn't want to get in the middle of something and then all these new folks that walked in have to explain that later. But the time is yours now, Mr. Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commission, City Manager Curry. My development group was invited in by the state rep to try and bring a grocery store to East Gainesville, the food desert there, because we were successful in bringing 2 different grocery stores to a similar food desert in Ocala. So because of that, and we learned that that you've been trying for quite some time to get a grocery store in that food desert, and that 2 grocery stores went there and failed. It's awfully difficult to get a grocery chain to come into a food desert, number one. Number 2, it's difficult to get a grocery store to come into a food desert that other grocery stores have failed in. I prayerfully went about that task though, and as I said, we secured a lease in Ocala for the food desert there, for Bravo. So I tried to recruit, did everything I could do to recruit Bravo to come to East Gainesville, into the food desert. Now it was not an easy task, because grocery stores look at the number of occupants around that grocery store. Grocery stores typically want to have about 50,000 residents around their grocery store. As you know, there are about 5,000 in East Gainesville. So to try to convince them, when they had already said no years ago, as every other grocery store has said no, because of that, I convinced them to come into East Gainesville, as many of you know. And I met with the owner of the plaza. I currently have an option on the plaza. I obtained that option. And then, of course, as you know, I presented that to the city, former city manager, Lee. And after that process, it has just been the most outrageous process and demeaning process that I was frankly embarrassed. Because when we went into the suggested community engagement with Bravo, you would have thought that we were trying to bring weapons-grade uranium over to East Gainesville, the way that we were treated. There were community meetings in which people asked for or said things like that I consider to be racist. To say, what would a Hispanic group know what black people want to eat? Things like that. And during this process, Bravo was sitting right there listening at this. Bravo also heard one of the commissioners say publicly that they don't want Bravo. Now, this is after I spent the time to try to convince them to come to East Gainesville. One of the commissioners said, we don't want Bravo. We want Publix. Okay, we want Hitchcock's. Okay, that is an unfair playing field, right? So subsequent to that, we heard many more inflammatory things. And Bravo heard many other inflammatory, and yet they hung in there. And I convinced them to hang in there. But finally they got to the point, they got to the point where enough was enough. And I can't blame them. I just can't blame them. I couldn't blame them at all. And I thank them for hanging in there that long. Also, with the due diligence, we were given 2 days after all the time and effort that we spent developing this project, coming to Gainesville, working with people, talking with contractors, talking with the tenants. We spent countless amount of time, and we were given 2 days to complete a 20-part due diligence summary. Now, 2 days, and this is during the Christmas season. How can you expect people during Christmas to complete a 20-part due diligence statement in 2 days? That's not fair. And we were awarded the RFP. The RFP process, we went through the process. We were the only ones who submitted. We were later told that another grocery chain wanted to come, but they never submitted. And I simply think that 2 days is not enough time. So if the report is that our due diligence was incomplete, it's incomplete because we were only given 2 days. And I don't know, but I think that may have been the final straw with Bravo. I would ask the commission for 30 days to try to convince Bravo to come back. And the way that I would try to convince Bravo to come back is that I would present to them the surveys that were received yesterday from the chamber, in which 92%, there was a 92% favorable on this project. Just got it yesterday. 92% of the residents apparently are in favor of this. And I'll present that to you. I'll send you those results. So I would try to convince Bravo that the people that were attended the Zoom calls and said the things that they said were only a small portion of Gainesville, and they do not speak for all of Gainesville. They were just a small group that had their own agenda, but they're not about. Gainesville is better than that. Gainesville is a better community than that, and I'll try to convince them that, and I'll show them the 92% approval rating for this project. So that's what I would like to do today. Ask for that time to try to bring them back.
Okay, thank you for sharing all that with us, Mr. Washington, and appreciate you taking the time to be with us today. So we do have a recommendation by staff. Any commissioners want to weigh in or make any motion? Commissioner Sacco. And Ms. Washington, you could have a seat. If they have any questions of you, just stay at the ready and we'll call you back up.
Okay,
thanks.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Mr.
Sacco.
I think we're gonna need the podium clean. Ms. Griffith, could I ask you some questions? I think you were lead on the due diligence, am I correct?
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Ms. Curry.
Sure, and Ms. Griffith has been the lead on this, and I wanted to draw the commission's attention to the backup material and the checklist that is in the backup. I was going to outline that, but Ms. Griffith can do that, and she can speak to the timeline that's involved that will make it clear that the 2 days that were referenced earlier needs to be put in context.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Curry. Ms. Griffith, welcome.
I don't know if you want to address that checklist before, for the audience and the commission.
Your choice.
Go ahead.
I would like for you to, please.
Okay, thank you. So one of the items in the backup is a 2.5-page document that explains the major milestones that we were looking for in the package and what we received in our city comment. So a couple, just to start out, what are the named partners we received? At least 3 different Partnership documents and recognizing who was the partnership, we were unable to verify those in Sunbiz. References were not necessarily professional, but more general. Explanation on incentives was a bit unclear. The response was vague. Past work of projects that were similar in character and complexity, we didn't receive any. There was often reference to the Ocala project was not executed. The community engagement was supposed to be extended during the 90-day pause. There was a limited effort by the Chamber of Commerce in partnership with the developer. The city has not seen that methodology or the results. We only saw what the survey looked like. A demonstration of experience in previous complex agreements. We received a acquisition and development agreement with the city of Ocala. It was not executed or signed. It was also dated from 2016. We never received an updated copy. We'd asked if there had been any market studies, gap analysis, environmental or feasibility studies about the property. None were conducted and none were received. We asked if there was an appraisal of the property. None was conducted. The city is unsure of the market value of the property. We asked if there was a multi-year business plan. None was submitted. Recruitment plan for additional tenants beyond the grocer in the plaza. None was submitted. We asked for part of the pro forma. How is the revenue? What were the assumptions on what the revenue would be expected to come in? None was submitted. Should I keep going? All right, plan for sustainability for combating, plan for sustainability for making successful the grocery store in there, recognizing there'd been 2 failures. None was submitted. Details on the pro formas, high-level pro formas were submitted, but items like what was the expected cost of electricity was inaccurate, to say the least. How would things like the roof and HVAC and all of those sorts of things be maintained? Those were woefully insufficient. Financing plan and the structure and all forms of debt. So since the city was being asked to put in money, we felt that we needed to have insight into what the whole structure of the financing would look like. None was submitted. Let's see. Projections on other material, or what other lenders and what equity investors would be included in the deal. We didn't receive anything specific to this particular project, but we're given projects, what it was looking like in the Ocala project. Asked for architectural drawings and renderings, which is sometimes what we see in other projects when none were submitted. Clarification on what incentives were being asked for so that we knew which developer and what the partners were in the development. We got very unclear documentation about who the actual partners were and who the city would be dealing with. We asked what permits, approvals, and consents and other agreements that the developer had anticipated that they would need from the city. We received one, which would be the certificate of occupancy. Let's see, 19, any additional concessions, leasehold interest and license agreements, which should be completed by any other entity or third party. None are received. Flow chart of relationship between the developer and the other entities. None was submitted. There was narrative explaining what the relationship would be, but it was not very clear. We asked for 5 years of financial statements for the development entity itself. Since the development entity of the multiple ones we received, they were all new. Therefore, the history was none. List of pre-construction professionals retained. Of the professionals that were listed in the documents, based upon phone calls and checking of those references, none had been retained. Only conversations had occurred. List of description of any pending or threatened claims, lawsuits, or arbitrations and investigations. All the responses we received were favorable, but the city, based on the timing, was unable to verify them. Purchase and sale agreement or option to purchase a property. We never received the complete document. We only received an addendum. Leases of current tenants in the plaza, we did receive those. If the plaza is to be managed by a professional management company, please submit a draft. We did not receive that. None were submitted. Evidence of bankruptcies or other finance issues over the past 10 years, no evidence, none was submitted. Identify all milestones and preconditions necessary to proceed with the development. We did receive those. And the entity signing the promissory note would have been solely Mr. Washington. So that was our due diligence documents and process. If you'll notice in the backup, there was a very extensive timeline. We've taken key milestone dates and put them in a presentation so you could see. On 11/22, repeating on slide 2, one of his partners and a developer, we received notification through the city manager that she officially dropped out. And then in due diligence, with talking with the anticipated grocer, we received an email that he would no longer be affiliated with the grocery store.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Griffiths. And I also think Commissioner Sacco had
Oh, yeah.
questions for you
Sure.
as well, but thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you for that. So I think I'm going to start with, I'm really disappointed because I want this to work. I don't think anybody here doesn't want this to work. I'm asking you because you've been between both city managers, so you're the constant here. The due diligence questions that we sent in August, and then in December we sent along for update, did those change substantially? Or was it roughly the same information being requested?
Roughly the same information with clarification from the first round. In the second round of questions, more just clarification.
I'm going to stick in August. The August ones we requested, they submitted. Did we at that time send back requests for clarifications or any notes on that submission?
No, because the files had started and the city manager at the time asked us not to continue due diligence.
Okay. And that's because that's when the pause started anyway.
Yes.
Okay. And the questions didn't really change much, just clarify and update the information.
Overall, yes.
Okay. So, not happy. There's a reason that you work in your department because you have the skill set that we need in strategic initiatives. That is why we have staff in every department because they have those technical skills. We would be remiss if staff comes forward with that expertise, tells us the sky is blue, and we say we don't think so. So at this point, I don't really know. I don't know if it's a matter of time or a matter of taking this off life support. And I don't want it to be that second one. At the end of the day, that money will still be set aside for a grocery store on the east side. That remains. My concern is if we choose to not move forward with this project, do we just open up the process again? Because now we will have a process. We don't want unsolicited proposals. And how long that will take. And everything's slow in government, I acknowledge that. But we've spent the last eight months trying to make this work. I guess, and I hear your checklist. I hear you as you say, a lot of things were not 100% accurate, even when it came down to listing vendors or partners or references. In your opinion, do you think more time could help fix the situation and make it viable? Or based on everything that's been kind of presented at this point, do you see that as just not a viable project, no matter how much time we give it?
I would defer to the city manager.
Good answer. And that's a judgment call, Madam Manager. So if you feel like that's something that we need to decide as an elected body,
it's a big question.
Yeah, then that's fine. If you do have a strong opinion or judgment
And
on
if
that,
I may
then
clarify,
share it.
I mean in terms of we don't handle the application or the due diligence. That's not what we do. I don't know how much time it goes into checking references, how much time it goes into checking financials. So it's a matter of if more time is given to clarify that and update it, Is that like one of the things that could help make the situation better?
I will say this, Mr. Mayor, if I might respond. I'll say this. Relative to the due diligence, the commission asked the auditor, you asked the city auditor to actually track. This was previous city manager prior to my coming in, because when I came in, it was November 15th. I remember that date specifically. And when we were asked to pick up on this, it was December 6th. My first conversation with Mr. Washington was on November 26th, the day after Thanksgiving. And the pause was still in effect, even though he indicated that he wanted to move forward. I just wanted to put that on the record. But the auditor did have a statement that she has put in this package relative to due diligence, which tracks that we have done all that we can do as it relates to whether this is a valid proposal that should be, considered in a positive vein. I am concerned because even though there was a pause, there was still an interest. Mr. Watt, the pause was for the community engagement to take place. It was not to address, not to stop addressing those business factors that either make this a solid proposal or not. And in my opinion, for that period of time, 8 months, for the gaps to still be here is a question for me. As it relates to the partners, I received a call, I believe maybe the day or so after I came on board, from one of the partners, one of the 3 partners, that they would be dropping out. And quite frankly, I don't have a copy of that specific email that I received, but from that partner, they commented that they thought that, and it's a public record, that the cost of the site was far in excess of what they thought made any sense, and that excess money, quite frankly, should be pumped into other community, programs. And so I believe that for an unsolicited proposal, for the amount of time that staff has put into this, that it is time for us to step back, allow a process to be brought forth that will receive, proposals that will fill the void that obviously is in the community, and allow us to move forward with that. That's my opinion.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you both. So I see a lot of shortcomings in the last 8 months, and I don't want to say it's staff. I don't want to say it's Mr. Washington. I don't want to say it's the community. I think a lot of holes appeared, and I do think the well was extremely poisoned by a colleague saying, "Well, I don't want this, and I'm not going to support it." I think that did a lot of damage to the process. That said, I do think, as much as I like Mr. Washington as a person, I do think more of the idea should have been baked through. I think based on your checklist, things that are pretty standard in development were not done. So property appraisal, an architectural rendering, some kind of plan, tangible plan. And I love the idea, but I understand that we are stewards of the public's money. And to be able to say, yes, we're going to give this money, we need something more than half-baked. And I don't know what else to call it at that point. Based on where we are now, based on staff's evaluation, based on the auditor's assessment, I read her memo as well. I hate to say it, but I don't think we can continue with this project as it stands, as a singular project. I think our option now is to reopen that process, say if you have any property, because I believe our initial RFP said specified site control. And I think if we modify that RFP and put it out again to anyone who does want to propose something, and we set minimum standards of planning for that proposal, I think we have to start over again and do that. And I don't want to do that, but it's not necessarily what I want. It's what makes fiscal sense for the city and our neighbors. And as of today, I don't want to tell staff, well, just give it another 4 months of work. And I don't want to keep Mr. Washington asking the seller, oh, just give me another month, give me another 2 months. I don't think that's fair to anybody in this room. So as it stands now, I'm inclined to agree with staff's recommendation that we not approve the money exclusively for this proposal. I think the best course of action at the moment is to reopen an RFP, maybe update the RFP to make it a little broader and accessible, and see what other proposals, and I certainly welcome Mr. Washington to apply again with a much more robust presentation, because Ms. Curry is correct. If I were going to propose something and I say I just want to talk to people in the meantime, that doesn't mean I drop everything else. I would still be meeting with other people, and it's a lot of work, I understand that, but you have to juggle in situations like this. And I don't think all of those pieces were being brought along at the same time to be ready today, unfortunately. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Griffith.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the commissioner's line of questions. I've heard enough. I don't want to rehash the last 8 months. I think all of us here can recall the meetings as they went, the questions that were asked. At this juncture, I don't really feel...
Mr. Shepherd, take it outside if you need to talk, please. It's distracting. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think at this juncture, what I would be comfortable doing is accepting the staff recommendation. I don't want us to get into further direction as far as what comes next in the process, because I don't think that's fair to people who would want to enter the process, or for those who are currently in the process, as it were. And I think we as a commission have to take responsibility for how we got here. And I think that we've asked our staff to do the job that they've done in terms of evaluating the project, and they've done that. But ultimately, it comes on the commission to decide how we would like to allocate the public dollar, and we have to be good stewards about it. So it's unfortunate that this didn't work out. I certainly don't believe anything negative should be said. I think that at the end of the day, sometimes business deals do not pan out, and that's just life. So I think going forward, we should have that discussion at a later date as to what the commission would like to see for this dedicated funding source, because the funds are still going to be set aside for a grocery project, and I think we have to have that discussion separately. I don't think this is the appropriate forum or item to do that. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Second. Motion and second to approve the recommendation. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thanks for everyone for your participation and your hard work on this. The commission's worked hard on it, and I know many in the community have as well. No one has worked as hard as Mr. Washington. Many staffers have put an enormous amount of time in on this. The decision before us today is relatively simple. We've done our due diligence. It didn't work out, and I think we would be in an odd position to move forward with awarding over $3 million for something that not only staff but an outside vendor has said does not meet the standards that we should be looking for financially and logistically. So it was a great effort. Didn't work out this time. That's an easy answer. The still missing piece for us that transcends just a grocery store in East Gainesville is that we asked several months ago for, and I know we're working on this now, for a policy that addresses unsolicited proposals. We don't have one. This is not the first time someone has wanted to do something within the city of Gainesville that needed the help of our organization and didn't really have a way to do that. What we have done in the past many times is take someone's idea and say, love your idea, we're going to open an RFP using your idea, and that's not fair either. We desperately need, I believe, this unsolicited proposals policy. I hope to see that very soon. And frankly, anybody else who wants to access this money that we have now put on the shelf for a grocery store should be able to move through that unsolicited proposals policy. That's a logistical way for this to move forward instead of reinventing the wheel every time someone has an idea. We have been very clear that we want to support a grocery store in East Gainesville and that we're willing to help fund that. We can't make it happen, but we can say, here's a venue for you to present your proposal through without it being an open RFP process, because that isn't likely to succeed either, I don't think. So I hope that we can get this unsolicited proposals policy very soon. I hope that sometime in the not distant future, we can bring another grocery store to East Gainesville. And this seems like an easy motion to support and move forward with. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Disappointed to see the place we're in. I do not believe that the current proposal is viable, and I believe we should stop moving forward with the proposal. I agree with Commissioner Ariola. I don't think today is a day to move forward with a new RFP. I think we should sit on it a little while, think about it, lessons learned, and at a future date, come forward and anybody can come. I mean, as always, kind of put forward proposals too. I support the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I think we've learned a lot over the last several months. Some of it, uncomfortable and unfortunate. Some of it, I think, that will really help us as an organization as we move forward. So, I think it's you either succeed or you learn, right? It's those are the two outcomes. So, I support the motion. The way I was thinking about this, commissioners, is that we have our administrative session for general policy a week from today. I think in the next quarter, if we can have Carissa come back and give us an update on our food security items that we're working on. It's not just a grocery. There's obviously, we've been working on many. Kind of get an update of where those are. And at that time, we can also discuss, where we go from here. I think for this concept of a food plaza, and I want to give credit where credit's due. I think Mr. Washington had an exceptional vision of what that could be. That included a healthcare facility and a bank and a mobility hub, and I was envisioning myself going there and enjoying it, and it really adding a lot of vitality to that part of our community. So I think he took us to a place, of imagining what something like that could be. We need to take a step back and further clarify that, and get some community partners on board that will help us advocate and champion, what this ultimately will become. We know they're out there. We know that they have a lot of experience and passion about this, and so I think it's all there. But we need to hit the reset button, and I think in doing so, that in no way precludes Mr. Washington, Bravo, or anybody else from participating in that and helping make this happen. Because the other thing that's hanging out there, and I don't want to get too much in the Wayback Machine, but when we talked about what we prioritize as an organization, when it comes to food security, you all may remember I had concerns about going full bore ahead with a grocery and healthier and more nutritious food options spread sort of more equitably throughout our community where people had sort of neighborhood access. Because those are both heavy lifts. And we chose to go ahead with both, and now we have neither. So I think at that meeting, we need to talk about what do we prioritize, what can get healthier food options that are more accessible to more people more quickly. And I'm not precluding a grocery, I just, we really need to be realistic. All of us are very driven to see the change happen that our community demands. We consistently run up against capacity, internal capacity to make it happen. And so to talk about this entire issue without addressing that capacity, which as far as I know is one staff person, with help from a few other departments as needed, that's, always going to create barriers. So anyway, I agree that we need to move on from this particular process and proposal, hit the reset button, further clarify how we move forward, and then once we do, put everything we have towards it so we can see this very real challenge that our community has be addressed. So with that, we will open it up to members of the public, and Madam Clerk, I will start with you.
Mr. Nathan Scott.
May I have the overhead, please, Mayor Poe, before I begin? With streaming video, and zoom in a little, please. Looking at it right here. You zoom in. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Nathan Scott. So I support the staff recommendation. It's unfortunate because alternatively they could afford additional time, but I don't think that's going to make a difference. And I appreciate the candor of the city manager. The issue is I've heard many inconsistencies from the dais. I heard dedicated funding source. It says funds are under consideration for the project, although a specific fund has not been determined. It doesn't seem like a dedicated funding source. Furthermore, it says staff is uncertain whether this qualifies as APA or ARP approved item. So there really is no dedicated funding source. Again, I'm very thankful of the staff, of the city auditor, the city manager, the candor of what we heard today. Basically, there's a lot of red flags that are inherent in the lack of business proposal or lack thereof. The city commission is very giddy about fulfilling its vision and whatever. And yes, there needs to be something there. I think a more appropriate vision could have been a mixed retail housing type thing like you see and you guys advocate for in other areas of the city, where you're combining live, work, play right there, where they have access to amenities like a grocery store, maybe something like an Aldi or something might work or what have you, but you also combine it with housing. That's a pretty big site over there. So a standalone grocery store hasn't been successful in the past. Maybe if you combine it with other things such as housing, which could be something that the city prioritizes, maybe it could be a win-win solution. Also heard a comment from, I believe, Commissioner Sacco about a colleague poisoning the well because they didn't support this. That sounded to me, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe we can get some clarification, like a swipe at Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker. I don't know, but the infighting up there needs to stop. But again, I am very concerned. I mean, this is like the Lot 10 saga that went on and on and on. And thankfully, we have staff that did some due diligence that basically identified through that due diligence the red flags in the proposal, which caused the city commission to hit the brakes and pull the plug, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It's a delay, but it's for all the right reasons. I mentioned that previously. My concern, which got distorted by you, Mayor Poe, was that we had to hire a external third-party consultant, PFM, which is included in the backup, to provide the financial analysis and due diligence of this, when I believe, given the expansion of city government, we have the talent, or should have the talent, to do this inherently easy task in-house and advise the commission. And so I think the manager did a great job. I think the person that spoke did a great job. I thought the city auditor did a great job. It behooves me why we needed to go external when we should be able to do this in-house. But I'm happy that the commission is moving forward to deny the motion. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Mr. Donald Shepard.
Yes, my name is Donald Shepard. I'm People's Representative, and all the information was provided to the city. I was here at the meeting, so every evidence that was spoke about has been provided. It was just Lee Feldman and the information not going from Lee Feldman to our new city manager. That is the answer to the question here. Why didn't it get forwarded to her so that she can enact this? This is where I see the fault is. And also, our city planning department has a East Gainesville redevelopment plan, and this here is going to put a squash on that. Now we got to go back to the drawing board again and redraw up our plans of what the next person wants there in that area. This here is literally, to me, like a slap in the face to Mr. Washington, to your city manager, to this lady back here, because she's told you what concurred, what didn't concur also. And why didn't it concur? Because somebody didn't do their job. And I think as a citizen, I need to know who the individual was. And also, my comment is that I want to find out who was the commissioner that denied this, because that commissioner doesn't have no heart as far as the people go. Because East Gainesville needs this to happen. We need Bravo in East Gainesville or a store. Nobody else, Wards, Publix, none of them or any other store hasn't come to the table here at the podium or to address you of what their inkling was. Is this an opening for them to finally come step forward and to do this? I want to know that. So I'll be here in the meetings to take and represent our citizens and try to make things right for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Speaker is Mr. Collie Blount.
This store idea is certainly a critical element for people in that area to get whole, fresh food at a reasonable cost, but it's not the only idea. Since last summer, a study group headed by Shelley Mesh has been studying feasibility of neighborhood gardens, an idea that was started here almost 20 years ago. The garden in my neighborhood, McCrory Garden, was supposed to be the flagship of a citywide program of neighborhood organic gardens. It's certainly a great alternative for people to be able to grow their own food. I wish you would reinitiate that idea. As far as the market building on Williston, on Waldo Road, the not Waldo Road, what is that?
Hawthorne.
Hawthorne Road. The traffic could possibly be demonstrated there with a prequel to a supermarket. Why not contact the people who conduct the farmers markets around town and ask them to do one every Tuesday or every Thursday on that parking lot? Develop a traffic of food shoppers so that you can demonstrate the support available to potential market entrepreneurs.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
I do have a card from Mr. Fred Washington. I'm not sure if you still want to speak to this.
So I heard during your comments that you mentioned that you certainly hope that during your reopening again of the RFP process, that we come back and we stay at the table. I want you to know that we have no intentions of ever doing this again, but I truly wish you very well, wish you the best. I think that all from the very beginning, I think that it was made clear that you wanted Publix or you wanted Hitchcock. So I understand that Hitchcock's is interested. I hope that they come in. I hope that it's an excellent store, and so that the community at the end of the day could be served. I hope that happens. But if it doesn't happen, I really would like the community to take note of the opportunity that we were here. But again, we were given 2 days. So, and it was not a continuation of the same questions. They wanted documented, such as architectural plans, et cetera, for an existing building. Wanted financial records from Bravo. Bravo's that's a corporation. You can't get that in 2 days. But all in all, I hope that the community notices and pays attention to what happens there in the plaza. If anything, I hope Hitchcock's comes and provides a great service, because right now people shop for their families at Family Dollar. You know, and you happen to feed your family from Family Dollar. I just think it's an abomination. And, you know, but I hope the community takes note of this to see what happens over there. Because the treatment to a reputable grocery store that actually wanted to come in spite of all the obstacles, this is not the way to recruit business to Gainesville.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have anybody else? Okay, Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have at least 3 callers on the line, the first of which is Mr. Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, 3 minutes on the supermarket issue, please. Mr. Cartwright, you with us?
Yes, I am.
All right, you have 3 minutes, the supermarket issue only, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor, City Clerk, or Madam Clerk and City Manager. Okay. This idea, when I first read about it, I thought to myself, it reminded me of when the county voted down or voted no for the Plan East or Plum Creek project, which would have been in the eastern portion of the county, adjacent or close or within a close proximity of the eastern portion of Gainesville, Florida. And I don't tend to refer to the eastern portion of Gainesville, Florida as East Gainesville. And that's a separatist or divisionist way of referring to the eastern portion of Gainesville, Florida. Now, we have to be honest with ourselves. Liberal Democrats here in Gainesville, Florida, Alachua County, of course, it's blatant. As far as I'm concerned, there is and it's not hidden, there is a anti-American Negro land removal act being implemented here in Gainesville, Florida, and Alachua County by the Liberal Democrats. No different than Andrew Jackson's Indian Land Removal Act, remember? Democrat Andrew Jackson, remember? Okay, so your environment helps to dictate how you think and how you live. You see, many of the stores, little mom and pop stores in the eastern portion of Gainesville, Florida, that sell high sugar, high fructose corn syrup, high salt, fats, and food, if you want to call it that, and often referred to as poison. So, as far as I'm concerned, this is the Alachua County Negro Land Act to help to gentrify or remove, no different than Rosewood, happening right in front of our face without a shot being fired. Oh, yes, indeed. The cat is out the bag. This has been an ongoing plan for generations here in this area. perpetrated, orchestrated, devised by the Democrats. Now, we have to be honest with ourselves. Look at the eastern portion of Gainesville, Florida, compared to all different or the other areas in Gainesville, Florida. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know this. It is open, disparagingly insulting, blatant divisionist. I'm not going to use the word racist, but this is part of like.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright.
Mr. Cartwright, that's about it. Thank you.
Intelligentsia.
All righty. Next speaker up is Carl Anderson. Mr. Anderson, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Board of Commissioners. I'd like to say thank you to our city manager and staff and Mr. Washington for trying to make this work. I'm sorry it didn't manifest, but I do encourage our Board of Commissioners to be persistent in trying to find another replacement there for food disparities here in East Gainesville. I'm born and raised in East Gainesville, and so it's matter very dear to my heart. I do want to say that the next time we put an RFP out there, we need to ask the last 3 entities why they left, why it didn't work. I'm talking about Food Line, I'm talking about Save a Line, and even Winn-Dixie that used to be there when I was a kid. And find out what happened so we won't repeat the same mistake. But one thing I do want to bring out to you all is that when we were doing the community relief days on the onset of the pandemic, we did 16 of them. Gave away over 1,000. We fed over 100,000 families during those community relief days. Over 100,000. And that was because of Farm Share. Farm Share came and brought loads of food for 16 times during that summer. But during that time, they expressed an interest in bringing a distribution center here. And they were actually looking at that spot. And so, Board of Commissioners, City Manager, I would implore you to at least engage them. Let's have a conversation with them. Let's see what we can work out. They were there for us during our worst of times. And I believe that's something that we can have here that could be a safe haven and a blessing to the residents of East Gainesville. I just wanted to put that on the table and let you all know about that if you did. And I know we did talk to our former manager about it. And so obviously they get a chance to go further than a conversation. But I did want to put that out there. Again, thank you for all the work you did on this project. Let's keep it going and let's keep pressing. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Our last caller on this issue is Armando Grundy Gomez. Happy New Year, Mr. Grundy Gomez.
Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to all of you on the dais. Mr. Mayor, my concern is I want to first talk about the consummate professional that you have in your new city manager, Ms. Curry. Ms. Curry is talked about the things that a lot of you all should have been talking about, process. Mr. Mayor, it's really disconcerting when we're talking about professionalism, and once again, some of you or one of you behind that dais taking swipes at former colleagues or current colleagues. Very disconcerting. But Ms. Curry is showing you again why your guiding North Star should be your process. One of your colleagues behind the dais, Mr. Poe, was saying earlier in this process, well, we didn't need to have a process. But that's the very problem. You all had the problem. The well was poisoned from the very beginning with this entire thing. And so what I find disconcerting in some of Mr. Washington's comments just now, if this was truly something that you cared about and addressing for the public good, then you should stay firm and committed. But the well was poisoned from the very beginning. And what was disconcerting is I've never seen an RFP or an RFQ from any vendor coming before city government, local government, that had this revolving deadline. First it was July, then July became August, August became October, October rolled. It almost became like a song from a soundtrack of a movie. I've never seen that. That's the biggest thing I've ever seen in my life. And, you know, if you really care about addressing the food desert, for Mr. Washington's sake, then you should be committed to it in spite of what's happened, and working with the new manager to make sure. But if this wasn't about that, because it's interesting when we start asking questions, you cannot ask questions if you think the District 1 commissioner is Michelle Gainey. Michelle Gainey looks nothing like Desmond Duncan Walker. You're already on the wrong foot. And when any commissioner is asking you questions and due diligence and there's a non-response, that's a problem. If they're looking into it and say, I've had conversations with the University of Florida, and Florida's come back saying, I've never had a conversation with this vendor, that's a problem. And when you're coming and asking for taxpayer money and you're presenting and you have grammatical errors in your presentation, that's a problem. I mean, we need to look at this. Addressing food deserts, which is the issue we're talking about here, is not a Bravo issue. It's an equity and food issue, and it's an all of us issue, and it's not going to be fixed. A previous caller said a distribution center. It's a problem around the country, and we all are a part of this. It's not a black problem, a white problem. It's a city human problem that we all must dig in, and not with rhetoric, not because you're running for office. If you really care, some of you are going to be running for mayor shortly. I care about it. No.
Thank you.
Do it now when you're not running. Do it now.
Thanks for calling in.
Thank you.
Anybody else, Adam?
No, sir. That is our last caller.
Okay, back to Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since my comment about wells being poisoned seems to upset so many people, I'm going to say this. I don't know who went to the meeting because I didn't go to the meeting, because I didn't think it was my place as a decision maker to be there to influence the public's opinion on this. I don't know if someone here went. I don't know if someone across the road went. All I know is apparently a commissioner went and said not great comments about the idea. I don't think that should be part of the process. I'm not attacking any one of my colleagues, and certainly not Commissioner Duncan Walker, because I respect that she is another young woman of color who is trying to do this job to the best of her ability. So if someone's going to put words in my mouth, that's a problem. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion on the floor to approve the staff recommendation. And so all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Y'all, I need to just take a brief recess. We've been at it with some pretty heavy duty topics since 10 this morning. So let's reconvene at 2:10. Okay, 2:10? 2:10. We're in recess till 2:10. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're going to call this meeting back to order. So just so folks know, what we have coming up here is first we're going to do our second early public comment opportunity. Again, this is not general public comment for anything you want. This is for any items that are on our agenda later today. You can speak now and not wait for the item to come up later. What you forego is your ability to talk to the items later today. Following early public comment, we will do general public comment. And again, that's for any items that are not on our agenda at all. And then we'll get to our next discussion item, which is the ARPA. Pretty involved and complex discussion item on American Rescue Plan Act item. So with that, Madam Clerk, anybody signed up for early public comment? No? Adam, do you have anybody on the phone for early public comment?
Mr. Mayor, we have one person on for early public comment. That is Carl Anderson. Mr. Anderson, the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Anderson, just tell us which item you're going to be speaking about.
I believe it's PG.
I'm going to be talking about ARP.
Great. Welcome.
Welcome. Good to be talking with you all again. So I wanted to talk with you all concerning the American Emergency Funds, $7 million. I understand that that a company out of Chicago has been recommended to handle the distribution of these funds. Now, it's very important to me that the community foundations do this, and here's why. They're local for one. They've been working hard at making sure that they have a fair and equitable process. The people in Chicago, realistically don't know us or any of the nonprofits here. They not only know us here, they work with us, they engage us, and again, they've been doing due diligence in making sure that monies have been given out to minority nonprofits as well. And so that's important, that we keep business here, that we deal with people that know us, and it's just a wonderful organization. And so I want us to rethink that. I want us to rethink that as we build and enhance and strengthen our grassroots organizations as they try to fulfill their mission in making Gainesville the awesome city that it is. And that's by starting with our youth in other areas as well. And so please consider my plea today. I thank you again, but that's where I stand on it, and I pray that you all will have the same sentiments, Board of Commissioners. God bless you, and let's keep pushing.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller for early public comment.
Okay, excellent. Madam Clerk, our next item.
Okay, our next item is general public comment, and our first speaker is Mr. Nathan Scott.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So first and foremost, Happy New Year. I wanted to express concern, as many other citizens have, about the Commission's new adopted rules requiring sign-in cards. Parking permits are no longer available. You have to do it through an app or make other things. It's just an unnecessary restriction on public participation and free speech. You like to moderate the content of speech. I think Mayor Poe, again, you're getting really close to a fine line where somebody's going to bring a lawsuit against the city, unfortunately, due to your ongoing, as presiding officer, your desire to censor what's arguably free speech. You may not like it, but you don't have to like what's being said for it to qualify as free speech and it be well within somebody's constitutional rights. So I'd ask that they caution that. I'd further ask that they remove these ridiculous requirements of sign-in cards. Again, when they had the ladies that had shown up to speak, apparently it was item was on the consent agenda, which you don't really get to speak about unless it's the adoption of the agenda, because you guys don't, you just rubber stamp those items. They seem to be having a lot of difficulty with signing in and the process, and you had to kind of deviate from the rules to invite them up once it was clear what they wanted to actually speak on, just before the vote was taken on the motion. All this is unnecessary. I mean, meetings have worked very well without sign-in cards. You don't have to sign up at the county commission. They have far more people come attend their meetings. They don't have that requirement. They don't have that ridiculous requirement to sign in and all that. So the other point I wanted to make in my remaining time is the Gainesville Sun had an article about GRU not being selected for the central plan. It's interesting to listen to the excuses made by the commission. Commissioner Areola stated that he didn't want GRU or UF to award the contract to GRU. Well, that's a breach of fiduciary duty owed to GRU customers. That's additional incremental revenue source. So I'm sorry that he feels that way, but apparently he needs to understand what his fiduciary duties are, because he didn't mention any of that during the discussion of that agenda item, where the vote record shows he voted for it. And that was approved in the meeting minutes that apparently you guys don't read also. Commissioner Ward, likewise, money's going to go somewhere else. That's what happened with the biomass contract. It's what happened with the buyout of the biomass contract. All that money's going to Wall Street bankers. And then we'd have some say in the efficiency of a cogeneration plant. You guys don't know anything about efficiency of a combustion turbine. It's ludicrous that you guys would even suggest that. It's just excuse making. And you wonder why. I mean, again, excessively high GRU rates, ongoing mismanagement of GRU at the hands of the mayor and city commission, dysfunction at City Hall, and delaying approval of U.S. campus plan.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Next speaker is Mr. Donald Shepard.
My name is Donald Shepard, People's Representative. And as I mentioned prior, that this here has been an ongoing problem within the last 30 years of the city of Gainesville, of people going for offices that they knew nothing about running. And this here is also a thing that we have with the GRUs. I thank Nathan Scott for bringing out the issues that are right on board on the top of the table that should have been addressed when they were given ideals from the public how to address them. And it was neglected and discarded by everything else that gets brought before. Then we went to mention about people not coming to city commissions and that, where we get these sign-up cards and this call-in malarkey, unnecessary. If I had the opportunity to hire an attorney to take and follow suit against the city, I dang sure would do it. Excuse my French. But because this city needs to be brought to its awareness. And why should we bring the lawsuit to the city? Because the taxpayers end up paying for it, what they've been doing for the taxpayers for the violation of the Sunshine Law. Taxpayers been paying for the inclusion of that max. And this here needs to stop. We need to take a moment, step back, and say, what is it I want to do before I get up to the microphone, before I enter the city commission meeting. Obviously, this is not happening, because if they really were thought through and took directions through somebody who really is behind each and every one of our commissioners and dedicated her life towards this, then we'd be listening to her wholeheartedly. We wouldn't overlook the things she had. Also, I want in my last 49 minutes that we have brought this exclusion, which just happened, of the Bronco, putting this from Lee Feldman onto our new city manager's back and onto her resume, making her resume look dirty. No, I don't think it should be that way, but like you say, that's life. That's what happened. And now she's got to go through her next years of commission representing you. If it was me, I'd fold up my book and I'd say, well, you get yourself a new city manager because you have dirtied my name. And I'd make it known statewide. And Ron DeSantos is going to be getting a letter from me stating
Thank you, Mr.
this.
Shepard.
My
Appreciate it.
time's up.
Your
Thank
time's
you.
up, yeah. Madam Clerk?
Speaker is Mr. Collie Blount.
Welcome.
I don't usually come with personal issues, but this one is so interesting. The last utility bill I paid was on November 23rd, and that's because I have a habit of paying an extra amount so I can just forget about it the next month. So I did it on November 23rd. My bill was due that day at 7 p.m. The bill date said deadline 7 p.m. November 23rd. So I went about midday and paid on that bill. But it happened that morning, 7 a.m., I noticed that my water was off. My bill was not past due, but my water was off. So I went out to look at the meter and see what was going on, and it had been turned off. And that made me look at all the meters again, which entailed digging out 3 of the meters. 3 of them, the other 3, besides one from my apartment, were encased in dirt. But I looked at the meters and the numbers, and I noticed that, the meter they've had on my bill in apartment 4 is the meter for apartment 3. And they've been billing me for a different unit's usage since January 2018 when I moved into that apartment. The apartment's a block from the house I'm trying to repair. I just want it to be nearby. Even though it's not worth it, the HVAC doesn't work right, won't hold temperature. No window, no ceiling insulation, raggedy windows, yet they did so-called upgrades like granite countertops to raise the rent. But So I reported this to GRU immediately as I was paying that bill. I've been back there 3 times since to see what they're doing about it. And since November 23rd, they have not done a thing. More billing cycles are proceeding with me being billed for the wrong unit. And I'd have no confidence that they intend to do anything about it. A different item, the other day I was riding from downtown to Shands, and the bus 46 came by right down here up the street from the Hippodrome. And I asked, don't you go by Shands? And they said, no, yeah, but we don't let off there. That bus goes right past Shands on Archer Road, going and coming, yet will not stop to let people off or let people on at those stops at Shands. What kind of nonsense is that? Somebody, I wish that stupidity was painful, and somebody at RTS would be begging for medication.
Mr. Bolarski, if you could have Mr. Hutchinson follow up with us and Mr. Blount about that billing issue, I'd appreciate it. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Ms. Maria Jones.
The overhead? Yeah, just put it down. You're going to have to probably move that. There you go. We can see it.
Let's see. Let's see. What I have here, has to do, hello, everybody. My name is Maria Jones, and probably you all know me. And it's about the Royal Park apartment development. What I have here are a number of developments from the same developer taking place. For instance, this is in Kissimmee. There's one over here and one over here. And you can see over here that they have pretty ample access to the properties and pretty much nothing built. This one is 85 apartment homes in Lake Worth, okay? Again, a main road here and a main road here. The access is perfectly clear. The next one is 100 apartments in DeLand, Florida. Again, right there on the main road. This one is in Lakeland, 139 apartments for seniors. This is where it is. It's basically nothing around it. Okay, so yeah, the road, I don't think there's a whole bunch of problems there. This other one is Brisa del Sur in Fort Myers. Again, a major road access, as you can see. I hope that you can see it properly there because I'm looking over here. This one is Town of Okeechobee Apartments. 48 apartments right here in the intersection. No big deal. Big roads. This is Royal Park Apartments. This is the lot. These are the roads. And as you can see, there are no major roads that can be spoken of. Okay, so the next thing is that I don't know if you ever saw the application, the request for applications from the corporation to get the financing. And since I'm running out of time, this is the attachment that they require. Just one of the requirements is that they have access to roads. This is what it is that they presented, and this is what the corporation accepted. And what this is a form from the corporation in which it was signed by somebody by the name of Rick Messler, saying that there is proper access to that development. So I'm going to follow up with Mrs. Marisa Button about this, because there is no access to that development, whether or not somebody by the name of Meltzer pointed out that there is. I'm just saying that the corporation gives money because they think that they have access.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk?
Next speaker is Mr. John DeCarmine.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. My name is John DeCarmine. I'm the executive director of GRACE. And I just wanted to come by for public comment to give you a quick update on our 2021 impact for the GRACE project, as well as our permanent housing programs and street outreach. In the past year, we've set a number of records. Even despite the pandemic, we were able to move, and if I could get the overhead, please. We were able to move 549 people into permanent housing this year. That is 49 people more than what we had been able to move in 2 years ago. We've also been moving more people into housing each month than we ever have before, including 63 in December. So more than 2 people a day in December, and that was consistent through November and October as well. One of the other major data metrics that we have been tracking is how long it actually takes for somebody to go from homelessness into housing once they have arrived at our shelter and entered into our shelter. In the past year, we have reduced that time from 43 days from homelessness to housing down to 31 days as of the end of last year. So there are some major things that we've made a lot of progress on, and I wanted to thank you for your support to allow us to do this work for the community. Our outreach team continues to work with support from the city as well as the state and the federal government through the ESG grant. To date, we have moved almost 80 people into permanent housing, mostly out of the downtown area. Right now, roughly 1 out of every 4 people that we have come into contact with, we've been able to move into housing. Of course, there has not been housing-focused street outreach in our community up until this point, so we don't expect that that's a rate that we will be able to continue, because the folks that we have found sometimes are a little bit easier to serve or have some lower barriers into housing, and we've certainly been able to get them off of the street more quickly, and now we continue to engage with people who may either be resistant to working with homeless services or maybe more difficult to move into housing. Starting in February, we will begin our partnership with UF Psychiatry to introduce a part-time psychiatrist to that program as well, for people who are still living downtown but are somewhat outside of the scope of care of our trained outreach team. And finally, the community referral portion of street outreach so far has been very successful. To date, in the first 6 months, we've received 54 referrals, including 25 from the Gainesville Police Department that otherwise would have been responded to by law enforcement. Instead, our street outreach teams were able to respond on behalf of GPD and to work to get people into housing. So we're moving closer to treating homelessness strictly as a housing issue and not as a criminal issue. Finally, I wanted to share with you that as we work to improve our shelter to bring more unsheltered people in, we have recently been asked by the National Alliance to End Homelessness to sit on a panel for their national conference on how to design emergency shelters so that unsheltered people will actually want to use them, and we'll be there in February of this year. Thank you.
That's awesome, and that's also hitting the post remarkably well. I'm always impressed by that. But those are extraordinary pieces of data. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And I really do appreciate you coming by here every couple months to give us an update. It's really helpful. Madam Clerk? That's it. Okay, Adam, over to you. Do you have anybody for general public comment?
Sorry about that, was toggling. Yes, we do have at least 3 people, maybe even 4 for GPC. The first of which is Tana Silva. Ms. Silva, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Several points. 1, glad to hear John DeCarmine's update. I agree with Carl Anderson about looking to local people for best results, not far away, expensive consultants. 2, I agree with Nathan Scott about meeting rules that make public participation harder. The new schedule's not working. We blew through the lunch break. Then a time certain business item was scheduled for 1 p.m. when the agenda calls for early and then general public comment at that time. 3, the city has no mechanism for unsolicited proposals, yet Shands came to the city and bought 8.3 acres of industrial airport land with no bid. 4, the New Year's Eve party at Depot Park was beautiful. Please tear up and throw away last year's plans to close the public out of its own parks and rent them for private events. Expand the joy and possibilities of fabulous Depot Park to the RTS property and keep it public, not private, for outdoor activities. The city should follow the brilliant 2013 Power District redevelopment plan that encompasses the Stringfellow property, a green belt along Sweetwater Creek, creative reuse of buildings, low-rise new buildings, small parcels sold for local businesses and housing, and more, and use the same model for South Main. 5, a PBS documentary on climate showed how temperate forests could be the salvation and showed the gruesome machine stripping of forests for biomass. I see letters and comments demonizing natural gas, but not about GREC causing much worse carbon release by destroying trees, soil, and the carbon sink they provide, then transporting and incinerating tree parts, or the air, noise, and traffic pollution GREC inflicts on nearby residents. I was shocked to see that GRU is considering a second biomass plant and $6.5 billion in debt. Incinerating trees is not renewable energy, and it contributes greatly to the 91% of city carbon emissions from energy production. Plastic, everyday chemicals come from petroleum, phones, computers, and much that's manufactured. Of course, reduce dependence on all that, but meanwhile, reverse the terrible costs and dangers of biomass. Thank you, and good afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. Next up is Beverly Craig. Ms. Craig, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Yes, Happy New Year to all of y'all. I'm calling because last year I talked to Mr. Feldman, and before he left, he claimed to assess the damage to my mother's fence that was caused by the negligence of GPD. And the fence is an eyesore to my mother's property. I can't afford to fix it, but I need you all to tell me when somebody can come and fix her fence, because she didn't cause the damage, GPD did. So I need to try to get with the city manager, the mayor, and the commissioners so you all can tell me when her fence is going to be repaired.
Thank you, Ms. Craig. Mr. Mayor, or commissioners?
No more callers, Adam?
No, we do have 2. I didn't know if there was an answer to Ms. Craig's question.
Oh, the city manager can follow up. I, right now, do not have any information for her about that.
Fair enough. Let's move to Sharon Bauer. Ms. Bauer, you have 3 minutes.
I agree with both Nate and Tana about the new restrictions on citizen comment. And I wanted to mention, primarily for the benefit of those watching this meeting now or later, that there has been a very angry response on Facebook and listservs to the Commission's attempt to silence the increasing number of vocal critics of your anti-neighborhood policies by limiting general comment to midday when people are working. And so I hope this will be an issue in this year's campaign. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bauer. We'll move next to Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor, Madam Clerk, City Manager. My name is Telford Cartwright. Now, once again, for generations here in Gainesville, Florida, the eastern portion of Gainesville, Florida has been under lock and key, or has been ruled by the Democrats for generations with an iron fist. And I'm not playing politics or political pandering, I think is referred to as, but these are the facts. I've heard Mayor Poe mention the word intelligentsia. And last time I checked, the word intelligentsia pertains to an elite social or political vanguard. Now, there's no question about this. Liberal Democrats on the county commission voted down Plum Creek or East Plan or East Gainesville, Plan East or what have you, that would have brought value to the eastern portion of the county and the city. So therefore, on the other hand, now the property value has not valuated or increased in value. Leaving the eastern portion of Gainesville, Florida, and the eastern portion of the county open for real estate investors. I'm not going to say her name, say a name, like the one, the infamous real estate company here in Gainesville, Florida. so they can buy the property for pennies on the dollar. So this is a systematic, diabolical plan in effect, and I often refer to as the anti-Alachua County, Gainesville, Florida, Negro Land Act or Land Removal Act. Now, there's an article in the paper that says, what is the city to do with heirs property? In the name of help, the city I see is attempting to invade into private matters in regards to real estate belonging to heirs property. In the name of help. Now, once again, it's so apparent. We need not to skate around or turn a blind eye to this, but it is what it is. There is an open, outright anti-American Negro Land Removal Act or Land Removal Act. Say, for example, in Archer, the plan to build a solar farm. Many black residents live in Archer. They're concerned about this solar farm that will have a negative impact on their real estate, their property. So it is. It's Rosewood happening once again.
All right, Mr. Cartwright, we're at time. Sorry.
Diabolical.
All righty. Off now to Debbie Martinez. Happy New Year, Ms. Martinez. You have 3 minutes.
Well, thank you so very much. I appreciate you taking my call. And I just wanted to say that I agree with previous callers who object to the new rules. It appears to me that the commission is in search of a solution to a problem that does not exist. And they're very intrusive. They're not necessary. We've been able to have our meetings, efficiently for decades before the city commission started micromanaging the way in which citizens speak and how often they can speak and when they can speak. So we don't need additional restrictions. You go to the county, they don't interrogate you and have you fill out a card and saying, where do you live? What district do you live in? Are you in favor of this item? Are you in opposition to this item? What do you plan on speaking about? Just welcome citizens or neighbors or whatever. They don't call us anything but except by our name. Welcome Ms. Martinez or welcome whoever. We'd love to hear from you, and you get to talk. No interrogations like we get at the city. And unfortunately, more and more citizens are no longer trusting the mayor, Mr. Poe, and his supporters on the commission because of the way they continue to restrict the way in which citizens participate in the city meetings. So, the more you restrict the citizens and try to control the citizens, the more you push them away, and the more difficult you're going to have in ever trying to build back that trust. I don't think this commission will ever be able to do that unless Commissioner Desmond Walker becomes mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. We have an additional speaker. It is Darlene Perfalo. I'm sorry. Darlene, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to agree with everything that Ms. Martinez said. I've been involved with the county, local, and city commission for many, many, many years. And sadly, and I say this with tears in my eyes, that it's a shame what this board is doing to the public. You want to have public input, public this, public that, but you really don't. You have your minds made up before the meeting starts, and it's sad. It really is sad. I think you should learn from the county commission because they are much more friendly. They don't cut you off in the middle of a sentence. They let you finish your thought. And maybe you should just learn from them, commissioners, all of you. Thank you for your time. Goodbye.
All righty. Mr. Mayor, commissioners, that was our last caller for general public comment.
Okay, thank you everybody for sharing your thoughts with us and calling in. Commissioner A. Santos, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Mr. DeCarma and Grace for the outreach team. I've worked with a few our neighbors who have brought issues forward, and you've been able to help them and help those individuals who need some help. And thank you. That helped a lot.
Okay, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, on to our next item, please.
Our next item is BD5, Consultant for Distribution of Nonprofit American Rescue Plan Act Funds, with the recommendation that the commission approve the ranking of the firms as recommended by the Evaluation Committee, authorize the interim city manager or designee to negotiate and execute a contract with Baker Tilly, the first named firm, or if no contract agreement can be reached with them, to negotiate and execute a contract with the next ranked firm, subject to approval of the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to turn it over to the city manager to first sort of share the process that we went through to get to this point, what the evaluation criteria are, what the sort of committee does, and how they end up with a recommendation to the city commission. And then we can sort of have a discussion as a commission about whether we're obligated or encouraged to sort of follow that recommendation or ranking. Ms. Curry?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. Members of the commission, on the 6th of December, the commission asked us to move forward with an RFQ for a consultant to manage the distribution of $7 million of ARPA funds for the local not-for-profit entities in Gainesville. And as a follow-up to that meeting on the 7th, we actually we posted the solicitation, and it closed on December 21st. The procurement division actually managed the process. I believe 6 proposals were actually received, but only 5 proposals were responsive. And as a result, there was an evaluation committee that was formed on the 22nd, on the 22nd of December. The evaluation committee did review, and they evaluated the proposals that came in. The evaluation committee consisted of 4 community builders, including a representative from the Office of Equity and Inclusion, the Office of Strategic Initiatives, and the city manager's office, as well as the Budget and Finance Department. On the 3rd of January, the evaluation committee provided the official scores for the qualifications, and after thorough review and evaluation of 5 proposals submitted by Baker Tilly firm, Baker Tilly actually was selected as the most qualified out of the firms reviewed by the committee. The rest of the firm's qualifications were ranked as follows: as number 2, Clifton Larson Ale; number 3, the Community Foundation of North Central Florida; and number 4, UHY submission; and 5, iParametrics. At this time, I'd like to ask Ms. Gail Dykeman from the procurement office, who managed the process. Is she available? Is Ms. Dykeman available? Oh, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission.
Yes.
I believe Ms. Dykeman should be dialing in. I don't know if she is available.
Oh, there we go.
I think there she is, right there.
You just had to summon her.
I actually couldn't believe it. Like 5 minutes ago, my computer system completely crashed and I was panicking to get back in. So yes, I am here. I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question, Ms. Curry?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Dykeman, what we are doing at this point is describing for the mayor and the commission the process that you all went through in terms of evaluating the proposals, the 5 proposals that you had.
Okay, so
and the criteria specifically.
The criteria for the solicitation were determined by the project team and are stated in the solicitation document itself, which is quite long. I don't know if you want me to read through all of that, or basically what the team did was they took their criteria, and then we have a standard evaluation process that we ask the evaluators to go through to compare the submittals against the criteria, and then also ranking how well did they meet that criteria. And then what they do is they come back together after they have evaluated independently, and they share their rankings publicly in an in-person meeting. And then they discuss their rankings and their concerns, and they have an opportunity to weigh in on their thoughts, and also the opportunity to change their rankings based on the comments of the other evaluators in the room. So that's basically how they came to the conclusion that they came to, and to the recommendation of award to the top ranked company. Is that what you were looking for, or?
Thank you, Ms. Degman. If I can ask Dr. Griffith if she can come up. She represents the evaluation committee, and she probably will be able to more specifically get into the criteria and
yes,
where we ended up in terms of the #1 ranked firm.
Welcome back.
Hi, Bobby Griffith, Office of Strategic Initiatives. Forgot to introduce myself the last time. So we have an RFQ, and the different criteria that was there, like Gail said, and we evaluated it. I'm not sure what do you, cone of silence and what the clarification is for that.
Is it okay for her to go through the evaluation criteria?
Yes. Yeah, I
So-
mean, that's a public record. I mean, it's a public record. It's available for everybody to see. It's in the backup. So, I mean, reading through that document, it's not going to cross any lines.
That's what I thought.
So let's see, develop with the assistance of the Office of Equity and Inclusion, a standard application for vetting. Let's see, so that was to make sure that equity is included. Create and implement an online application portal for applicants to initiate and add to their application. Provide to support to nonprofits in addition in building administrative capacity and strengthening existing infrastructure. Evaluate each applicant and application using the criteria desired or developed in the equitable distribution of the funds. Follow the state of Florida sunshine laws and federal government reporting requirements to ensure that all decisions are made in public. The timeline for funds distribution and submitting quarterly reports according to the ARPA guidelines. So those were the ones specific to that. We also put the 4 main categories of ARPA in there. And then there's a description of what should be included in the submittals. So we take the standard evaluation handbook, which basically has point structures for technical and written. Those get evaluated based on the point system in the handbook, which is not in your backup, and I don't have in front of me, so I apologize, but Gail has that. And that's something that is used for every RFP, RFQ that goes out for the city. And that's kind of it. So everybody evaluated those separately and then had a meeting like Gail talked about and went through each one.
Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Of course.
Would you, because the ranking obviously is #1 for Baker Tilly, would you specifically describe why they were ranked #1?
Sure. In their proposal was the most comprehensive for reporting and compliance, as well as reporting, compliance, and history of equal types of work in dealing with federal grants. So we're all very cognizant of putting money out there and then making sure the reporting requirements work and not having to return funds, as well as capacity for dealing with the money, the amount of money and distributing it and the timeline that was there. So those are the distinguishing factors.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Gail, Bobby, Madam Manager. I just wanted to get that, so we can have a good discussion, and we've heard from several folks that feel strongly about this already. But I wanted to just share that we have an established objective process for any procurement, but particularly, analyzing different applicants for an RFP or an RFQ, and we follow that consistently to try to make sure that, there's no sort of built-in bias or favoritism, and that we're really, evaluating each firm or applicant on their merits. So it doesn't, in the end, the decision is the commission's, but what staff tries to do is put forward a recommendation that's developed in the most objective way possible, that's consistent with the city's adopted policies and procedures. All right, so I just wanted to make sure that we all understood that. Excuse me. Excuse me. With that, I will recognize Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the staff for that presentation. I remember we have worked with Baker Tilly a number of times, particularly with disbursement of funds, so I'm not going to say anything negative about their application. My interest in changing the rankings, which is fairly regularly done from the dais, really rests more in what the vision of these funds are to be used for. This is for local nonprofit entities, so therefore it was my interest from my seat on this dais to really engage with an organization that had extensive relationships with nonprofits in the area, because we're not just talking about reporting and compliance. That is an obvious necessity, and any firm that we select is going to have to meet those criteria, because the Treasury Department is going to expect that reporting. However, there's additional capacity that I believe that the number 3rd ranked firm, the Community Foundation, holds in terms of they spend a great deal of time developing nonprofit expertise in our area. And I think that we would be remiss to not select a group that has that type of background when it comes to these funds are not just going to be used in terms of getting them out and reporting. These funds could really change in some organizations' capacity what they're doing. And so I'd like for them to be able to rely on the expertise of a group that has extensive experience in developing in board professional development, staff professional development. I mean, the list just goes on. So, commissioners, I'm going to, since I spoke first, I'm not going to make the motion first, but I would like for us to change the rankings to put the Community Foundation as the top firm, and then leave the other rankings as is. And then we authorize our staff to negotiate with the top ranked firm, and then move down the list if they can't reach negotiation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Ariola. I would concur with what you've said. We open RFP processes and ask staff to rank the respondents by technical, easily observable points. There are intangibles after that ranking that it's our job to consider. The intangibles in this lean this, in my opinion, far in the direction of the Community Foundation of North Central Florida. If we're going to do what I think our intent is, which is to support our local nonprofit community, asking people to come in without a feel for North Central Florida, without a feel for the city of Gainesville, is not likely to work. We need people who understand Gainesville, who understand North Central Florida, to be able to do this. And that's what the Community Foundation of North Central Florida is. That process has, I believe, worked for other community foundations in other cities in the process of distributing ARPA funds. And it's only logical that we do the same here. I have nothing against any of the other firms. As Commissioner Ayala said, we worked with Baker Tilly on other items before. There are things they do very well. But if we expect a personal and local touch to be a part of this, and I believe we do, then firms from out of town are not going to be able to deliver that. This is not about making the best application and looking good on paper. This is about the job that we're asking of these folks is not about looking at selecting nonprofits who look good on paper, but nonprofits who have the capacity to do something great for our neighbors. That's the reality of it. And I know that there are going to be people who are going to be contradictory to whatever we do, so that's okay. This seems like a no-brainer to me, and I certainly will support a motion to award this to the Community Foundation in North Central Florida. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you. After reviewing the applications put forward, I believe that I would re-rank them based on what their applications were and put their community foundation first. However, I have very, very strong concerns about the timeline that the community foundation put forward. I think it's way too accelerated. I mean, having a meeting in a week from now. Sorry, I would like to re-rank but the community foundation first, but I have strong concerns on the timeline that they have provided. Having an orientation meeting for potential persons or entities applying in 1 week from now on the 14th of January seems very quick. And then even just a 3-week period of time for people to apply is a very quick time as well to be able to get a broad number of applicants. So those are things that I would like for us to consider as kind of giving staff the ability to make sure that we are having an inclusive process where there is a time for everyone to know about what the applications are and how the process works, and then being able to put forward an application. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Back to Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that we approve the ranking of the Community Foundation North Central Florida as the #1 firm, and then leave the other ranks as they are, knocking each down a peg, and then authorize the interim city manager to negotiate and execute a contract with that firm. And if no contract can be reached, that they begin negotiating with the rest of the rankings.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Saka, before I go to you, I think our city attorney would like to jump in here. Mr. Nee.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to caution the commission regarding the proper procedure. If they're going to deviate from the rankings provided by the committee, to ensure that the members have all had the opportunity to review all of the submittals, the meetings that are provided for you, and to consider the criteria that were considered by the criteria, and thus having reasons for the difference in rankings than the committee. I would suggest that maybe either Ms. Dykeman could address if you had more specific questions regarding that, or Attorney Lisa Bennett from our office is coming down that could also help address those as well, to ensure that we don't run afoul of the procurement issues that might arise in deviating from the committee's recommendations.
Okay, so let's be a little more specific. What are the specific issues that you're concerned about us addressing and deviating from the typical procurement process?
Well, there's criteria set forth in the, well, here's Lisa here. I'm not sure. I sort of caught her off guard. This is Lisa Bennett, Senior Assistant City Attorney with the City of Gainesville, represents our procurement department. I think you're familiar with the item before them regarding the distribution of the not-for-profit portion that they've set aside. The rankings have come forth from the committee, and there's a motion to deviate from those rankings. And I was just being overly cautious as to what process they should follow before deviating such, so as to make sure that the decision is well founded in the event of a challenge.
That's right. When you make a decision, even if it's to change your evaluation team, you need to base it on the facts in the record. You need to, otherwise your decision could be deemed arbitrary and capricious and subject to being overturned in a court of law. So what you want to do if you've got concerns about the decision of the evaluation team is you sit as the evaluation team in its place. You read the request for qualifications, you read all of the responses, you sit down and you take the rankings, you take a blank sheet where the procurement has devised, and you use the criteria in the request for qualifications and you rank them yourself. This is usually done, excuse me, I'm trying to catch my breath. This is usually done individually, and then you come back as a group and meet and make your final evaluation in public in the Sunshine Law. My recommendation would be, if you're wanting to deviate from what the evaluation team decision was, that you take all of the documentation and then go to your general policy meeting after you've ranked it individually and meet and make that decision together.
This is Gail Dykeman. I just wanted to mention too that I can provide the evaluation guidance and the evaluation forms that are needed to do that evaluation process.
Okay, thank you for offering that, Ms. Dykeman. Okay, well, let's, thank you. Mr. Nee, anything to add to that?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's come back to the commission. First of all, Madam Clerk, did that motion receive a second? It did. Okay, just want to make sure that. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Bennett and Attorney Nee. That were flashbacks to admin law, but I do appreciate that that reminder about arbitrary and capricious. So it is one of my hesitations in this whole thing because, as we've said and we talked about an hour ago, we want processes for things. We want an objective system set up. On the flip side of that, I really like the work that the Community Foundation does. If we're going to talk about, why I prefer one over the other, although it's not the recommended forum, I'll say while we're here, I appreciate that they already have a system where over 100 community nonprofits are already verified and entered. They already have access to those according to their application. That is something that I can appreciate. I like the simplicity of their community engagement and how they plan to put that out. Those are good things. I would be in full agreement to move them to the preferred #1 spot. Only because I do know the work that they've done. I know that they have experience with the very nonprofits who have come to us at the very beginning of this process to ask for money. They know what they're doing in our community. On the recommendation of attorneys, a lot of attorneys that we keep at hand, it gets to wait. Do we wait another week and keep money out of the hands of our neighbors for another week to be able to change it to the Community Foundation? Or do we risk, and do it with proper process, or do we risk just doing it today, right now, and have a couple of snags along the way, some that are potentially bigger than others? That's my concern right now. I like having a process. I like knowing that these are the boxes we check. This is how we do things. It makes it easier so we don't have to sit up here and figure out how to do it ourselves. I very much want the Community Foundation to be the one organizing this. That's as a personal preference. That's who I was thinking of even before we sent this out, who I thought would be great for it because they are local. I think the question now becomes, do we all go back and reevaluate and decide next Thursday at GPC and revote if we're going to sit as the evaluators again? We've often been accused of just doing things on a whim. I don't want this to be seen as that. Even if everybody agrees, even if it's a good thing that nobody would argue, it would fit into that category, and I don't want to make it ammunition for further attacks on lack of process. I really don't, no matter how much I want to do it today. So I think the choice is, do we do it today or do we do it next week? And make sure that we do it neat and clean in accordance to attorney's advice, which I will always advise to follow an attorney's advice. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few things. This is not the first time that we have chosen a different ranking than staff provided. Not the first time by any stretch of the imagination. Usually we do. This is not the first time. It is the first time that we've been told, no, you can't do that. And I'm sure that there are good reasons for it, and I appreciate the caution. I do. I think June 15th was the initial deadline. June 15th. When we first asked people to, nonprofits, to please work with us on this. June 15th. It's time to move forward, y'all. Process is wonderful until it stops people from getting the help that they need. Thank you.
Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have a process. This is the process. It goes to an evaluators. It comes to us, and we look at the information that the evaluators did, and do we agree with it or not? It's not like we're skipping the process. This is the process. I've read the applications, and I believe that from looking at that and looking at the information that's been provided, that the rankings and other information that the rankings can be changed. I do ask that make a motion. There's a meeting that they want to schedule for January 14th. I mean, this contract has to be signed and all that other stuff has to be done. I just feel like that's not nearly enough time. You're going to give people a day's notice for a meeting. So I don't know if Ms. Manager, you have something to say on the dates, or I just think that that we need to give a little more flexibility. I guess, Ms. Manager, are the dates that are in there, or are you able to move those, or is that what we're going to do is what's in the application?
No, we are able to work with that group, or any group actually, to make sure that the schedule comports with what works for the community and obviously
Okay.
what our goals and objectives
Yeah,
are.
what
So
we're being
not-
asked to provide today is the award for the contract, not anything, nothing in their submittal is binding.
Okay.
It's just the award of the contract.
I would agree, otherwise we would have asked everybody to give us.
I got you. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Ariola?
Yes, thank you for that clarification. Yeah, the motion is just to approve a commission set ranking. I appreciate everyone's work in support. Obviously, we couldn't do this by ourselves. And key to the motion, of course, is that those negotiations have to be successful. And if they're not successful, then we move on to the ranking. And so it's a fair process. I really appreciated that clarification because I think that the commission should probably not be altering the proposals while we're up here ranking them and talking about making those types of changes. So let's just go forward with the motion, and if staff needs to come back with additional changes to the process, then they can do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This has been really tough for me because, it's, in sort of order of familiarity, I'm most familiar with the Community Foundation and what they do, but I'm also very familiar with Baker Tilly. We've been working with them for many years now, both on general government and more on GRU's side of the organization. They've provided excellent service. They're a highly professional organization, have been very accessible in every aspect of what they do with us. When I look at the proposals, there's really strengths in different areas for the two groups we're talking about. For compliance and conforming to the federal guidelines and the monitoring and reporting, Baker Tilly has an infrastructure in place that is clearly more capable of delivering on those expectations. On the side of identifying, connecting, and evaluating the ability of local nonprofits to deliver on what they propose they will do, clearly the Community Foundation has a significant advantage. The ideal way to move forward would be that those two would partner, that Baker Tilly would take care of the monitoring and compliance and reporting, and the Community Foundation would work on organization outreach, capacity building, and making sure that the organizations selected and funded are equitably representative of our community and the services that are needed in response to the pandemic. So, that makes this decision difficult. I think I'm being objective in my evaluation of those two. But it's difficult for me to find a way to support any way forward that diverts from the staff recommendation, because theirs is a very objective evaluation. And without me going through with pencil and paper and the same form for all five, which I have not done because that's something we expect and we every single time ask staff to do. And you all said we've changed the rankings often. It's hard for me to recall the last time, and I'm sure some of you could remind me. I've never recalled us going through as a board and going through the same evaluation criteria and sharing those in a public meeting with one another to then make a decision. So, this is difficult. It's sort of a, I don't want my emotions to subvert my reason when making this decision. So, I cannot support the motion that's on the floor. The best I could do is allow each commissioner, including the commissioner that's absent, to do their own evaluation using the same form and criteria that our committee used, and bring those back. I would almost suggest that we could put it on. We could add it to the GPC agenda. I think after all that, it wouldn't add a whole lot of time to that meeting, although that's a very full meeting. But at least then we have something defensible. At least then each of us has gone through and we can show, how we ranked and why we ranked each of the applicants, each of the firms, the way that we did. And there's an objective reason that we are choosing one over another. To do that only because we say we know them and we know that they do good work, to me is not enough today. There's got to be something more objective than that to base our decision on. So that's where I am. Let's go ahead and open up. There's a motion on the floor to re-rank and put Community Foundation as number 1, Baker Tilly 2 on down. Madam Clerk, our first speaker, please.
Our first speaker is Mr. Nathan Scott.
May I have the overhead, please, before I start, Mayor Poe? If we can zoom in. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. Mayor Poe, I do want to commend you because I think you made a good point there. As a constructive alternative, I would suggest adopting the staff recommendation of Baker Tilly with the expectation that they would subcontract with the third party, which is the Community Foundation North Central Florida. That would be probably balanced interest approach where you're getting the compliance aspect, and I'll get to my reasoning why. But I think you're on the right track, and I think the way to accomplish that is award it to the subject matter expert and have them subcontract to provide the local aspect to bring the solution to the problem. To recap how we got here, this is important. On the recommendation of the city manager and city attorney, they told the commission, look, we're concerned about compliance here. And that's because the ARP funds, Treasury has put forth very specific requirements as to what must follow to comply with the guidelines, implementation, and reporting requirements. That's really important. That's where you said Baker Tilly excels. So after that, there was a procurement process. The commission adopted the city manager's recommendation. And this procurement process was held, which it's important to have process, as the commission's acknowledged. That evaluation, the procurement and the invitation to negotiate, or the RFPs, were reviewed by evaluation committee. Office of Equity Inclusion. Certainly you don't want to go against their recommendation. Office of Strategic Initiatives, City Manager's Office, Budget and Finance Department. Baker Tilly was ranked number one. And what I understand the commission wanting to do is now substitute its own judgment for the process and put number 3 ahead of number 1. Again, I think the concerns you articulated are the same, Mayor Poe, are the same concerns I heard from the city attorney, same concerns I heard from the city manager when I questioned why we needed another consultant to help us, and it was because of compliance and expertise that's required. So I think the solution here, instead of just substituting your judgment for a process that was evaluated by your own staff, and risking potential a bid protest or challenge to the procurement award, the solution, I think, would be to award it to Baker Tilly, but in context of the negotiated contract, provide good guidance to them that they should subcontract with the Community Foundation North Central Florida to help provide the local knowledge as to insight into the nonprofits and their capability. Certainly, if I were a prime contractor, I would want that if I knew my expertise was in compliance and not necessarily in local knowledge. So I think, Mayor Poe, with all due respect, you were hitting on the right point, but I think the way to do it is to award it to Baker Tilly and to require them to subcontract with the local firm that would solve everyone's problems. That's a win-win solution for everyone. That's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Speaker is Mr. Donald Shepard.
My name is Donald Shepard, People's Representative, and as it looking over what has transpired, this here is something that I leave in the city manager's hands. That she and the city lawyer are more professional than I am about this, and so my comments for the people is to trust in their city manager and their city attorney to move these actions forward. But far as the act that you brought for Mayor Pohl was an excellent ideal of getting each commissioner's opinion down on paper and bring it to the board to make a permanent decision or make a decision is a great way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Mr. Michael Perkins.
Mr. Perkins, welcome back.
Yes, Happy New Year to each of you. And I want to start out by saying, City Manager, Ms. Curry, I think you're doing an excellent job. I'm just very elated about everything that the professionalism, how you handle everything since you've taken that seat. I also want to say, Mayor Poe, I think you're doing a great job of making an effort to change the status quo of what something that's been going on around here for a long time. And so I just wanted you to know, I see your efforts. I see you trying to move things in the right direction. With that being said, I just would appreciate it if we could appreciate the fact that we're giving our time. I'm not here. This is tax season. This is what I do for a living. I do taxes, bookkeeping, and payroll services. So I'm here giving up my time when I should be working. But I'm here because this issue concerns me drastically. So it really, really hurts me into my heart when you don't collect all of the information and you decide to make a motion. It happens time and time again, and it's just so disrespectful for us as citizens who give our time and effort to come and be a part of this process. And time and time again, we see the same thing. There's a wealth of information that has been gathered together since the motion has been on the floor. So I would think you would really consider the fact that let's collect all of the information, and then make a motion. It would just save each and every one of us a whole lot of time, and it will make us who give up our time and effort to be here feel a whole lot like we're a part of the process, like our decision actually matters, or what we think actually matters. When you make a motion and you haven't gotten all of the information, I feel like I wasted my time for sitting here for 2.5 hours because you've already got your mind made up what you're gonna do. That's the impression that we get. So anyway, with that being said, I agree wholeheartedly that we probably need to go with, with what has been done because of the evaluation process. But I also think that there needs to be a ranking. For example, if I apply for a job, it's going to ask me, am I a U.S. veteran? And so it's going to give me a few extra points toward getting that job because I am a U.S. veteran. By the same token, I think we should do the same thing with our local vendor. Because you are a local vendor, you get 5 points to that category while somebody else only got 2 for that category because they're out of state. So that would be my recommendation. And again, thanks for giving me an opportunity to speak.
Thank you. And your first point is well taken. And I'll tell you what, I'll make that my public New Year's resolution to do a better job of that, because I agree with you. And I've tried to, it's like breaking an old habit, and it's hard, but I'm going to try to do better, and you can hold me accountable to that, because, I think that adds value to the commission as well. So anyway, keep an eye on me. If I'm not doing it, you'll let me know.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
If I might interject just a point regarding the local preference. We talked about that. We wanted to do that. But because of the funding source, the federal funding source, we were told we were not able to have a local preference on this particular RFQ. So that's why it was not there.
Okay, thanks for sharing that with us. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Mr. John DeCarmine.
Welcome back.
Good afternoon. John DeCarmine, Executive Director of GRACE. Whatever process you follow, I'm here to speak in support of the Community Foundation being the organization that ultimately manages and distributes these dollars to the nonprofit community. The Community Foundation already manages millions of dollars annually locally. They have the well-earned respect of every not-for-profit, every donor, every foundation in the community. They've done amazing work with the Amazing Give and with the development of the Philanthropy Hub. As GRACE has grown from a new organization in 2014, we turned to them early on to help legitimize our organization and its longevity as larger donors had approached us and looked for projects that they could be involved with. They have helped us grow and diversify our board when we need racial equity training for our staff, for our leadership team. We turn to the Community Foundation and the resources that they have available. They have a track record of distributing other federal funding, particularly CARES Act funding, through Alachua County quickly and equitably and fairly. Compared to the Community Foundation, there is just no way that an out-of-state firm could do this better, cheaper, faster, or particularly with a deeper understanding of the true needs of our community. And to get to the bottom line of it, speaking only for the nonprofit homeless community, we are all working with a $4.7 million emergency solutions grant right now that will end very abruptly on June 30th of this year. As we look at funding cliffs that our community could fall off of with, there's benefit of getting massive influxes of federal funding, but when those programs end, we need to be ready to go and to carry forward some of these fantastic programs that have already been started. And ideally, ARPA funds would be one way that we could pick up and carry the momentum forward. So quite honestly, we don't necessarily have the time to spend the next few months explaining to an out-of-state firm why the work we do is important, who the different players in the community are, how the work gets done, or why it's beneficial to the community and the people who need this help the most. So for those reasons, I hope you'll consider the Community Foundation as the appropriate organization to manage these dollars. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk? Nobody else here? Okay, Adam, over to you.
Mr. Mayor, we have several callers on the line. The first of which is Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, you have 3 minutes.
Yes. Once again, good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor, City Manager, Madam Clerk, City Attorney. I remember reading an article of a family donating a house to Grace Market. And in the article it stated, in Gainesville Sun, it stated, I'm not thinking with the Gainesville Sun, that it stated, or was written that the director of Grace Market, John DeCarmine, hijacked or took a house that was donated by a family that was supposed to have been used for the homeless. Now let me quote one of my...
Mr. Cartwright, if you could please avoid personal attacks on other people.
No, I'm speaking to the...
No, the
I'm
item
talking about
before
the-
us
the
is
American
award
Rescue.
of the agency to allocate ARPA funds.
Well, Mr. John DeCarmine just came and spoke. He works for the city, and he's the
Yeah, and he
director of
spoke
Grace
to the
Market.
topic. He
And
spoke
it's
to the item
associated with
before us.
housing and well, transparency of the American Rescue funding or payout or what have you. So let me quote one of my, and it pertains to this. Use the poor to extract money from the rich and give to themselves. Socialist elite, socialist Democrats vote no for Democrats. And this is one of the reasons why. See, I'm a government/government, or if you want to call it that today, skeptic. Now, where's the transparency? Many of these not-for-profits are cohorts of this group who has controlled Gainesville, Florida, politically, socially, and economically for generations. And Mr. Poe, you consist on being at the wheel currently and engineering this caboose. I think there's an image and right it back you on the wall. So, the nerve of John DeCarmine coming in front of this city commission. I mean, look at the lack of how shall I put this? Love for community. I thought that house, which was donated to Grace Market, was for people who would temporarily stay, reside, or live at Grace Market. Now, see, back to the American Rescue Plan or payout funding, there needs to be more transparency going on here. Because I think that this is a well-orchestrated, coerced, or orchestrated plan on behalf of the cohorts who are wanting only for this funding to go to themselves, while the social ills will still stay in place. So the caboose.
All right, Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Mr.
Got you
Cartwright.
3 minutes. Next up, Marnie Wiss. Ms. Wiss, you have 3 minutes.
Close.
Hi, hope you can hear me. I am calling in support of awarding the contract to the Community Foundation as well. Although I definitely understand the importance for the process and support process. I just wonder about the criteria that were used in this case. It's interesting to hear that that being a local organization was not allowed to be. It's interesting that would be a criteria when the whole point is to distribute the funds to worthy local organizations who can address the problems the issues, the needs of the community. I can't see how there could be anyone better to do that than the Community Foundation. They have a proven record of doing this here. I really don't have
much to add on their benefits that other people haven't said better. I wonder if it could be a part of the negotiation with them that they come forward with a plan for compliance that makes everyone comfortable. And in that way, you're also building the capacity of the community foundation while they build capacity in the organizations locally to address the needs of the community. And so I appreciate you considering changing and hope that you find a way to do that that is comfortable for as many people as possible. But I do think it's important, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Wiss. We move on to Cynthia Chestnut. Cynthia, you have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, am I on?
You are.
Thank you, thank you. I'd like to call in support of the Community Foundation as being the administrator. I agree with Reverend Anderson. Bringing someone in from out of town is not going to serve our community well. I think the Community Foundation has had extensive experience with federal funds, and so I hope you will reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chestnut. We move along to Angela Howard. Ms. Howard, you have 3 minutes.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Commission, Madam Clerk, and City Manager. My name is Angela Howard, and I serve as the President and CEO of the North Central Florida YMCA. I, too, am calling in support of the Community Foundation. The Community Foundation they're well known, they're trusted, and they have built a relationship with our local nonprofits. They also have that, as others have said, the proven track record of accountability and success. The Community Foundation understands the needs of nonprofits and is willing to help us find ways to continue to provide much needed services, especially during this continued pandemic. So understanding that us working with the Community Foundation, our organization, we've had efforts that provided services that were equitable, inclusive, through professional development, training, mentoring, coaching, networking, grants, and so much more. This is all of what the Community Foundation has been able to provide. So I know that they would be great stewards, partners with the city, and would definitely make sure that timelines, deadlines, funds would be administered. And I have all the utmost confidence in them that they can handle the magnitude of what they are presented. So standing, or shall I say sitting here in agreement with all my colleagues that are there to support the Community Foundation, they're an asset. They're local. Please continue to move forward as you continue your process to choose local organizations that have the heart for the community, that have the heart for local nonprofits, who understand what's going on with nonprofits and is willing to jump in and help meet the needs that we have right here in this community and in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Let's see. I do not think we have anybody. Oh, wait. We have one more caller on this issue, it looks like. Lisa Mueller. Lisa, are you speaking to this issue?
Yes, this is Lisa Mueller.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yes, you're on air.
Okay, my name is Lisa Mueller, and I'm the Development Director for Bread of the Mighty Food Bank. And I am another caller reaching out to say that the Community Foundation not only leads itself with integrity, but has an incredible feel for the community and for the other non-for-profits in our community. And I highly recommend them to lead us in the direction for this process. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Mueller. Mr. Mayor, that is our last caller.
Okay, thanks everybody for calling in and voicing your views on this. I've got a quick question to ask, probably best for the attorney, although, Madam Manager, you might have some insight on this as well. At this point, would we have the ability, see, I know what the motion on the floor is, so this is actually contrary to what the motion would be voting on, but I'm just curious if the motion fails, if there's another possibility. Could we at this point approve the ranking, direct you to negotiate and execute the contract with the number one ranked firm with the stipulation that they partner with the Community Foundation to be the local agent for the evaluation and coordination of distribution to nonprofits? So in other words, Baker Tilly takes care of all the compliance and reporting and that sort of stuff, but we, as part of the contract negotiation, ask them. I mean, I think I know the answer, but I want to make sure that I'm asking it in case I surprise myself.
Well, I mean, I'll respond just from
Sure.
my vantage point, not from a legal vantage point. I believe that discussion can occur amongst the commissioners. That's something we'd like to see. But when we negotiate with Baker Tilly, we can't stipulate or we can't tell them.
It's over the conditions that they submitted a proposal for. Like, those are going to be the brackets for the contract.
Correct.
Okay,
And
that's what I assumed. That would be
I don't
my,
know
so
if
I'm
that
just,
complies.
yeah, I'm going to tell my colleagues that would be my preference. And it's actually a win-win because then, you know, for the price tag that the Community Foundation proposed, Baker Tilly could easily hire them and be an ideal partner to handle all that on the ground stuff. So it's a great benefit for Baker Tilly, and it's a win for the foundation because by getting, you know, the same amount of money or more, they're going to have fewer obligations, including the most rigorous and difficult obligations, which is the federal sort of compliance and reporting. So to me, that's the way forward that yields the best outcome for our community, for the nonprofit organizations here, and for the two organizations that seem to be the best position to carry this out. So anyway, I just wanted to, you know, that's my ideal path forward. I don't know if we can get there or not, but I wanted to introduce it for food for thought. Madam Clerk? Oh, sure, Ms. Dykeman, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I just wanted to back up a step for a minute, and I went back into the instruction from the federal government in terms of how we approach allocating these funds, and I'm going to read something because it's their words, and I don't want to miss anything. Recipients are responsible for ensuring that any procurement using the funds or payment under procurement contracts for such funds are consistent with procurement standards set forth under the uniform guidance, and then they give me a bunch of numbers. But the uniform guidance establishes that all procurement transactions for property or services must be conducted in a manner providing full and open competition, consistent with standards outlined in CFR 200.320, which allows for non-competitive procurements only in circumstances which meet certain conditions, which these do not. However, we have to, what they're basically saying is we need to follow our normal process. It's not something that, and it has to be open and fair to all. And so in order to back up and just kind of reiterate a recommendation, if we are going to consider doing something other than the recommendation of the evaluation team, it would require that a more due diligence be conducted by the city commission. The other thing is that to just kind of reinforce something that the city manager said is that we aren't responsible for telling if we award a contract to a supplier, we're not in the business of telling them how to do their business. We can, I think they've probably, if they're on the call, they've probably heard that, but it is not the responsibility for us to hire them only if they hire somebody else. That can't be part of the criteria. It could have been had we written it into the solicitation, but we have not done that.
Yeah, we understand that. All right, thank you, Ms. Dykeman. Appreciate you sharing about those things with us. Commissioner Sokka.
I appreciate you asking the question I was going to ask, because I know the answer, but it's technically not my job to give that answer. So I'm glad we got the official answer on that condition. Mr. Attorney, hypothetical. I know we like those. That actually might be more of a hypothetical for the city manager. We decide to go again with another RFP. We do another RFP. How long would that take? Even if we give it a really short life. And I know it's not what I want to do, but I want to know the answer.
I would say probably another 3 to 4 weeks.
Okay, thank you. I hate that answer. I know it's not against you, just hate that that's the answer. Mr. Nee, do you have a different?
I saw the Zoom kick. I saw the Zoom kicked on from Ms. Dykeman. I thought she might have something to add to that answer. But no, I think that's an optimistic view of a new RFP.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Again,
I mean,
I think I know the answer, but I want the official answer given by the people who should know the answer.
so this is Gail Dykeman again, and I know that you heard that another solicitation would take 3 to 4 weeks. I just wanted to comment on that I feel that one of the reasons why we are in this situation is because there was not enough time permitted in the first solicitation. Number one, to craft one that fully reflected all the requirements of the city, because we had to get it out so quickly. And number two, because the suppliers themselves did not have the time to fully develop their responses. And the city did not have time to conduct oral interviews in order to make today's deadline. This is, I don't know, I'm probably, I'm feeling a little bit vulnerable here, but I just want to say that when you press for time like this, there are all kinds of things that go wrong. And the outcome is typically not the desirable outcome.
Thank you, Ms. Dykeman. And it's no critique on your part or your office. There's a fun phrasing that I have: slow is smooth and smooth is fast. So slow is fast. I don't really like any of the options before me. I know what my vote is, because I feel there is an inherent problem with any way this vote goes, or any of the suggestions put forward. There's an inherent problem in each of the options. It's which problem we're willing to live with and which consequences we're willing to live with. I want this money to go out to people. I wanted this money to go out to people back in the summer. There's plenty of, I think at this point we have like a whole hour of me saying that on a loop if we taped it all together. Going to contradict myself. I think it should go to the Community Foundation. I will vote to support that motion. I hope we take this, however, as a lesson, and I will myself. We often ask staff to turn on a dime. And I get it, there's triage. We've done a lot of that. The last 2 years have been triage. But in this case, I sincerely think a local partner who already knows the community, who already knows the organizations, will be much faster. Did it come down to maybe technicalities on the evaluation because one has, staff of several hundreds versus a staff of a dozen. Maybe that had to do with it. And so it just doesn't look as pretty as other applicants. But I do think the talent to do this well with a capacity that you can't teach overnight already exists in the community foundations. So I'm willing to live with the consequence advised against by our attorneys, rather than live with the consequence of another 4 weeks, ideally, or just taking more time away from our neighbors to get this money. So I will support the motion.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm deeply appreciative of everybody's thoughtful comments. I also appreciate the creative thinking that is going on to try and find a sort of a way to get multiple perspectives to get in the motion. It is, of course, no surprise then that there are policies that prohibit us from taking that creative direction. And I think the commission, it's fair to say that we take responsibility for the shortened timetable that we gave staff in terms of sending out this request and then receiving them. It's, no secret, you said June of last year. We've been trying to create something that is not being done in other cities in the United States. When President Biden put these funds out to the country, most cities did not open this process up to the public. Most commissions did not put themselves in the vulnerable position that we have put ourselves, which is trying to collaborate with the community. It becomes difficult, especially when we have so many great organizations that want to do this work with us. As I said before, we have worked with Baker Tilly before. They're a fantastic firm. I'm sure we will work with them again in the future. For this particular contract, though, we are going through a competitive process. This is the end of that competitive process where the commission makes its decision. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank everybody for all their thoughtful comments, and we'll take lessons going forward.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to say one last time, I believe that the Community Foundation is one of the greatest assets that we have in Gainesville and Alachua County. They do tremendous work. Our nonprofit ecosystem would not be what it is without them. None of that is in question. I believe, though, if the commission does not concur with the ranking that came back to us, that we should declare ourselves the evaluatory committee. We should use the same criteria individually to go through each of the applications and rank them. And we should bring those rankings back to our General Policy Committee meeting next week so we could establish ourselves an objective ranking. That to me is the only fair and equitable way to move forward. The reason we have objective ranking processes and that they're at arm's length from the commission is to depoliticize them. And we still have an opportunity to do that by declaring ourselves the evaluation committee. So I think that is what continues to be fair and equitable. And again, it has nothing to do with the value that the Community Foundation adds to our city. It's just I believe that we're doing ourselves a disservice by skipping over several safeguards that are built into our system to make sure that we are being objective and responsive to the criteria we laid out. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff, whoever wants to answer this. Is what the mayor described, does that work? Or is that as problematic as what we talked about?
Mr. Nee.
I think it works. I mean, that's what I think we suggested, is that if the commission replaces themselves as the valuation committee, goes through that same thorough, methodical evaluation, then it can be defensible. That's not an end determination. That's going through the process that was set forth for this selection. To deviate from that, I fear, especially in hopes of making sure the money gets out quickly, you're going to find yourself with a protest, and it's going to backfire. So, for historical reasons, why did we go out for bid in the first place? Can somebody remind me of that? Because this is below, I mean, at least one of these is below the manager's authority to assign. Is that correct?
To answer your question, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
To answer your question, we went out to bid to find a vendor to manage and administer our not-for-profit process.
Okay. All right. I don't want us to be in a tough spot. I am so disappointed that we're at this point. So disappointed. There's a pretty clear choice here. I don't want us to get a protest. We have some processes that need fixing.
Commissioner Ariola?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Well, since we're asking open-ended questions, if we were to declare, as the mayor said, declare ourselves the review committee at a time no later than next Thursday, at that point, could the commission make changes to the criteria that they're submitting?
No.
Sounds like a new one.
No, we would just be reevaluating what has already been submitted. Unless you wanted to go back out for a completely new, if we wanted to deny the applicants and start over. But we would be taking the same form and the same backup documentation and evaluating it ourselves.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to rank the Community Foundation as the #1 ranked. Respondent, Baker Tilly second on down through the 5 that submitted. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. That motion passes 4-1 with the mayor in dissent and Duncan Walker absent. All right, so segueing, maybe not so smoothly. Madam Clerk, our next item.
Next item is BD6, American Rescue Plan Act Fund Allocation Update and Discussion.
Okay. I don't know why I was expecting them much longer. You're all good. So, Madam Manager, I'll again recognize you to introduce whomever you need to give us a presentation on our ARPA update.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, Cynthia Ramos is the Director of Budget and Finance. This item is simply to just share some of the ARPA, guidelines and federal compliance points with the commission, because we are about to embark on obviously a very large program, distribution of funds and responsibility for those funds. And so I thought that it was important, as we discussed it with my fellow charters, for there to be just a general presentation from the finance department to put some context around the funding program. And the other items in the agenda package, actually the bigger item we just addressed, and we addressed it first because it was a late process, if you will, and it was added to the agenda for today. So we don't need to deal with it because we just finished it.
Yep.
So once Ms. Ramos is finished just generally talking about process, at that last meeting on the 6th, the commission asked us to come back with some criteria that would be considered by the vendor that was chosen. If you'd like to discuss that, it's available here. However, it's a little premature because we don't have the vendor on board yet to actually go through that. But we provided that information here. Most of the discussion on ARPA will occur at the GPC next Thursday, and many of the items here will be discussed again at that meeting. Today, Ms. Ramos is here really to address compliance issues.
Okay, great. Ms. Ramos, welcome.
Hi,
Happy New
good
Year.
afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Cynthia Ramos, Finance Director. May we pull up the presentation?
So I'll get started while that's being loaded. So this presentation is intended to provide the City Commission an update on the American Rescue Plan Act fund compliance requirements and to obtain direction on projects. I'll be the first presenter, and Ms. Raskin from the Office of Strategic Initiatives will follow. So this is in reference to the slide that's titled Treasury Guidelines and Compliance. The Treasury Department today actually released the final rule governing the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds Program. Prior to this release, and they can confirm, the charter officers collectively agreed that the interim final rule and the compliance and reporting guidance report, both of which are included as attachments to this presentation, are the main guides for us to follow. The documents provide information on which projects the city can invest in and clearly provide guidance on procurement, allowable expenditures, and reporting. Staff believes it is important for the City Commission to rely on recommendations made by staff, including input from outside consultants who are well-versed in these guidelines on implementing American Rescue Plan Act fund investments in our city. There is a request for qualifications underway for an external consultant who has subject matter expertise, and a recommendation for award is expected to be brought to the City Commission on January 20th. So we can switch over to the slide that starts with Treasury Guidelines and Compliance. The next two slides of this presentation detail the compliance and audit requirements for the American Rescue Plan funds. These funds are to be managed by the city according to the administrative and audit requirements set forth in the Uniform Guidance for Federal Awards. Some of the most significant guidelines or requirements are the allowable uses of funds, and that includes response to the COVID-19 public health emergency or its negative economic impacts, services for disproportionately impacted communities, premium pay for essential workers, revenue loss replacement, investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure, and administrative fees. Expenditures of the American Rescue Plan funds, where applicable, must be consistent with procurement guidelines for federal funds. Specific deadlines for financial reporting and compliance verifications must be met, and any funds remitted to subrecipients must be managed and monitored to ensure compliance with all requirements. The next slide, please. We just went over compliance, so the next one after that. The American Rescue Plan funds come with single audit requirements. At any time, this can be expanded to include other agencies and requirements, but because we just got the final rule today, that it might be a little bit more well-structured now. Internal control procedures, if not already in place, must be developed to ensure adequate financial data for both the city and any subrecipient. The request for qualifications for the general consultant mentioned earlier includes requirements for the consultant to support the city in monitoring expenditures, preparing financial reports, and finalizing internal control procedures. Next slide, please. This slide details the city's mandatory reporting requirements, which includes an interim report that has already been completed, and the first quarterly report, which is due January 31st, 2022. The city's on target to meet this deadline. Next slide, please. The internal control requirements I mentioned earlier in the presentation are described on this slide and includes best practice recommendations for segregation of American Rescue Plan funds from other city funds, which has been completed, formal documentation of all policies and procedures that govern the management of these funds, risk-based due diligence and compliance monitoring to reduce fraud and waste, and lastly, proper retention of records associated with this program. It is the intent to hone current policies and procedures to ensure these best practices are met, specifically for the American Rescue Plan program, with oversight for the external consultant. At this point, I'll be transferring the remaining presentation to Ms. Raskin, and we'll be here for any questions after she's done.
All right, thank you. Ms. Raskin, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Carissa Raskin, Civic Collaboration Supervisor for the City of Gainesville and Strategic Initiatives. So if you could advance to the next slide, please. And the following one. Thank you very much. So as City Manager Curry mentioned, we have prepared a brief list of criteria that might be considered for discussion with the consultant that is eventually selected to work with us around the nonprofit proposals. Certainly, as we discussed previously, the consultant is going to have their own robust framework for vetting proposals, but some of the points that the city staff were looking at potentially including were things related to alignment with the strategic plan that the city has set forth. Certainly robust background on the applicants, the nonprofits, making sure that, you know, we have an understanding of who's applying. Really looking at some of the other points like the verification of the need that's being met by the proposal. So how are the nonprofits identifying need? What criteria are they using to evaluate those needs? Certainly goals and metrics around milestones and the things that they're trying to accomplish. A robust budget breakdown, which we would work with the finance department to be able to evaluate, looking at how the nonprofits are collaborating with other nonprofits and or other organizations to ensure that we're most effective in utilizing our dollars and having collective capacity. Also how they're working with the community to develop any plans for their projects, and ultimately how they are evaluating and reporting back, so we're ensuring that we're meeting Treasury guidelines, but also that we're ensuring that we're staying aligned with the city's goals. So this is just, again, a basic framework for what it is that city staff have been thinking about, and we were wondering if the commission had any additional points that wanted to be considered in the discussions with the consultants regarding criteria. So I will pause if there are any comments.
Commissioner Santos, thank you. Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think the criteria you have is good, especially the alignment with the city's strategic plan. I also think it's important that as part of the criteria that they are helping city residents with that money and not doing broader outside the city. That money needs to be helping the city residents and not a broader than that. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So one of the things that I totally concur with Commissioner Santos, making sure that we are serving city residents with the money allocated to the city is primary. I wonder if there is a way for us to, this is hard to put into specific criteria, but to make sure, or to give a higher ranking to organizations that have capacity to leverage the money that we give them to do more money. In other words, there is a sweet spot where every dollar we give is going to be multiplied. And then there are organizations that do wonderful work, but the dollar that we give them is a dollar. And I would like to be able to leverage the $7 million into a lot more than $7 million. So if there's a way to make that part of the criteria, I would really like to. Yeah.
So Commissioner Ward, if I may, what I think I hear you saying is in some ways matching or looking at that collaboration component and looking at other agencies who may also be able to contribute funds to a collective project rather than it just being funded by only city ARPA dollars. Is that accurate?
Not exactly that.
Okay.
There are organizations that are, and again, this is why it's hard to put it, to be specific about what I'm asking for, but not necessarily matching. Matching is sometimes a part of that, but is not the only thing. There is, but for having $50,000 of ARPA money, organization B could then be able to leverage another $75,000, $100,000, $150,000 from other organizations that would not be on their radar without that initial $50,000. So a matching situation could be a part of it, but is not the only way that could work.
Understood.
It's a leveraging situation, but I'm not sure how to really put that into.
We generally talk about that as the magnitude of a multiplier effect.
Yeah.
So, is it a 2x multiplier? Is it a 10x multiplier? Commissioner Santos?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and I'm supportive of adding that as criteria as well. It's leverage or getting extra points for that. Thank you, Mayor.
So without objection from the commission, if we could add the two that you just heard from, the magnitude of multiplier effect and money going directly to help Gainesville residents, City of Gainesville's residents. Any objection? No. Okay. So yeah, we'll add those. And with that, we'll turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. And so that was really our presentation on the criteria for nonprofit proposals. So if you could advance to the next slide. The commission had requested at the previous meeting that we bring back to you some ideas for some of the projects that have been earmarked for dollars to be spent. One of those projects was the energy rehab project, and so we want to just provide a very, very brief update with much more discussion to come henceforth. But $1.9 million has been allocated by the commission to an energy rehab project, and in discussions with GRU and the LEAP program, staff have become aware.
You're good.
I
Sorry.
apologize. Okay, so staff have become aware that there are a number of different organizations in the community that are addressing weatherization with slightly different ways of addressing it, and so different tiered approaches and different ways to meet the needs of our homeowners. And so in conversations with GRU's LEAP program, we do want to continue those conversations. We understand that there is a desire by GRU's LEAP program to take potentially a portion of the 1.9 million that was allocated and utilize it to enhance and expand what LEAP is able to do. There may also be opportunities for some of those dollars to go to other organizations, but we need a little bit more time as staff to kind of flesh out what that full proposal would look like as a project plan. So we would just like to request that we come back to the commission at a later date, likely at a GPC meeting, with more guidance by GRU and a collaborative format. There may be a desire to have an RFQ go out for other nonprofits or vendors to contribute to this energy rehab, almost like a continuum of care model, but it's a little bit early to tell, and so we just as staff request a little bit more time to make sure that we're doing it right. So that's the basic summary for this slide. Any questions, comments?
No, please continue.
Okay, next slide then. And then, as mentioned, we will be coming back with more robust updates on project plans at GPC. The meeting next week on the 13th, we will outline a timeline for upcoming meetings to be projects to be discussed. These here on the slide are those that the commission has already allocated dollars for, or at least earmarked them, but project plans haven't been presented, and so we are going to present to you a timeline for when these projects will come back to the commission, so you can have a better understanding of what to expect and what's to come. I do believe that there will be at least two or three presentations given to you at the meeting on the 13th, though, by some of these projects. And I believe that is the end of our presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much,
Okay,
Mr. Eskin.
thank you.
Any further questions from the commission? Okay, we'll invite any members of the public that have any comments on this update. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Nathan Scott.
Okay, Mr. Scott.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So with respect to the $32 million in ARP funds, again, I asked this commission, who claims that they don't have the dedicated funding source for affordable housing and need to go float a taxable bond issue, how much affordable housing could have been built with this $32 million of federal money? The city could have easily built its own self-supporting affordable housing complex with this amount of money. But the city commission squandered this funding source on everything other than affordable housing. And now you claim that you have to go to a bonding, which people are probably support, but I wonder if they'd really support it if they knew you just squandered $32 million. They could have helped solve the problem. Again, the $32 million of ARP funds represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to address the critical problems facing the city of Gainesville. A lot of that's discretionary. I mean, it may be well-intended, but if you have such an affordable housing crisis and you have federal money available now, which you can't seem to spend, I mean, months of this is how dysfunctional this commission is. It micromanages everything other than taking a limited amount of money and optimizing that. How much affordable housing could you build? I mean, that's a reasonable question for anyone to be asking here. You have $250,000 set aside for utility debt forgiveness. As of December 1st of 2021, GRU electric rates, residential electric rates, are now $163.75 per 1,000 kWh. That money is going to be insufficient to address the problem of the hardships, the financial hardships and harm you keep causing GRU and GRU customers. You don't seem a willingness to address this. You have all your special interest projects you want to give money to, and then you claim you don't have money in a dedicated funding source for affordable housing. That's sheer hypocrisy, Mayor Poe. It's squandering limited resources because you guys really, for the most part, have no real world experience. You don't know. You think money floats out of the sky, but it doesn't. But how much affordable housing could have been built with $32 million? $7 million went to nonprofits. $9 million went to earmark for broadband, which isn't equitable the way it's being rolled out. It's 50% of the money. Poof, gone. I will say to Mr. DeCarmine's comments, I commend them for the numbers they put up in terms of reducing the numbers of homelessness and making some impact. But I have to ask the question, if that's the case and the numbers are going down and we're replacing people, why does the annual funding requirement keep going up? Because if the homeless population is going down, it should require less money. But it's not. So there's a disconnect there too. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Nobody else? Adam, do you have anybody?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, 3 minutes only, sir. You have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Yes, once again, my name is Telford Cartwright.
Mr. Cartwright, turn the volume down on your audio, please.
It's turned down. It's turned down. Yes, it's turned down. Thank you. Once again, my name is Telford Cartwright, Commissioners, Mayor, Madam Clerk, Madam City Manager, City Attorney. Now, this sounds so familiar, say, for example, with the former congressional rep, Corrine Brown, who accumulated or $833,000 was donated to her sham charity that initially called One Door for Education. And currently her name is on the Gainesville Regional Transit Operations Building. He was convicted and
Mr.
sentenced
Cartwright,
to
this
serve
is about
a federal prison.
This is about the ARPA distribution? I think you're talking about
yes.
something else.
Okay. And well, I'm just letting the public know that when there's a lack of transparency, these things can occur. Take, for example, the director of Grace Market, who makes, what, $60,000 or more, John DeCarmine, he hijacked or took a house that was donated by a family to
Okay,
Grace
again,
Market.
Mr. Cartwright, you need to stick to the item, which is an update on the ARPA funding.
Okay, but the American Rescue Plan Act funding that the city was allocated or has received, I suspect this money is going to go to the cohorts and themselves only. More transparency needs to be done or needs to occur in regards to this funding. Once again, I can go on and on and on how monies have been misallocated. Brazilian butt lift, remember? Former city employees misusing city-owned credit cards. I mean, do I need to go on, Mr. Paul?
I don't believe that you do know, but you have another 30 seconds.
Well, back to this American Rescue Plan Act funding. Once again, there needs to be more transparency with we, the people here in Gainesville, Florida, the hardworking taxpayers. Mayor Poe, and once again, my utility bill, I was told, and I paid it, $425, an overinflated utility bill, a sneaky tax. Let me quote her as former County Commissioner Susan Baird. I agree with her. My sweat and
Thank you, Mr.
equity
Cartwright.
is being squandered.
And I assure everybody, every dollar that comes in will be accounted for. We must account to the federal government how each of these dollars is spent, so there will be absolute transparency. Ms. Chestnut, did you want to make a comment as well? Good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I was wondering, the $9.6 million allocated through ARPA for broadband, you will get a huge allocation in the infrastructure bill. Could not we use the infrastructure bill to fund the broadband initiative and take that $9.6 million and apply it to utilities debt forgiveness or to help bring down the utility rate?
Sure. So first of all, that 9.6 has not been allocated. It's just a placeholder. We're going to
yes.
have a future discussion about that. And then the infrastructure bill, the money for broadband mostly is for rural broadband, and then going to corporations that already provide broadband. And so they really sort of cut out local governments in that process. Doesn't mean we won't try, but it was written by the corporations. I'm sure that's completely foreign to you, but sometimes the corporations write the legislation, and that was certainly the case with this.
Well, I think Commissioner Hayes Santos had mentioned at one time, working with the school board. Maybe we could work with them for the allocation there, but I'm more concerned with taking the money and putting it into the utilities rate and the debt forgiveness.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, and we are having an ongoing discussion with the school system and the county because they've set aside money for broadband as well. So yeah, we'll see how we can best leverage that. Adam, did you have anybody else?
No, sir. There's nobody else on the line at this time.
Okay, very good. Back to the commission.
Wait. Hold. We had a late entry. It looks like Darlene Pafalo is here.
Okay.
Ms. Pafalo?
Yes, thank you. I am just getting a little involved here today with what Mr. Scott said about the affordable housing, which of course is very important. I would like to suggest that you work with some of the money that you have on that, but also, commissioners, I don't know if you've thought of the land that you own, which you do when you take property back on taxes, that you can help with affordable housing with that also, and the money that you are getting in, which is quite a bit as far as I understand, that I think dividing it equally with a lot more places to go instead of maybe 3 places. I know Cox Cable, I think, is working with broadband, if I'm not mistaken, also, and they have a program for that too. So I just think you need to dig a little deeper on where the money should go, and not just 3 or 4 places, but with the money that you're getting from the government, taxpayer money, it should also help with affordable housing, and then also maybe more jobs in the city so people can get jobs, and then they can afford a house also. Thank you for your time, commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Pafalo. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller.
Yeah, thank you. So just to be clear, we are spending a significant portion of our money on affordable housing. You saw on the last slide, $1.9 million for housing stabilization and weatherization, another $2+ million from home funds that are going to that. Utility debt forgiveness is about affordable housing. The mobility hub is about affordable housing. The community land trust is money for affordable housing. And then out of that $7 million that nonprofits will get, I assure you a significant portion will end up going towards affordable housing, homelessness prevention, and other programs like that. So just because a line item does not say affordable housing doesn't mean it's not being used to help ensure that people can afford the home they live in, or are prevented from being displaced because of any COVID-related type financial situation in which they find themselves. The city is also donating land, and we will invite Ms. Pafalo to the groundbreaking that we're having for that. I think a dozen or maybe more lots in the greater Duval area that we have donated for affordable housing projects that, and we're going to continue to do so as they become available. So we appreciate her constructive ideas and want to celebrate with her that we are actually doing those things. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask, I don't know who's in charge of, this is why we're hiring a consultant, who's in charge of knowing the compliance portion of Treasury guidelines, like what actually covers. So I looked it up, and to answer Mr. Scott's point, construction of certain affordable housing is an allowed use, but then it goes into so many other conditions. So it is, but if you do it from a there's a saying in, I forgot where I heard it, but the most the most sustainable or green home you could have is the home you already have, because construction and demolition is a whole different host of issues. the way the market is right now, if we ask the question of how many units could we build, it's not going to be much, even if we dedicated every single penny. And as you said, we are keeping people housed. Keeping people housed is cheaper than building an entire new building to house those same families. I'm very proud of the amount of money we're going to put into keeping people housed where they want to be, where their families are, where their schools are, where their preferred life necessities are. And I think we're giving them the option to stay where they are rather than telling them, well, this is the place you are allowed to live because that's where we spent all of the money. And in support of broadband, Treasury gave 4 enumerated categories. Broadband was one of them, like spelled out very frankly. It's a new age. We need internet. A lot of our community doesn't have internet. It has to be done. And nobody else is doing it, so it falls to us. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ramos and Ms. Raskin for the update. Really appreciate that. And without objection, we added those 2 other criteria to the list, so we're good there. So, Madam Clerk, I believe we're ready for our next item.
Next item is RE1, Resolution for Public Transportation Grant Agreement, Public Transit Block Grant Program for RTS Operating Assistance for fiscal year 2021-2022 with the recommendation that the Commission adopt the resolution.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or is there a motion? Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the resolution 210665. Wrong button. There we go.
Okay, motion and second to adopt the proposed resolution. This is accepting some transit grant money. Anybody, Madam Clerk, anybody sign up to speak to this? Okay, Adam, anybody to speak to this item?
Nobody on the line at this time, sir.
Okay, then it's roll call vote. No, it's not. I think because it's an afternoon resolution. Let's just do roll call.
Yep, let's just do it to be safe. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos? Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent, and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is RE2, Resolution for 49 U.S. Code, Chapter 53, Section 5310, Grant Applications, with a recommendation that the Commission adopt the resolution.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco?
I move resolution number 210693.
Is there a second? Motion is second that we adopt the proposed resolution. This is to allow RTS to apply for some grant money. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up? Adam, anybody to speak to this item?
Nobody on the line at this time, sir.
Okay, then this is roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola? Aye. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos? Aye. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Next item, please.
Resolution 210694, Resolution for 49 U.S. Code, Chapter 53, Section 5311, Grant Applications, with a recommendation that the Commission adopt the resolution.
Okay, Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move resolution number 210694 by title only.
Okay, is there a second? Motion is second that we adopt the resolution. Again, this is a transportation grant, FDOT grant that we're applying for. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up?
No, sir.
Okay, Adam, you have anybody?
No, sir. Nobody on the line.
Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker absent. Next item, please.
Next item is Resolution 210721, Resolution for a Commuter Assistance Program and Ride-Sharing Grant to maintain a van pool program, with a recommendation that the Commission adopt the resolution for a commuter assistance program and ride-share grant to maintain a van pool program, and authorize the interim city manager or designee to execute the related documents with FDOT, subject to approval by the interim city attorney as the form of legality.
Okay, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move resolution number 210721 by title only.
Okay, motion is second to adopt the proposed resolution. Madam Clerk, anybody?
No, sir.
Adam?
Nobody on the line at this time, sir.
Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos? Aye. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Ariola? Aye. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker absent. With that, we have reached the end of our afternoon business. We will be in recess until 5:30. Okay, good evening, everybody. We're going to call this meeting back to order. This is the evening portion of our January 6th, 2022 meeting. And so I believe, Madam Clerk, our first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you please stand if you're able and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Madam Clerk, on with our business.
Our next item is early public comment.
Okay, do you have any cards filled out for early public comment for this evening? Nope. Okay, Adam, welcome back.
Yes,
do you have
sir.
anybody for early public comment for any of our evening agenda items?
There's nobody here yet, but as we just started, I might ask that you give folks 30 or 45 seconds to catch up.
I will give them up to 60 seconds. How about that?
Thank you. I appreciate that, sir.
Did the Gators win last night? No? You don't know? The Gators last night? They did. I watched the first half and then. Oh, jeez. They played a great first half. Oh, jeez. It was a good first half. I didn't see the second half. Okay. What do you say? Anybody for early public comment, Adam?
Nobody here right now. You can move it right along.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is the second reading of ordinance 201088, proposed revisions to Chapter 8 titled Discrimination of the City Code of Ordinances. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Chapter 8, Section 8-88 of the Code of Ordinances relating to prohibition of discrimination in the sale or rental of housing by adding a provision clarifying prohibitions against discrimination based on lawful source of income, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay. Thank you. Again, this is the second reading for the lawful source of income and discrimination portion of our renters' rights protections. Commissioner Ida Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 201088 on second reading by title only.
Okay, motion and a second to adopt the proposed ordinance on second reading. Adam, so we don't have anybody in chambers right now, Adam, so I will kind of slow walk this to you, but do you have anybody on the line for this item?
You did slow that down. No, there isn't, and I'm wondering if there's a way to get people ready a minute or two before you even take the motion. I don't know how that would work, but let's slow play it as much as we can over the course of the remaining hours, and we'll get what we get.
Sure. I'll just kind of, for folks that are watching at home, for the upcoming items that we'll be voting on for second reading. In other words, this is the second time we've heard these items. This is the adoption reading. Up next, we have a land use change of about 84 acres off Northeast 39th Avenue. After that, I believe it's the accompanying zoning. Yeah, the zoning for that same property, that's a first reading. And then we have a land use change of 283 acres off Southwest Williston Road, south of Finley Woods. So there's some of the upcoming items. If you're here for any of those, go ahead and call in, and we'll probably be getting to them in just a few minutes. With that, did you have anybody for the non-discrimination item, Adam?
No, Mr. Mayor, nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, then we'll turn back. I'm sorry, did you put a motion already? Mm-hmm. You did. Okay, then it's a roll call vote.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Ward. Aye. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker absent. Next item, please.
We have SR 200886, second reading, land use change of 83.79 acres of property located on the 755 to 1100 block on the south side of Northeast 39th Avenue. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately 83.79 acres of property generally located on the 755 to 1100 block on the south side of Northeast 39th Avenue is more specifically described in this ordinance from planned use district to commercial, urban mixed use, and residential low density, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, did you have anybody fill out a comment card for this item?
No, sir.
Okay, Adam, how about you? Do you have anybody for this item?
No, sir. Still nobody on the lines at this time.
Okay. Mr. Blatt, did you want to talk to this item, a second reading for land use? Okay, go ahead.
I believe this is the one that includes urban mixed use in the change.
Yeah, this is Northeast 39th Avenue.
I want to urge you all to be vigilant on these items. I've told you before, I've gone to a lot of development review and plan board meetings, and I always ask, where's the affordable housing? If it's not in there at this early stage, it's not going to happen. Your first three items in first reading look to me like something headed for more elitist subdivisions. You've got to stop it. You've got to change them, incentivize them, pay them with the bonuses, the density bonuses, the reduced setbacks, whatever. That pays them as the legislature demanded. And stop the economically segregated housing at every step of the way, starting right away. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for me, I agree with you. That's why we need to pass the stuff that we talked about this morning. So when it gets to the development application, they'll have that as an option. We'll have that as an option. But that's not going to happen at the land use change. It'll happen at the development review stage. Okay, anybody, Adam, just to check with you one more time.
Yep, no, we're clear here. You're
Okay.
We didn't record a motion.
Yeah, we need a motion on. Go ahead.
I move that we pass, it's an ordinance at this point, right? Ordinance 200886 on second reading by title only.
Okay, motion is second. Madam Clerk, let's roll call vote.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Hayes Santos. And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker absent. All right, Madam Clerk.
We have the first reading of ordinance 200887, quasi-judicial rezoning of 83.79 acres of property located on the 755 to 1100 block on the south side of Northeast 39th Avenue. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 83.79 acres of property generally located on the 755 to 1100 block on the south side of Northeast 39th Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from planned development to automotive-oriented business, Urban 2 and Urban 6, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, this is a first reading, quasi-judicial, and so I believe we have a presentation. Yes, we do. Nathaniel, Happy New Year. Welcome.
Hi, Happy New Year. Good evening, City Commission. This is really early for me to be here. I'm used to being here really late. But,
we apologize. We could reschedule.
No, I love this change. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let me share my screen really quick. Right. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. Well, good evening, City Commission. Again, my name is Nathaniel Chan. I'm a planner for the City of Gainesville Department of Sustainable Development. This is petition PB-20-153-ZON, or item number 200887, a rezoning of the subject area on Northeast 39th Avenue. So this project was brought before you on the June 3rd, 2021 City Commission meeting. The commission directed staff to revise the proposed zoning to transit zoning. In that time, staff transmitted the accompanying land use amendment to the state, and we received comments back on that late last year. That was the previous item. The applicant held another neighborhood workshop to inform the surrounding neighbors of the revised zoning districts, and we are back today for first reading of this rezoning with the revised zoning districts. So just to briefly refresh you where we are and what's happening, this petition is privately initiated by the property owners and EDA. The subject area is located between the 755 to 1100 block on the south side of Northeast 39th Avenue and is currently vacant. The current zoning is planned development PD and the current land use category is planned use district PUD. The property is approximately 83 acres, and this rezoning proposes transit zoning districts, but so the west half of the property is proposed automotive-oriented business or BA. The northeast quadrant is proposed urban 6, U6 up to 50 units per acre, and the southeast quadrant is proposed urban 2 or U2 up to 15 units per acre. And just to reorient you again, so to the north is vacant. There's it's zoned automotive-oriented business, and that's Northeast 39th Avenue. To the east and south, there's RSF2 single-family zoning. That's residential, and to the west, there's North Main Street, and those are the car dealerships that are zoned for BA on the west. I think I said the west. This is just the legislative history. In 1998, Ordinance 960937 established the existing PD. Basically, what you need to know here is that the proposed zoning districts here today are based off of that original PD called out right here. So it allowed for automotive-oriented business, warehousing, self-storage, office, and residential uses. And this sort of map on the right mirrors kind of the setup of the proposed zoning. And so the map on the left shows the proposed zoning districts. So like I said, the western half is BA zoning, the northeast quadrant is U6 zoning, and the southeast quadrant has U2 zoning. There is a small Scrivener's error that I noticed right before presenting. The eastern half of the, I guess, adjacent or abutting properties say that it's RMF2, but it's actually supposed to read RSF2, so it's single family. RMF2 isn't a zoning district, but just wanted to point that out. And with that being said, staff recommends approval of petition PB-20-00153 ZON. The proposal meets the review criteria for rezoning outlined in section 30-3.14 of the Land Development Code, and the surrounding permitted uses and allowed intensity and density are compatible with the proposed zoning. Based on staff review, the proposed rezoning also meets the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. More details on the petition meeting the review criteria can be found in the staff report. With that, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you. I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chow. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't see a petition on there. We're supposed to be approving a petition as well. It's on the agenda.
That's the way it was presented. Nathaniel, did you hear the question?
Yes, there should be an attached ordinance.
It's PB-20-153 ZON, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So we're approving that petition as well as the related ordinance?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Move that we adopt ordinance 200887 on first reading by title only, and also petition PB-20153 ZON.
And I would add correct the Scrivener's error to RSF2
Yes.
on the map?
Yeah.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second to adopt the ordinance petition and correct the one Scrivener's error for the RSF2 on the existing zoning. Madam Clerk, anybody want to speak to this item in chambers? No? Adam, over to you.
No, sir, there's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, then we will turn back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Ariola? Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent, and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker absent. Next item, please.
First reading of ordinance 210461, land use change of 283 acres of property located on Southwest Williston Road, south of Finley Woods subdivision. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately 283 acres of property generally located west of Southwest Williston Road and south of the Finley Woods subdivision is more specifically described in this ordinance from Alachua County Estate Residential to City of Gainesville Residential Low Density, Mixed Use Office Residential, and Urban Mixed Use, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and an effective date.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. And Mr. Castillo, welcome.
Hi, one quick second, let me turn this video on. There we go. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody has
Doing great. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you too. So again, good evening, mayors and commissioners. For the record, my name is Juan Castillo. I'm a planner here for the Department of Sustainable Development. The item before you this evening is a city-initiated petition, and it's the first of two related petitions for two properties located south of Finley Woods, south of the city boundaries, and west of Southwest Williston Road. This petition is a large-scale amendment to the land use map and is a result of the annexation of these two properties into the city of Gainesville. Per Florida statute and the City of Gainesville Comprehensive Plan, annexed properties must be given corresponding land use and zoning. So the total size of the land use amendment is for 283 acres. The properties are currently vacant and not improved with an Alachua County land use designation of estate residential. The proposal is to change the existing land use to City of Gainesville Residential Low, Mixed Use Office Residential, and Urban Mixed Use. The land use combination would allow for the potential of mixed use development with the adoption of corresponding transit zones, which we will discuss in the coming petition here momentarily. Staff has reviewed the request before you and has found that it meets the review criteria stated in the Land Development Code. This includes consistency with the comprehensive plan as it relates to its objective to adopt development regulations to promote mixed-use development. The list of the review criteria and their analyses are found in your report. Therefore, staff is recommending the approval of the petition before you, and that concludes my presentation. So I'm here for any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Castillo. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Without objection, I'd like to make the motion.
Go ahead.
I move ordinance number, if I can find it, ordinance number 210461 on first reading by title only.
And petition PB 21.
And the petition.
Okay, and the accompanying petition, PB 210016 LUC. Anybody fill out? Anybody like to talk to this item? I'm still getting it down, Madam Clerk. I'll figure it out. Adam, I'm just stalling for Adam. That's all. I'm just stalling for Adam. Adam, do you have anybody that wants to speak to this item?
I'm flattered, but no, at this time, there's nobody on the line.
Thank you. I'm stalling for you, Adam, on behalf of all of our neighbors. It's not just an Adam thing. It's a.
I well understand, and
the whole Gainesville
all
community.
appreciate.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we can go ahead and move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Ward. Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos. Aye. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker absent. Next item, please.
Okay, we have first reading of ordinance 210463, quasi-judicial rezoning of 283 acres of property located east southwest Williston Road and south of Finley Woods subdivision. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 283 acres of property generally located west of Southwest Williston Road and south of the Finley Woods subdivision is more specifically described in this ordinance. From Alachua County Agricultural to City of Gainesville Urban 2, Urban 4, and Urban 6, providing directions to the city manager, a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Castillo, back to you.
All right. Again, hello. For the record, my name is Juan Castillo, planner with the Department of Sustainable Development. The item before you this evening is the second of the two related petitions, and this one is, of course, city initiated. The request is to change the zoning designation of the subject property from the existing Alachua County Agricultural to City of Gainesville Transit Zones Urban 2, Urban 4, and Urban 6. The proposal would allow for mixed-use development on the property, which would include the potential for a variety of housing types along with office and commercial development. Urban zoning would also establish zoning regulations that would regulate the size of the block, the perimeter size, the frontage requirements, and sidewalk requirements to encourage a more urban and pedestrian-oriented development. The position of the transit zones are designed to provide a transition from low-intensity development to higher-intensity development along Southwest Williston Road. Staff has reviewed the request before you and has found that it meets the review criteria stated in the Land Development Code for rezoning. This includes additional review criteria for transit zones. The full list of review criteria can be found in the report. Therefore, staff is recommending the approval of the petition before you this evening. That concludes my presentation. Thank you so much. I'm here and available for any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Castillo. Did the applicant have a presentation they wanted to make? Or any comments they wanted to make?
This is a city initiated.
Oh, city initiated. I'm sorry. I apologize. I should have realized that. Okay, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 210463 on first reading by title only and petition PB 21001117-ZON.
Second.
Motion is second to adopt the proposed ordinance and associated petition on first reading by title only. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you. Just as a point of reference, can someone give me a brief overview of the height allowances for the U2, U4, and U6 again?
I'm sorry, you said the height allowances?
The height allowances.
Sure, give me one quick second, I can share that with you.
Okay, since we have time.
Yeah. So, there we go. All right. So for urban 2, yeah.
So I'm gonna beat you. Actually, Commissioner Santos beat you to the punch. So for U6, 4 by right, 5 with a bonus. For U4, it's 3, and U2 is 3.
Thank you. Adrian.
Okay, a little game we play. Who can? It's a race. The commission versus the
You got it
planning
first.
department.
You got it first.
Okay. So with that, Madam Clerk, do we have anybody to speak to this item? Adam, do you have anybody to speak to this item?
No, sir.
Okay, then we'll move back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco. Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward. Aye. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker absent. Next item, please.
Next item is the first reading of ordinance 210465, land use change of 68.46 acres of property located south of Southwest Archer Road and west of Interstate 75. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately 68.46 acres of property generally located south of Southwest Archer Road, west of Interstate 75, north of Southwest 62nd Avenue, and east of Southwest 44th Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from Alachua County medium-density residential, light industrial, and heavy industrial to City of Gainesville office and industrial, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and an effective date.
All right. Mr. Chan, welcome back.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, City Commission. My name, again, for the record, is Nathaniel Chan. I'm a planner for the City of Gainesville Department of Sustainable Development. This is petition PB-21-133 LUC, or item number 210465, a future land use amendment of the subject area located on the southwest corner of Southwest Archer Road and I-75. The proposed area for land use change was recently annexed into the city of Gainesville effective November 4th, 2021, and is approximately 60 acres. Upon annexation into the city, the annexed area must be given city land use and zoning. Majority of the subject area is vacant. There are existing self-storage and vehicular uses on the southeastern properties. The existing land use categories are shown on the map. So it's Alachua County medium density residential for the northern 3 parcels and Alachua County heavy industrial and light industrial on the southeastern parcels. The surrounding future land use categories include a mix of City of Gainesville future land use to the south and east, and Alachua County future land use to the north and west. The existing uses surrounding the property are shown on the slide. So just to orient you a little bit, the subject area again is the southwest corner of Southwest Archer Road and I-75. Across the street, there's a gas station, there's the Country Inn and Suites, and Cracker Barrel, I believe. There's a Celebration Point across the street across from Southwest Archer as well, Texas Roadhouse, that area. To the east is I-75, and then there's industrial self-storage facilities on the south of the property, and then there's Alachua County residential to the west. The proposed future land use categories are shown on the map. So we are proposing office future land use on the upper 3 parcels and industrial future land use on the lower 3 parcels, and industrial as part of this parcel in the middle right here. The proposed office future land use is intended to allow the future construction of a medical hospital with associated medical uses, including a rehabilitation center and behavioral health facility. The office future land use category is the implementing category that will allow for the MD zoning, which is the proposed zoning up next, I believe. And the proposed industrial future land use on the southern properties is compatible with the existing uses on the site, which include office, again, self-storage, and it also matches the existing industrial on the south side of, or to the south of the property. The additional area for industrial future land use is also intended to allow for a future storage facility with the medical use. The proposal meets all of the review criteria for land use change outlined in section 30-3.13 of the Land Development Code. More details on the petition meeting the review criteria for future land use change can be found in the staff report. With that being said, staff recommends approval of this petition and item 210465. That is the end of my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions if you have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chan. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance number 210465 on first reading by title only and the approval of petition, I'm going to find it, PB 21133LUC.
Second. A motion and a second to adopt the petition and associated ordinance. Madam Clerk, can anybody speak to this item? Okay. What's that? Yeah, ma'am, did you come to talk to this item? No. No, okay, just making sure. Adam, do you have anybody on the phones for this item?
No, sir.
Okay.
Lines are clear.
Back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos. Aye. Commissioner Ward. Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola. Aye. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker absent. Next item, please.
First reading of ordinance 210466, quasi-judicial rezoning of 68.48 acres of property located south of Southwest Archer Road and west of Interstate 75. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 68.46 acres of property located south of Southwest Archer Road, west of Interstate 75, north of Southwest 62nd Avenue, and east of Southwest 44th Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance from Alachua County residential single-family low density, residential single-family medium density, manufacturing and mobile home park, multifamily residential, agricultural, and manufacturing services to City of Gainesville medical services, and business industrial, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chan, I assume? Yep.
Good evening, City Commission. My name is Nathaniel Chan. I'm a planner for the City of Gainesville, Department of Sustainable Development. This is petition PB-21-132ZON, or item number 210466, a proposed rezoning of the subject area located on the southwest corner of Southwest Archer Road and I-75. This is the accompanying rezoning of the previous item. So again, this area was recently annexed into the city, effective November 4th, 2021, is approximately 60 acres. And upon annexation into the city, the annexed area must be given city land use and zoning. A majority of the subject area, again, is vacant. The existing zoning districts are Alachua County Manufacturing Services, Alachua County Agricultural, Multifamily Residential, Single-Family Residential, and Manufacturing Mobile Home. The proposed zoning districts are City of Gainesville zoning. We'll get to that. So again, the area is southwest corner of Southwest Archer Road and I-75. And yeah, we can keep going. The proposed zoning districts are on the map. So there's proposed medical services or MD zoning on the upper 3 parcels and business industrial zoning on the lower 3 parcels. Again, the proposed MD zoning is to allow the future construction of a medical hospital, and the proposed BI zoning is again compatible with the existing uses on the site, which include self-storage facilities, vehicular uses, and office spaces. And the square BI zoning over here is intended to allow for a future storage facility. The proposal meets the review criteria for rezoning outlined in section 30-3.14 of the Land Development Code. With that being said, staff recommends approval of petition PP-21-00132ZON or item number 210466. More details on the petition meeting the review criteria can be found in the staff report. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. Commissioner Sacco.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve ordinance, I have the front again, ordinance number 210466 on first reading by title only, and approve petition PB 211320.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Second was by Commissioner Ariola. Madam Clerk, anybody to speak to this? Okay, Adam?
There's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Dietenbach, yes.
Mr. Diedenbach, just wanted to wish you a happy new year. Stay healthy, everybody, and thank you on behalf of North Florida Regional Medical Center.
Okay. It was short and sweet. Thank you. And happy new year to you as well. All right, Madam Clerk, I believe it's time for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola? Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos? Aye. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker absent. Next item, please.
First reading of ordinance 210595, ordinance amending Chapter 9 related to elections. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Chapter 9 of the Code of Ordinances related to elections to conform to the charter amendments approved by voters on November 6, 2018, revising Chapter 9 to align the city election with the statewide primary election and the runoff election to coincide with the statewide general election, revising Chapter 9-11 by changing the campaign contribution limit from $250 to the limit set by statute, revising Section 9-14 by providing that the county canvassing board will be used for the city election that coincides with the statewide primary election, updating Section 9-14 to provide for vote-by-mail ballots instead of absentee ballots, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. So this ordinance is really just to bring our code of ordinances in compliance with the charter amendment that the neighbors in Gainesville passed with our last charter amendment that was on the ballot. But there are also some changes in state law that are being incorporated into this ordinance change as well to make sure that we're in compliance with the new state statutes. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 210595 on first reading by title only.
Second.
Motion and a second to adopt the proposed ordinance on first reading. Madam Clerk, anybody to speak to this item? Okay, Adam, do you have anybody to speak to this item?
No, sir. Nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, we will move to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Hayes Santos. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker absent. Next item, please.
My pages are sticking here. Here we go. First reading of ordinance 210651, ordinance amending Appendix A by revising fees for controlled vehicular parking area service and commercial permits. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Appendix A, Schedule of Fees, Rates, and Charges of the Code of Ordinances by revising fees for controlled vehicular parking area service and commercial permits, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and an immediate effective date.
Okay, Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 210651 on first reading by title only.
Second.
Motion and a second to adopt the proposed ordinance on first reading. Madam Clerk, anybody speak to this item? Okay, Adam, how about you?
Nobody's here, sir.
Okay, back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco. Aye. Commissioner Ward. Aye. Commissioner Ariola. Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent, and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker absent. Next item, please.
Okay, we have the first reading of ordinance 200413, ordinance amending chapter 27 to allow for exclusive franchise agreement. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Article 3, Chapter 27, Code of Ordinances titled Solid Waste Disposal to allow the city to enter into an exclusive franchise agreement for the collection of solid waste, change the term of non-exclusive commercial franchises to 1 month during any year in which the city is transitioning to an exclusive franchise system, and allow the city to grant exclusive certificates of registration for residential and commercially collected residential property, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance number 200413 on first reading by title only.
Second.
Motion and second that we adopt the proposed ordinance. Do you have anybody to speak to this item?
Yes, we have Ms. Mary Hart.
All right, very good. Come on down. So just in case you're new with us, when your time starts, a green light will go on. When you have 1 minute left, a little yellow light will come on. And then when the red light comes on, your time is expired, and you'll need to stop your comments.
Okay, can you hear me through my mask?
We can, no problem.
Excellent. Good afternoon. My name is actually Marcy Lahart, M-A-R-C-Y. That's all right. I've been called much worse. I'm here today on behalf of Florida Express Environmental. Florida Express Environmental is a small family-owned and operated waste hauling business with roots in Alachua County since the 1970s. They're headquartered just down the road from us in Marion County. Florida Express currently collects garbage and recyclables from 175 businesses in Alachua County pursuant to a franchise agreement with the city. Florida Express Environmental pays the city for the right to operate collection vehicles within the city limits, $1,800 per vehicle per year. It is one of 4 franchisees that operate within the city, and that gives local businesses the ability to select among competing companies and negotiate for the best price and terms for their own individual needs. Going to an exclusive franchise will eliminate competition and exclude small businesses like Florida Express Environmental from being able to operate within Alachua County. Going to an exclusive franchise will impair the existing contracts that my client has with 175 customers. An exclusive franchise will inevitably result in local businesses paying more for services by eliminating the open market. City staff asserts that an exclusive franchise is necessary for zero waste. However, many of the supposed advantages of an exclusive franchise, such as control over vendors and ability to require fuel-efficient vehicles, can be accomplished in other ways, without squelching competition and without forcing companies like Florida Express Environmental out of business, or out of Alachua County, rather. Some of the benefits of going to an exclusive franchise that are predicted are based on outdated or erroneous information. For example, the statement that when a bid is a package, single-family rates tend to be lower is no longer true in today's business climate. An exclusive franchise is not in the public interest, and there is no indication that the public even wants this. A similar proposal was recently rejected by the Citrus County. Public comments indicated that the citizens were opposed to being prevented from making waste disposal decisions in their own best interests, and were afraid that they would be forced to pay higher prices for less quality service. State law requires that before a waste hauler can be displaced, they be given 3 years' notice. The city staff contends that they're exempt from that, but the language is vague. The city has issued an invitation to negotiate in early December, seeking bids from waste hauling companies to provide this exclusive service, and urges you to quickly enact this proposed ordinance because pending state legislation would prevent the city from being able to do so in the future. However, eliminating competition and disenfranchising small businesses like Florida Express Environmental is contrary to the public interest, will have adverse implications for city residents and local businesses, and should not be done hastily, particularly in the absence of any evidence of existing service problems.
All right, thank you. I appreciate you being with us. Your time has expired, but I think we very much get the seriousness with which you bring this issue to us. Your point was well made and I think well received.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, appreciate it. And you might want to stick around in case the commission has any questions for you. Adam, do you have anybody?
Let me check, sir. At last look, there was not, and there still is no one on the line.
Okay, thank you. Having not sat on the Zero Waste Committee, I don't know if anybody on the committee wants to sort of give a synopsis of the discussion that led to this item and this recommendation. I know that I discussed this when I was on the Public Works Committee many, many moons ago, when such a thing existed. So I think I'm familiar with many of the issues, but just for the members of the public, if you want to share that, that would be helpful. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. As part of the ITN that's currently out, so I don't want to make sure we don't talk too much about that because it is an open bid, that it is an exclusive contract. Not talking about the ITN, we have discussed in subcommittees about exclusive contracts and how they could, I guess I don't, how far should I don't want to get into because we do have exclusive bids out there, but I mean, the positive exclusive to get to zero waste is one of the things that every kind of recommendation has, is to have one hauler. You can make sure that hauler has the correct signage, is putting things in the correct places, can work with both the property owners and them. You also see lower prices for smaller businesses because it's harder for them to negotiate for like a large corporation like Publix or Walmart. They have very good at negotiating, a smaller business isn't. So by us coming in and setting kind of prices, we're able to actually help the smaller businesses as well.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay, was there a motion on the floor? If there was. Yeah, okay. Okay, seeing no further questions, we'll move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola? No. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes 4-1 with Ariola in dissent and Duncan Walker absent. Next item, please.
First reading of ordinance 210666, text change GCRA Advisory Board membership. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending section 2-408 of the City of Gainesville Code of Ordinances relating to the Gainesville Community Reinvestment Area Advisory Board, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance number 210666, that's terrible, on first reading by title only.
Okay, motion and a second to adopt the proposed ordinance on first reading. This is changing our advisory board for the GCRA from 15 down to 9, which will then allow us to go out and get that board populated with some volunteers. Madam Clerk, anybody speak to this? All right, Adam, how about you?
I'll be on the line right now.
Okay, then we'll move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola? Aye. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos? Aye. Commissioner Ward? Aye. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker absent. Okay, our last order of business this evening is commission comment. I just wanted to give a heads up. I'm not going to ask for any action right now, but we have a community workshop scheduled for January 31st for the St. Michael's property. There's been some questions from the city manager and from Mr. Persons about the wisdom of holding that in an enclosed space, with the spike in the Omicron variant right now. I tend to agree with them. So I think we're looking at a couple options. First, we're going to watch the case count and see, if things start to come down or not. But holding that as a virtual workshop or postponing it to when we can do it live. The latter is concerning to me because that project has been postponed so many times. And so I don't know that that's really fair when we have an alternative. But you know what, we'll kind of work with the clerk and the city manager to see if it is going to be virtual. We'll make sure that everybody that wants to be involved has the information and is able to participate in that particular workshop. So we'll just kind of keep our ear to the rail, but I just wanted to let you all know that it's something we're discussing and trying to figure out. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have anything to add to that or to propose, but I did want to again wish everybody Happy New Year and thank you all for your support of the COVID package that we passed this morning. I think it's a positive group of items that we put out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola?
Yeah, just a thought. Would it be possible to hold that outdoors, Westside Park?
We can look at that.
I would rather the location be in District 3 since it is that neighborhood.
Yeah,
So-
and also, that gets into, gambling with the weather and, if it's at nighttime or cold, yeah, which on January 31st, it is both dark and cold,
Well,
more
that
than it's not.
all depends.
So we're just, we're just trying to look ahead. We don't want to cancel it last minute. I think it's important to hold it.
Yeah.
But
Sooner than
obviously
later.
Omicron has sort of changed our expectations.
Yeah, on that note, I read that Orange County is getting 1 in 3 tests back positive, so it's nothing that you all don't already know, but just look out for yourselves, look out for one another over the next month. Yeah, it's getting pretty bad in Florida.
Yep. Commissioner Hazantes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on the meeting, I don't want to delay it, so we either have it in person or have it digitally. But
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think a lot of people are very keen to have that discussion. Okay, well, Happy New Year, everybody. 2022 promises to be eventful and exhilarating, if not exhausting, just like 20 and 21 were, but I'm looking forward to the work we get to do. For many of us, the last year we get to do this work on the commission, so looking forward. It might be. Thanks everybody for adapting to the new rule changes and procedures. We appreciate that. Seeing no further business before us, this meeting is adjourned.